About 15 minutes, we're going to get rolling here. Thank you. No wonder I'm sick. Yeah, that's good. Well, we're We're getting real close. Real close. About 10 minutes. I don't know. Oh, a half hour. My bad. No. Well, Gertis, if we had you working in the back, we'd be ready to go by now. Now you're good. Right? Oh, thank you, Al. Thank you. I appreciate it. Right? Right. All right. We sure appreciate everybody that's in this room right now. We couldn't do without you. Let's rock and roll. You got the tag number on this little guy? What's the tag number on that thing, Gary? 1090? 290. 400, gonna be 400, a little bit of running to 4, gonna be 400. It's a little Holstein bull calf there, gonna be 400, minimum 4, 4, 4, gonna be 400. 200 here, gonna be 2, minimum 2, 2, 2, we got 200 right there. Now 2 and a quarter, 200 here, gonna be 2 and a quarter, minimum 2 and a quarter right there, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half, gonna be 275, you're waiting 275, gonna be 300, minimum 3 and a 3 and a quarter, gonna be 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half over here. 3 and a half, down 375, gonna be 375. Now 400 up top. Now 4 and a quarter, gotta be 4 and a quarter down here. 4 and a half, minimum 4 and a half, gonna be 4 and a half. Your way 400 here and quarter, now 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter down here. Now 4 and a half, gonna be 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter here, minimum 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter and a 4 and a half. I got you at 4 and a quarter. Need 4 and a half. Now 475. 475. A little bit of the money. Now 475. 4 and a half. 475. All in and all done. 4 and a half up there. 4 and a half. 15s. Put them on the 15s. In here? Which one? I don't think I was here for that. There we go. There's a good one. 46, number 46. Turner cattle. Here's a dandy right here. 225, a little bit of running to 225, gonna be 225, a little bit of running to 225, $2, minimum 222, gonna be $2 here, I got two. Now two and a half, two and a half, now 205, 205, a little bit of running to 205, gonna be 205, 27 and a half, 27 and a half here in the 210, gonna be 212 and a half. Now 215, 215, gonna be 217 and a half, gonna be 220 over here in the 220, 220, 220, 222 and a half, and 225, 225 here, and gonna be 225, 225 right there. Now 227 and a half, 227 and a half, gonna be 230 and 232 and a half, 230 here, gotta be 232 and a half your way, Mel, gotta be 232 and a half and 235, 235 gonna be 235, 7 and a half, and 240 gonna be 242 and a half, gonna be 242 and a half, and 245 your way, now 247 and a half, 247 and a half, and 250 over here in the 252 and a half, gonna be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, gonna be 255 over here in the 257 and a half, gonna be 260 over here in the 262 and a half, 262 and a half, now 265, 265, 267 and a half, 265 here, now 267 and a half, 265 gonna be 267 and a half, 265 right there, and gonna be 267 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, sold it to you as 265. 383, thank you. 260, gonna be 260, a little bit of running at 280, 280, a little bit of 280, 282 and a half, 260 here, gonna be 282 and a half, gonna be 282 and a half, 260 here, 262 and a half, easy steer, 260 here, gonna be 282 and a half, 262 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, back to you, 267 and a half, and 270 up top, 270, 267 and a half, 270 your way, 272 and a half, gonna be 272 and a half, now 275, 277 and a half, now 280, 280, minimum 280, 280, 277 and a half, gonna be 280 your way, 282 and a half, gonna be 282 and a half, and 285, minimum 285, 282 and a half here, 285 where? 282 and a half, gonna be 285, gonna be 285, 5, gonna be 285, sold it 282 and a half up there, 364. Yep. Here we go, another couple dandies right here, 24, 25. 220 right there, and 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, 222 and a half where? 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, 222 and a half, gonna be 2 right there, 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 230, 230 up top, 227 and a half here, minimum 230, gonna be 230, 227 and a half here, gonna be 230, 220 up 230, 232 and a half, 235, 235, gonna be 235, 235, gonna be 235, do we have 235 right there, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 247 and a half, 250, 252 and a half, 255, 57 and a half. Now 60 here, gonna be 262 and a half, gonna be 65, 262 and a half here, 265, 262 and a half here, gonna be 265, 265. Now 267 and a half, gonna be 270 to 272 and a half, gonna be 275, 277 and a half, 280, 280 right there. Now 282 and a half, gonna be 285 over here to 285, gonna be 285, 285 to 287 and a half, 287 and a half, gonna be 290 over here to 290, minimum 290, 90, 92 and 87 and a half, gonna be 290, 287 and a half, gonna be 290, all in and all done. Right there, 287 and a half. 102, thank you, Aaron. 102. $2, minimum 2, gonna be $2 here, minimum 2, gonna be $2 here, minimum 2, gonna be 2, 1, and I got 2, 2, did you say? 180, minimum 180 over here, gonna be 180, a little bit of 180, 180 over here, 180, 160, gonna be 160, now 162 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, now 170 here, gonna be 72 and a half, gonna be 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 180 over here, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 185 over here, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 190 over here, 192 and a half, gonna be 195 over here, 192 and a half, 195, 192 and a half here, gonna be 195, 192 and a half here, gonna be 195, 192 and a half, 195, sold it to you, 192 and a half, 194 by 2. You betcha. $3 here, minimum 3, gonna be $3 better now, 3, gonna be $3 here, minimum 3, 280, gonna be 280, minimum 280, nice little lightweight steering, gonna be 280, minimum 280, 80, 265, 265, gonna be 235, a little bit of money, 235, 250 here and 250 right there, now 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, gonna be 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 250, gonna be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, gonna be 257 and a half, 250 over here, 252 and a half, 265, Gary, 265. 265, 267 and a half, now 270 here, gotta be 270, 270 right there, 270, 272 and a half, gonna be 275, 277 and a half, 280 over here to 280, 277 and a half, 280, I got 277 and a half up top, he don't want to be in, 277 and a half, gonna be 280, 277 and a half, gonna be 280, all in and all done, 277 and a half up top, 364. Little black heifer here, $3 minimum three, gonna be $3 here, minimum three, 250, a little bit of Lonina, 250, 250, a little bit of Lonina, 250, 245, 245, gonna be 245, a little bit of Lonina, 245, $2, now 202 and a half, $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half, right there, and a 205, gonna be 27 and a half, 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, now 215, 217 and a half, gonna be 220 over here, 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half, now 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 230, now 232 and a half, gonna be 232 and a half, and 235, 235, 237 and a half, now 240. Got to be 242 and a half, 242 and a half, going to be 242 and a half, 240 and 242 and a half, 242 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 240 right there. Let me write that down, 383. $250, gonna be $250, a little Lonina, $250, a little Lonina. Nice Ken Stremler one right here, Limousine Cross, Free Martin. Is this one a Free Martin? No, it says it's good here. $3, $250, gonna be $250, a little bit of Lonina, $250, $225, gonna be $225, gonna be $225, $225, gonna be $200 here, minimum $222, gonna be $2, better not $222, $190, gotta be $190, minimum $190 right there. Now $192 and a half, $190 here, gonna be $192 and a half, gonna be $192 and a half, $190 here, $192 and a half, gonna be $192 and a half, $192 and a half, $195, $197 and a half, gonna be $2 here and $2 and a half. Now $205, gonna be $207 and a half, down $210, gonna be $212 and a half, then down here in $215, $215, $217 and a half, gonna be $220, now $222 and a half, gonna be $222 and a half, and $225, $225, $227 and a half, gonna be $230, $227 and a half here, and gonna be $230, $227 and a half, gonna be $230, all in and all done. Sold it to you, $227 and a half, right there, 635. Black steer or black heifer right here, nice one there. Same man's cattle. Nope. Red, or what am I saying here? Black steer here. What am I here? Black heifer. Excuse me. $2 here, and gonna be $2, minimum $2 here, and gonna be $2, minimum $2 here, and gonna be $2, 180 here, 180 here, 180, minimum 180, gotta be 175 here, 175. Now 177 and a half, 175, going to be 177 and a half, 175 here, and 177 and a half, minimum 180 over here, 180, 182 and a half. Now 185, 185 right there, 187 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, back to you, Todd. 187 and a half, 190, 190 down here, going to be 192 and a half, going to be 195 down here, 195, 197 and a half, got to be $2. $2 here, minimum 202 and a half, going to be 205 here, 202 and a half, and 205, 202 and a half, got to be 205, 202 and a half, got to be 205, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 202 and a half, 364. $250, gotta be $250, a little bit of money, $250, gotta be $250, a little bit of money, $250, $225, gotta be $225, a little bit of money, $225, $210, gotta be $210, right there. Now $212 and a half, $212 and a half, gotta be $215, $217 and a half, gotta be $220 to $222 and a half, $222 and a half. Now $225, Mel, you want to be $222 and a half and $225 here, $225, $227 and a half, $227 and a half, gonna be $230 over here, $232 and a half, gonna be $232 and a half. Now $235, gonna be $237 and a half, $237 and a half, $240 right there. Now $240, $237 and a half, $240 where? $237 and a half, $240, now $242 and a half, $245 up top, $245, $247 and a half. Now $250 up here, gonna be $252 and a half, gonna be $255. Now $257 and a half, now $260, now $262 and a half, gotta be $262 and a half, $260 right there, and $262 and a half where? $260, gotta be $262 and a half, $260, now $262 and a half. All in and all done, so $260, 364. $3 minimum three, gonna be $3 little black steering, gonna be $3 minimum $3, gonna be $3 little $3, gonna be $3, 280 minimum 280 little steer there. $250, gonna be $250, no little running, $250, gotta be $250, no little running, money $250 over here, $250, $225, $225, little right there. Now $227 and a half, $225, $227 and a half, gonna be $225 and $227 and a half, $225 and $227 and a half, $225, $227 and a half, $225, gonna be $227 and a half. Sold it to you, $225, 194 straight. Nice white face bull there. Buffum cattle, Angus Cross. 180, gotta be 180, no bit of money, 80, 80, 80, gotta be 180 here, 150, gotta be 150, no bit of money, 150, 50, 50, gotta be 150, 150, who's buying these here, 150, now 152 and a half, 150 here, gotta be 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, 155 here, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 155, gotta be I got Bill at 155, need 157 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, gotta be 150 over here, 157 and a half, gotta be 160, 162 and a half, then 175 over here, 177 and a half, 170 here, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, 180 over here, 182 and a half, gotta be 185 over here, 187 and a half, gotta be 187 and a half. 185 here, and going to be 187 and a half, 185, going to be 187 and a half, all in and all done. 185, 181. Please band them. 181, right? White face heifer here. 180, gotta be 180, a little bit of money, 180 over here, 180, a little bit of money, 80, 80, 80, 80, 165, gotta be 165, a little bit of money, 165, 55, gotta be 165, 150 here, minimum 150, gotta be 150, 150, gotta be 150, 150, 145, 145, gotta be right there, now 147 and a half, 145 here, gotta be 147 and a half, 147 and a half, now 150 here, 152 and a half, gotta be 155, 157 and a half, now 130 over here, 132 and a half, gotta be 135, 137 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, 180, 182 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, gotta be 190 over here, 192 and a half, 190 here, gonna be 192 and a half, 190 here, gonna be 192 and a half, 190 here, 192 and a half, sold it to you, 193.64. Black heifer here, 150, gotta be 150, a little bit of the money, 150 right there, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, gotta be 155, 157 and a half, 130 here, 132 and a half, gotta be 135, 165, 137 and a half, gotta be 170 here, 172 and a half, gotta be 175, 177 and a half, 180 over here, 180, 180, 182 and a half, gotta be 185, 187 and a half, 190 here, 192 and a half, 195, gotta be 197 and a half, and $2, $2 down here, now two and a half, $2 here, gonna be two and a half, $2 here, gonna be two and a half, two and a half, $2 here, gonna be two and a half, two and a half, 205, 205 down there. Now 207 and a half, gonna be 207 and a half, 207 and a half up top. 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half. Now 215, 215 and 217 and a half, gonna be 220 down here, gonna be 220, 220. Mel, you want to be 220, 222 top. Now 225, 227 and a half, gonna be 227 and a half, and 230, 230 down here. 227 and a half, gonna be 230, 227 and a half, gonna be 230. Sold it to you, 227 and a half, 364. White face steer here. 165, gotta be 165, 135, 150, a little bit of the money, 150, 150 right there, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, 130 here, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, 170 here, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, minimum 180 over here, 182 and a half. You want to be 180, Bill? 182 and a half down here, 185, 185 here, 180 and a half, gonna be 190 over here, 192 and a half, 195, 197 and a half. Now $2, two and a half, gonna be 205, and 207 and a half, gonna be 210 over here, 212 and a half, 215, 217 and a half, now 220, 222 and a half, 225, 225, 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 225, now 227 and a half, now 230 down here, 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 235, 237 and a half, now 240, 242 and a half, 240 here, 242 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, gonna be 240, 50 down here, and 250. John, you want to be 250, 250, 250, 247 and a half, going to be 250, 247 and a half, going to be 250, all in and all done. 247 and a half, 626, thank you. 247 and a half, 626. Heifer, open okay. $175, gonna be $175, a little bit of the money, then $175, gonna be $175, $150, a little bit of the money, then $150, $50, gonna be $150, a little bit of the money, then $50, gonna be $125, $125, $125, gotta be $125, over here, $125, gonna be $110, minimum $110, gotta be $110, $1, easy money here, $1, gotta be $1, minimum $1, gotta be $1, got $1, now $102 and a half, $105, gotta be $107 and a half, $107 and a half, looking at you, $107 and a half, $110 over here, $110, $112 and a half, $112 and a half, gotta be $115 over here, $117 and a half, gonna be 117 and a half, 120. You're 122 and a half over here, Gary. You want to be 122 and a half. 122 and a half, 125, back to you in the hat over there, 125, 127 and a half, 127 and a half, Billy, you want to be 127 and a half over here to 127 and a half, 125 here, 127 and a half, 127 and a half, thank you, 130, 130 here, 132 and a half, going to be 135, 137 and a half, 136, Todd, you want to be 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 135 here, going to be 137 and a half, 140 your way, 142 and a half, going to be 145, 147 and a half, 150, 152 and a half, 155, 155, 155, 152 and a half, 155, who do you got, Junior? Want to be 155, 155, 157 and a half, 160 here, 162 and a half, gonna be 165, 167 and a half, up top, 170 here, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, over here, 177 and a half, and 180 over here, 180, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 185 down here, 187 and a half, gonna be 187 and 190 down here, 190 gonna be 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half, 195 down here, 197 and a half, now $2, now 202 and a half, gonna be 22 and a half, now 205 down here, and 27 and a half, gonna be 207 and a half, up top, and 210 down here, and 212 and a half, 215, gonna be 217 and a half, and 220 down here, and 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 225, 55, 227 and a half, 225 here, and 227 and a half, 225 here, 227 and a half, sold it down there, 225, buyer number 635, 635, his name's Matt. You say his name's Matt? $2 minimum two, gonna be $2. Gonna be $222 minimum $2 here. Gonna be $222 minimum $222 180 here minimum 180 right there. Now 182 and a half. 182 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here minimum 182 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. 185. Terry, who do you got? 185. 182 and a half here. Now 185. Gonna be 185. 55. 182. 187 and a half, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 197 and a half, now $2. $2 too. 197 and a half, gonna be 222, 197 and a half, gonna be 222, 197 and a half, up top, gotta be 2. All in and all done. 197 and a half, 364. One-year-old bull, he says. 1-year-old Jersey bull. He's a little guy here. 80 cents here. Minimum 80, gotta be 80 cents here. Minimum 80, gotta be 80 here. 50 cents here. 50, minimum 50, gotta be 50, 50, 50, gotta be 50, 50, 50. 45, minimum 45. Now 47 and a half. 45 here, gotta be 47 and a half. 47 and a half. 45, 47 and a half. 47 and a half. Now 50. Now 52 and a half. Gotta be 52 and a half. Gotta be 52 and a half. 50 here. Now 52 and a half. 55. 57 and a half. City here. City. Now 52 and a half. Gotta be 55. 55. 67 and a half. Now 72 and a half. 72 and a half. Gonna be 75. 75 here. 77 and a half. Now 80, 80, minimum 82 and a half, going to be 85, 85, 87 and a half, now 90 your way, Gary, 90 your way. 92 and a half, going to be 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 92 and a half, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 97 and a half. 95 here, got to be 97 and a half your way, Gary. 95 here, 97 and a half, all in and all done. Sold at 95, 34. 95 cents. Here we go. Mary Benjamin Bulls here, Mary Benjamin Bulls. These things are fence broke, ready to rock and roll. $2, minimum 2, gonna be $2 here, minimum 222, gonna be $2 here, minimum 222, gonna be $2. $2, 190, gotta be 190, minimum 190 right there. Now 192 and a half, 190, gotta be 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half. 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half, and 195, 195 right there, and 197 and a half. Now $2, $2 up top, 202 and a half, gonna be 205, gonna be 207 and a half. 205 here, and gonna be 207 and a half, 205 here, and gonna be 207 and a half, 205 here, 207 and a half where? 205 here, 207 and a half, 205, and 207 and a half. 205 here, 207 and a half, and 210. 210 here. Now 212 and a half, gonna be 215 over here, 217 and a half, gonna be 217 and a half. Now 220. 220 your way, Todd. Now 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half. Now 225. 227 and a half. 227 and a half, gonna be 227 and a half, and gonna be 227 and a half. 2 here, 227 and a half. 225 here, and gonna be 227 and a half. All in and all done. 225, 364. Same man's cattle here, Benjamin cattle. You have 5 bulls. $2 and gotta be 2. You're going to be 222, minimum $2 here. You're going to be 222. Thank you. Now 2 and a half. 2 and a half. $2 here. You're going to be 2 and a half right there. Now 205, 207 and a half. Going to be 210 down here and 210, 212 and a half. 212 and a half your way. Now 215. Now 217 and a half. Going to be 220 down here and 220, 220 to 222 and a half. 222 and a half and 225. 222 and a half here. Going to be 225, 227 and a half here and 230. Minimum 232 and a half. Going to be 232 and a half. 235, 237 and a half. 240. Going to be 240 to 242 and a half. Going to be 242 and a half. 242 and a half. Now 245. 225. Now 247 and a half. Gonna be 247 and a half and 250. You're winning 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 255. 257 and a half. You're weighing at 257 and a half. Now 260. Now 262 and a half. 262 and a half. Gotta be 260 here. 262 and a half. Now 265 your way. Now 267 and a half. 267 and a half. Gonna be 267 and a half. Gonna be 267 and a half. Now 270. 270 back to you. 270 in the top row. Gotta be 270. 270 here. 267 and a half. 266 do you say? Or 268? 269. 269. Gonna be 269 over here to 289 to 270. 270 to 271. 271 here. And gonna be 271. 270 here. And gonna be 271. 270 here. And gonna be 271. 1. Sold it to you. 270. 364. What do we got here? Two more? Same man's cattle. Benjamin bulls here. How about 250 for these ones? 250, gotta be 250, a little bit running at 250, 250, gotta be 250, minimum 250, 50, 50, 50, 240, 240, 240, gotta be 240, a little bit of money at 240, 40, 225, 225, now 227 and a half, 225 here, and gonna be 227 and a half, 227 and a half, down there, you wanna be 227 and a half, 225 here, and 227 and a half, now 230, 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 237 and a half, and 240, gonna be 242 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, 250, 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, gonna be 230. Gonna have 235, gonna be 237 and a half, 270. Now 75, 75 here, and 277 and a half. Gotta be 280, 280 here, and gonna be 280, 277 and a half, 280 where? 277 and a half, gonna be 280, 280, 277 and a half, gotta be 280. All in and all done. 277 and a half on. I can't hear anything you're saying. 258. Greg. Two more little ones here. What do you want to bid here? $3. Got to be $3. Minimum $3 here. Got to be $3. Minimum $3. Got to be $3. $3 where? Little guys there. How about 280? Got to be 280. Minimum 280. Got to be 280. Thank you. Now 282 and a half. 282 and a half. 285. 287 and a half. Got to be 290. 292 and a half. Got to be 295. 297 and a half. Now $3 and 302 and a half. $3 here. Got to be 302 and a half. 302 and a half and 305. Got to be 305. 55. 307 and a half. Got to be 310 down here and 310. 307 and a half. 310. 307 and a half. Got to be 310. 310. 307 and a half. Got to be 310. 307 and a half and 310. 307 and a half. 310. 310. 310. 310. Sold them to you. 307 and a half. 364. Good little red bulls there. 880. Get two bulls. Benjamin bulls. 240, gotta be 240, and a little bit of money in a 240, 240, gotta be 240, 220, gotta be 220, minimum 220, 220, 220. Now 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, gotta be 230, and 232, and gotta be 235, and 237 and a half, 240, 242 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, 250, 250 down there. Now 252 and a half, gotta be 255, 257 and a half, gotta be 280, 282 and a half, gotta be 235, 267 and a half. Now 270 your way, 272 and a half, gotta be 275, 277 and a half, now 280, 282 and a half, 285, 282 and a half, gotta be 285, 287 and a half up top, 287 and a half. Did you say it? 287 and a half. 285 here and going to be 287 and a half. Todd, you're out. 285 and going to be 287 and a half. 285, 287 and a half, and 290. 290 here. 287 and a half. 287 and a half. Going to be 290. Sold at 287 and a half. 364. Same man's cattle getting into the heifers. 220. Got to be 220. A little bit of elimination. 220, gotta be 220, minimum 220, you gotta be 220, $2 even, now minimum $2 right there. Now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, gotta be 205, 27 and a half, gotta be 210, 212 and a half, 215, 270, now 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half. Now 230 down here, and gonna be 230. Mel, you want to be 230? Now 232 and a half, gonna be 235 down here, and 237 and a half, 240. 240 your way, 240 on the bottom here. 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 247 and a half, gonna be 250 over here, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 257 and a half, 260, 257 and a half, gonna be anybody want to do 260, 257 and a half, and 260, 257 and a half, 260, 257 and a half, 260. Sold them to you. Sorry, sir. 257 and a half, 364. There we go. Little dancers down there. 280, got to be 280. Two little black heifers there. Benjamin cattle, got to be 280. Minimum a little bit of London, 280, 280, got to be 250. 250, a little bit of 250. Now 252 and a half, 255. 250. 267 a hand, gonna be 260, 262 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, 270 your way. 270, 267 and a half, 270 where? 267 and a half, now 270, 267 a hand, gonna be 270, 267 and a half, now 270, 267 a hand, gonna be 270, 270, anybody 270 to 272 and a hand, gonna be 275, 277 and a half and 280 down here, now 282 and a half, gotta be 285, 285, 287 and a half up top, now 290, 290, 287 a hand, gonna be 290, 287 a hand, gonna be 290, 290, 287 and a half, now 290, all in and all done, sold it up top, 287 and a half, 364. Two more here. 280, gotta be 280, a little on in a 280, 280, I'm gonna be 280, 280, 280, same man's cattle here. Benjamin Heifer, gonna be 280, I'm gonna be 280, 265, 265. 265, gonna be 265, 55, gonna be 265, gonna be 265, 55, 265, thank you, 267 and a half, right there, now 270, gotta be 272 and a half, now 275, gonna be 277 and a half, gonna be 280, 282 and a half, gonna be 282 and a half, 285 your way, 287 and a half, back to you, 287 and a half, gonna be 290 here, and 290 and a 292 and a half, gonna be 292 and a 295, 297 and a half, now 302 and a half, now 305, gonna be 305, 305, 302 and a half, 305, 307 and a half, 305 here, Brock, you wanna be 307 and a half, 305, gonna be 307 and a half, 305, gonna be 307 and a half, all in and all done. 305 right there, 630, 305, 630, thank you. There's a dandy, looks like 81, 881 probably. 881. Nice Benjamin Heifer there. What do you want to bet on this one here? You want to be 240. You're going to be 240. A little bit on in at 240, 240, 240. How about two even? $2, a little bit on 222 right there. Now $2, $2 and a half. $2, going to be $2, $2 and a half. I'm going to be $2 here. You're going to be $2, $2 and a half. Going to be $2 down and a half right there. And 205. Going to be 207 and a half. 210, 212 and a half. 215, 217 and a half. Going to be 220. 222 and a half. 225, 227 and a half. Going to be 230, 232 and a half. You want to be 232 and a half? No. 230 your way. Now 232 and a half. 230 here. Going to be 232 and a half. 230 here. Going to be 232 and a half. 230 here and 232 and a half. Going to be 232 and a half. 230 here, and going to be 239 and a half. All in and all done. 230, 364, 230, 364. Big steer there. 150, gotta be 150, no running 150, 150, gotta be 150, now 152 and a half. 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, and 155. 157 and a half. Here, 132 and a half, 135, 137 and a half, now 170 here, 172 and a half, 175, 175, 177 and a half, 180 over here, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 185, 185, 185, 187 and a half, now 187 and a half, 185 here, 187 and a half, 185 here, and gonna be 187 and a half, now 190 here, 192 and a half, now 195, 195, 197 and a half, gonna be $2 here, and 2 and 202 and a half, gonna be 205 here, 205, 202 and a half, 205, 202 and a half. How about 203, Bill? 203, gonna be 203, 202 and a half, gonna be 203, 33, 202 and a half, 203. 202 and a half, 203, 204, now 205, gonna be 206 over here, now 206 your way, now 207, gonna be 208 over here, now 209, gonna be 209, now 210 your way, 210, 211, 211, gonna be 211, 212, gonna be 213 over here, now 213, 212, and 213, 212 here, and gonna be 213, gonna sell it, 213, 212, 213, oh, sold it to you, 212 down there, 635. Still on the Benjamin cattle here. 255, gotta be 255, a little bit of money, 255, little one there, gotta be 255, 55, gotta be 255, 55, gotta be 255, 55, 240, gotta be 240, a little bit of money to 240, 240, 240, gotta be 240, 225, 225, thank you, now 227 and a half, 227 and a half, gotta be 230, now 230 down there, 232 and a half, gotta be 35, 37 and a half, and 40, now 242 and a half, 245, now 47 and a half, gotta be 50 here, now 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, gotta be 260, now 257 and a half, now 260, 257 and a half, gotta be 260, 257 and a half, gonna be 260, 257 and a half, 260, 257 and a half, 260, 262 and a half, now 265, 265, yes sir, now 267 and a half, gonna be 270, 270 your way, gonna be 270, 272 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, all in and all done, sold it to you, 270, what's that number again? 630, 630. many CJs did you check in today? We got here a couple steers. Couple good ones there, yeah. Been on good feed here. Had all their shots ready to double shots, dewormed. Couple dandies there. 180, gotta be 180, a little bit of money, 180 over here to 180, gotta be 180 right there. Now 182 and a half, 182 and a half, gotta be 185, 187 and a half, 190 here, 192 and a half, 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half now two. $2 and 202 and a half, gonna be 205 here, 207 and a half, gonna be 210, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 217 and a half, 220 to 222 and a half, 220 here, now 222 and a half, 220 here, and gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, and gonna be 222 and a half, 222 and a half, and 225, 227 and a half, gonna be 227 down 230, now 232 and a half, 232 and a half, and 235, gonna be 237 and a half, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, now 242 and a half, gonna be 245, and 247 and a half right there, now 250, now 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, and gonna be 252 and a half, 250 here, and gonna be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 255, yes sir, now 257 and a half, now 260, 262 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, 270, 270 up top, now 272 and a half, got to be 275, Marv, you want to be 275, 275 up top, now 275, yes, 275, now 280, or 277 and a half, 275 right there, 277 and a half, 275 here, and 277 and a half, all in and all done. 275 on 6-2, is that a 4 or a 9? 629. Yep. Perfect. Here we go. Same man's cattle. 3 more dandies right here. Had all their shots dewormed. Been on good feed. Probably been on some good corn feed. Here we go. What are we going to do here? We'll sell 2 or 3, you betcha. Now 2 or 2 and a half. $2 here, 2 or 2 and a half, gonna be 205, 207 and a half, gonna be 210, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 217 and a half, 220 to 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, 230, 230 here, 227 and a half, gotta be 230, 227 and a half here, and gonna be 230, 227 and a half, 230 now, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, gonna be 240 here, now 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 247 and a half, now 250, 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, gonna be 257 and 260 your way, 262 and a half, gonna be 270, 265, 267 and a half, now 270 down here, 272 and a half, gonna be 275, 277 and a half, and going to be 280, now 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 280 here, going to be 282 and a half, 280 here, going to be 282 and a half, 280 here, going to be 282 and a half, 280 here, 282 and a half, all in and all done. 280 your way, 635, 280, 635. How many do you want? He'll take all 3, you betcha. Thank you. Right? That's what they all say, huh? Looks like kind of the same man's cattle here. Well fed right here. Had their shots ready to go. Deworm, $2. Gonna be two, minimum two. They're black now. Gotta be two, minimum $2 here. Gotta be two, minimum two. Been on good feed. Gotta be $2 here. Gotta be two. 180. Right? Gotta be 180. Minimum 180 here. Gotta be 180. A little bit of money. 80. 180 where? 150. Right there. Now 152 and a half. 155. Gotta be 157 and a half. 172 and a half. 175. 177 and a half. Now 172 and a half. 175. 177 and a half. 182 and a half. 185. 187 and a half. 190. 192 and a half. Gotta be 195. 197 and a half. 197 and a half. Now two. Gotta be two and a half. Gotta be 205. 205. $2 here and gotta be 205. $2 here. Gotta be 205. Anybody want to roll here? $2 here and gotta be 205. $2 here and 205. $2 here and gonna be 205. $2 here and gonna be 205. All in and all done. It's gonna be $2. 364. $2. 364. Thank you, Sharon. That mean I get to take a break already? Looks like 4 heifers. 109. And 114. Now two and a half. $2 here. Gonna be two and a half. Gonna be two and a half. $2 here. Gonna be two and a half. Two and a half. Gotta be two and a half. $2 here. Gonna be two and a half. $2 here. Now two and a half. Where? $2 here. Gonna be two and a half. Same here, right here. Been fed good. Here we go. Deworm had all their shots. Two and a half. Where? $2 here. Gonna be two and a half. Now 205. Gotta be 207 and a half. Gotta be 210. 212 and a half. Gotta be 215. 217 and a half. Gotta be 220. 217 and a half. 220. 217 and a half here. Gonna be 220. 220. 217 and a half here. Gotta be 220. 217 and a half and 220. All in and all done. 217 and a half right there. 364. Look at that. Same deal here. $2 and gotta be two. Minimum $2 here and gotta be two. Gonna be $2 here. Minimum two. Gotta be two. 180. Gotta be 180 right there. Now 182 and a half. 180 here and gonna be 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 180 here and gonna be 182 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here and gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here. 182 and a half. Where? Gonna be 182 and a half and 185. 185. 187 and a half. Gonna be 190. Over 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. 197 and a half. 195. 197 and a half. 195 here. Gonna be 197 and a half. 195. 197 and a half. Now two. 197 and a half. Gonna be two. 197 and a half here. Now two. 197 and a half here. Gotta be $2. 197 and a half here. Gotta be two. Sold them to you. 197 and a half. 630. 197 and a half. 630. Yeah. Might be. 116. No, they're not because they're heifers. Still, we got Krat 6 ones right here. Same deal. Had all their shots. Deworm, ready to rock and roll. I'll sell you a choice if you want. 180 for choice. Now 182 and a half. 180 here. 2 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here and 182 and a half. Where? 182 and a half. Are you 180 here and gotta be 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 185. Gotta be 187 and a half. Gotta be 187 and a half. 187 and a half. 187 and a half. 180 right there. Now 190. Gotta be 192 and a half. 195. 197 and a half. Gotta be $2 and 202 and a half. Now 205. 207 and a half. Gotta be 210 over here. 212 and a half down there. 212 and a half. 210 here and gotta be 212 and a half. 210 gotta be 212 and a half. 210 here and gotta be 212 and a half. All in and all done. 210 your way. Takes 131 the red one. Put it on 131. Takes the red one. All right, we got a little black, a little Angus Angus Shorthorn Cross here. $2. Give me two. Gotta be two. Minimum two. Gotta be two. Gotta be two. 190. Gotta be 190 here. Minimum 190. Gotta be 180. 180. A little bit of money to 180. 150. 150. Nice blue roan there. 150. Gotta be 152 and a half and 155. 157 and a half. Now 170. 172 and a half. Gotta be 175. 177 and a half. Now 170. 172 and a half. 172 and a half. 175. Gotta be 177 and a half. 180. 182 and a half. Gotta be 185. 187 and a half. 190 here. 192 and a half. 195. 197 and a half. 222. 197 and a half. $2 where? 197 and a half. Gotta be 222. 187 and a half. Gotta be $2. You say it, Ron? $2. 197 and a half here. Gotta be 222. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 197 and a half. 635. That's a dandy. Same deal right here. $2. Got to be two. Minimum $2 here right there. Now two and a half. Two and a half and 205. 207 and a half. Got to be 210 over here. 212 and a half. Got to be 215. 217 and a half. Got to be 220 to 222 and a half. 225. 227 and a half and 230 and 232 and a half. 235. 237 and a half. 240. 242 and a half. 240 here. Got to be 242 and a half. 240 here. Got to be 242 and a half. That's a dandy right there. 240 here. Got to be 242 and a half. 240 here. Got to be 242 and a half. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 240. 102. 240. 102. Finished heiferette here. Here we go. What do you want to bid on this? What do you want to be? Open right there. Open heiferette. Black white phase here. What do you want to be here? 180. Got a 180. A little bit of money to 180 over here to 180. A little bit of money to 150. Got to be 150. A little bit of money to 150. 150. 150. She's finished. Take her to the butcher. 150. Got to be 150. 150. Got to be 150. 125. Got to be 125. A little bit of money to 125.55. 125.55. Right there. Now 126. 126. 127 over here to 128. Over here to 129. Got to be 130. 131 over here to 132. 33. 34. 35 over here to 35. 136 here. 137 over here to 138 over here to 139. Got to be 40 over here to 139. 140. 139 here. 140. 139. Got to be 140. 140. 140. 130. 40. Now 141 over here to 141. Now 142. A little bit of 143 over here to 144. 145. 146 over here to 147 over here to 148 over here to 149. 150 down here. 151. Got to be 152. 153. 154. 155 and 156 over here to 156. 157 over here to 157. 157 up top. 157. Now 158. Back to you. 158 down here to 159. Going to be 159. 158 here. Going to be 159. 158 here. Going to be 159. 158 here. Going to be 159. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 158. 145. 158. 145. Thank you. Here's another one. Been on good feed. Open. Now 131. Got to be 131. You want to be 131 up top? 131, 132. Get to 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 44, and 45. Now 46 over here to 147, 148 over here to 147 and 148. 147 here, 148. 147 here. Got to be 148. 147. Got to be 148. 147 here to 148. 147, 148. All in and all done. 147 there, 34. 147, 34. 147, 34. Steer. Oh, yeah. Good one here. $2. Gotta be two. Minimum $2 here. Thank you. Now two and a half. $2 here. Two and a half. Gotta be 205. 207 and a half. Gotta be 210 and 212 and a half. 215. 217 and a half. 220. 222 and a half. 225. 227 and a half. 230 and 232 and a half. 235. 237 and a half. 240. 242 and a half. 240 here. Gonna be 242 and a half. 240 here. Gonna be 242 and a half. 242 and a half. Gonna be 42 and a half. 240 here. 242 and a half. 240 here. Gonna be 242 and a half. All in and all done. 240. 102. 240 buyer 102. Little heifer. Same man's cattle here. $2. Gotta be two. Minimum two. Gotta be $2 here. Minimum two. $2 where? Gotta be two. Minimum two. Gotta be two. 180. 180 here. Gotta be 180. Minimum 180 of your nice black heifer there. She's black. What more do you want? 180. Gotta be 182 and a half. 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 180 here. 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 185. 187 and a half down here. 190. Gotta be 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. 197 and a half. Now two and a half. 205. 27 and a half. Gonna be 210 over here. 210. 210. 27 and a half. 210. 27 and a half here. 210. 27 and a half down here. 210. Where? 27 and a half. Gonna be 210. 10. Sold her right there. 207 and a half. 635. Thank you. You betcha. $2, minimum two, gonna be $2 here, minimum two, gonna be two. Same man's cattle, gotta be $2 here, minimum two. 190, gotta be 190, minimum 190 here, gonna be 190, gotta be 180 over here, to 180. Now 182 and a half. 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 185 over here, to 185, 187 and a half your way. Now 190, gotta be 192 and a half, 195, 197 and a half, now $2 here, and two and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, and 205. Gotta be 205 here, 202 and a half, gonna be 205, 202 and a half here, gonna be 205, gotta be 205, 202 and a half here, gotta be 205. All in and all done. Sold it to you 202 and a half, 364. Thank you. Nice. Oh, yeah. I'm not even. We're not even going there. I brought my sleeping bag and pillow, I think. Here's a nice set. 3 nice steers there. 3 nice ones there. We got some Dugan steers here. $2 here, minimum two, gonna be $2 here, gonna be $2, better money na two, now better money na two, 180 where gonna be 180, now better money na 180 over here, no 180, gotta be 180 over here, 175, 55, good steers there, 175, take them home, put them to work, 175, gonna be 75, thank you, now 177 and a half, 175, gonna be 177 and a half, gonna be 175, and 177 and a half, 175 here, and 177 and a half, gonna be 177 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 back to you, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 187 and a half right there, now 190, now 192 and a half, now 185, 197 and a half, now $2, now 202 and a half, gonna be 205, 202 and a half here, gonna be 205, 202 and a half here, 205 where, 202 and a half, gonna be 205, 55, all in and all done. Sold them to you 202 and a half, 626, 626. Got some dandies right here. These things had all their shots. They're ready to go. Been on good feed. Been on Facebook for about a week. $2 here, gonna be two, minimum $2 here, gonna be two, gonna be two, gonna be $2 here, gonna be two, gonna be $2. $2 where, gonna be two, minimum $2 here, gonna be two, gonna be two, 180 here, gonna be 180, minimum 180 over here, 180 right there. Now 182 and a half, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 197 and a half. Now 197 and a half, 202 and a half, 205, 207 and a half, 207 and a half, 205 there. Now 207 and a half, gonna be 210 over here, 210 to 212 and a half, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 217 and a half, 217 and a half, gonna be 220 to 222 and a half, and 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, and 230. Now 232 and a half, now 235, gonna be 237 and a half, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 237 and a half here, 240 where, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 240, 240, 240. Sold them your way, 237 and a half. What's that number there? 603, 603. Thank you. Nice steers there. Got $2 for choice? You betcha. Now 202 and a half for choice. 202 and a half and 205. 207 and a half, gonna be 210 and 212 and a half, gonna be 215 over here, 215. 212 and a half. Now 215. 212 and a half, gonna be 215 over here, 215, 217 and a half, and 220. 2 and a half, and gonna be 225, 227 and a half, and 230, 232 and a half, 235, gonna be 237 and a half, and 240, 242 and a half, 245, 242 and a half here. You want to be 245, 242 and a half right there. Now 245, 242 and a half, gonna be 245 right here. Sold them to you. 242 and a half takes all three on 102. 102. Thank you. He's getting her done. $489 today. $489. Who's the winner, John?
I did 450.
I said 500.
You might be the closest.
Perfect. What's the prize, anyways? What's the prize? Here we go. 100 and 103. Same deal. Open heifers here. Dugan cattle. What do you want to Minimum here. How about two on these? Got to be two. Minimum $2 here. Got to be two. Minimum two. Got to be $2 here. Black ones there. Got to be two. 180. Minimum 180 here. Got to be 180. A little bit of money now. 80. Got to be 180. Minimum 180 here. 165. 165. Got to be 135. A little bit of money now. 135. 150. A little bit of 150. 50. Got to be 150. A little bit of money now. 150. 145. 140. Got to be 140. A little bit of 140. Now 142 and a half. 140 here. Got to be 142 and a half. 145. Got to be 145 and 147 and a half. Got to be 150. 150. Back to you. 152 and a half now. 152 now. 155. 155. Gonna be 155. 157 and a half. 160. 162 and a half. 165. 165. Now 167 and a half. 165. Gotta be 167 and a half. 135. Gotta be 137 and a half. Now 170. 170 up there. 170 now. 172 and a half. 172 and a half. Right there. 175. Gotta be 175 your way in the glasses now. 175. 177 and a half. Now 180. 180 right here. 180. Gotta be 180. 180. 177 and a half. 180 your way. 177 and a half. Right here. 180 where? 177 and a half. 180. Gotta be 180. 177 and a half. Gotta be 180. All in and all done. 177 and a half right there, 607. Thank you, sir. This guy's got about 30 head in here, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Get you some of my cold medicine.
We'll start yawning yet. We're just getting warmed up. Oh, here more cows.
Been on good feet here. 180. Gotta be 180. 180, 180, gotta be 180 over here, 180, a little bit of money, 180 over here, down 180, 150, gotta be 150, in the middle of 50, gotta be 150, a little bit of money, 150 over here, now 140, 140 where? 140, right there, now 142 and a half, 142 and a half, gotta be 145, 145 your way, 147 and a half, gotta be 150, 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, gotta be 160 here, 162 and a half, gotta be 165, 167 and a half, gotta be 167 and a half. I got you at 165, 167 and a half where? 165, you want some more? 165, gotta be 167 and a half. I got you at 165, 167 and a half, 135, gotta be 137 and a half, 135 here, gotta be 137 and a half, all in and all done. 165 right there and 634, 165 on 634, thank you. There you go, you get 4. 92, you get 4. 160, gotta be 160, no little bit of money, no 150, gotta be 150, I'm gonna be 150, 150, no little bit of money, 150, 150 where? 150, gotta be 150, take them home, put them to work here, 150, 140, gotta be 140, no little bit of money, 140, now 142 and a half, 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, half, gotta be 142 and a half, 140 here, 142 and a half, 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, gotta be 142 and a half, 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, 142 and a half, 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, 142 and a half, don't want to miss anybody here. 142 and a half, gonna be 140 here, and 142 and a half, half hand, gonna be 142 and a half, 142 here, 142 and a half, all in and all done. 140, put them on the 10s. Yeah. Yellow tag needs to be separate. We can weigh him separate. He's enough of a match. We'll just weigh him separate, right? Oh, that's the purebred? All right, we're going to sell the yellow tagged one. He's a purebred Black Angus steer. Selling the yellow tagged one here. What's that lot number there? 80 straight. Selling the yellow tagged one here. You betcha. I said, yeah. Who knows what I said? 180, now 182 and a half. 180 here, going to be 180 182 and a half right there. 185, 187 and a half, now 190. 190 up top. 187 and a half. You want to be 190 up top? Now 192 and a half. Going to be 195. 195. Going to be 195. 195. 197 and a half. Now $2. $2 up top. Going to be 2. 197 and a half and $2 up top. $2 up top. He's purebred black. He's worth the money. Now 2 and a half. Going to be 205. 205. 207 and a half. Going to be 210. 212 and a half. 210 here. 212 and a half. 212 and a half. Back to you. Now 215. Going to be 217 and a half. Going to be 220 to 222 and a half. Now 225. 227 and a half. Going to be 230 to 232 and a half. 230 here. Going to be 232 and a half. 230 here. Going to be 232 and a half. 230 here. Going to be 232 and a half. 232 and a half. 230 here. Going to be 232 and a half. All in and all done. 230. 102. 230. 102. Okay, you get 2 more here. $2 even now. Got to be 2. $2 to 2. Got to be 2. Steers there. Black steer. Got to be 2. $2. 2. 180. 180. Where going to be 180? 180 right there. Now 182 and a half. 180 here. Now 182 and a half. 180 here. Going to be 182 and a half. 180 here. Going to be 182 and a half. 180 here. 182 and a half. Going to be 182 and a half. 180 here. Going to be 182 and a half. 182 and a half right there. And 185. 185 back to you. 187 and a half. Got to be 190 up top and 190. 190 now. 192 and a half down there and 195. 195. Going to be 195. 195. 197 and a half. Now $2 up here. Now 2. Got to be 2. A little bit on the end. 2. Now 2 and a half. $2 here and 2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 202 and a half. All in and all done. You bought them right there. $2. Buyer number what? What's that buyer number, sir? 631. You got them. Good job there. Perfect. You're getting bred ones here. Bred to. Bred to an Angus? Bred to a black white face? Perfect. 6 plus. You get bred ones here. You betcha. 6 plus. Bred heifers here. What do you want to make these heifers? Got to be $1,200. $1,200. Going to be 12. By the head here. Going to be $1,200. $1,200. What'd you say? 1,000. Well, 1,000 here. Got to be 11. 1,000. Got to be 1,100. Over your middle 11. Got to be 1,100. 1,000. 1,100. 1,000 here. Got to be 1,100. 1,000. Got to be 1,100. 1,000. Got to be 1,112. $1,200. 1,100. How about 11 and a half? Got to be 11 and a half. Now 12 down here. Got to be 12 and a half. 12 and a half. Got to be 12 and a half. 12 and a quarter. 12 and 12 and a half here. Now 12 and a half. Back to you, Mel. Got to be 12 and a half and 12.75 up top. 75 and 1300 minimum 13 gonna be 1300 1275 and 13 1275 13 1275 here and gonna be 13 can't go wrong there 1275 gonna be 1300 minimum 13 gonna be 13 1275 and 1300 1275 here 1300 good start to a herd 1275 gonna be 13 minimum 13 1275 gonna be 13 1275 and 13 1275 and 13 all in and all done 1275 right there. Put them on the straights. This one's open. The same man's cattle here. 180, gotta be 180. 150, gotta be 150. A little bit of money, and then 150, 150, 50, gotta be 150. A little bit of money, and 150. 145, 145, right there. Now 147 and a half, 145, gotta be 147 and a half, 145, gotta be 147 and a half, 150. 152 and a half, gotta be 155. 157 and a half, now 150 here, 132 and a half, gotta be 132 and a half, 135 here, 177 and a half. 170 up top, 172 and a half down here, 175, 177 and a half, 180. 182 and a half, gonna be 185. 185, 55, 187 and a half, now 190. 190 here, gonna be 190, 190, 190. 187 and a half, 190. 187 and a half here, you're going to be 190. 187 and a half here, you want to be 188. 188 over here, 188, you want to be 188. 187 and a half, 188, 189, 190. 190 here, 189, 190. 189 here, you're going to be 190, 190, 190. All in and all done. 189, 635, 189, 635. Thank you. All right, we got a free Martin here. 160, gotta be 160, no bit of money, 150, 150, gotta be 150, don't buy her. 150, no bit of money, 150, 50, 50, 50, 50, buyer, feeder out, butcher, 150, gotta be 150, no bit of money, 150, 50, 50, gotta be 150, no bit of money, 150, 140, gotta be 140, 40, 40, 40, 40, $1 here, gotta be $1 right there, no 102 and a half, 102 and a half and 105, 105, 102 and a half, gotta be 105, 107 and a half, gotta be 110, over here, 110, 110, 112 and a half, 115, 117 and a half, 120, 122 and a half, 125, 127 and a half, gotta be 130 down here, 130, 132 and a half, gotta be 135, 137 and a half here, and 137 and a half and 140, 140 142 and a half, gonna be 145. 145 your way. 147 and a half Rich. 147 and a half. 150 up there. Now 152 and a half. 150 here, 152 and a half. 150 here. Gotta be 152 and a half. Anybody else? 152 and a half and 155 back to you, Todd. Gotta be 155. 157 and a half. 157 and a half. 155. Gotta be 157 and a half. 155. Gotta be 157 and a half. All in and all done. 155, 364. 155, 364. Thank you. $2 and gonna be two. Nice little black heifer there. Gonna be 222, 180, gotta be 180, a little bit of money, no 180 over here, no 150. 150 where? 150, gotta be 150, no little bit of money, no 150, gotta be 150, no little bit of money, no 150, 150, 140 here, and gotta be 140, 140, 140, 140, 140, 140, 125, gotta be 125, 55, right there. Now 127 and a half, 125, 127 and a half, gotta be 130, 130 here, and 132 and a half, 132 and a half, gotta be 135, 137 and a half, gotta be 140 here, and 142 and a half, gotta be 145, 55, 147 and a half, gotta be 150, 147 and a half, 150, 152 and a half, got 155, Gary, 155 your way, 155 your way, Gary, 157 and a half, now 160, 160 your way, 160 over here, gotta be 160 over here. 162 and a half. 160 here, and gonna be 132 and a half. 132 and a half. 130 here, and gonna be 132 and a half. Sold at 160 down there. And we got some special ones right here. Brandon Rickner steers right here. Been weaned 6 up to date on their shots. They've been 7-way vaxxed. Been on good 14% grass silage. Mellow and easy to handle. These things are all the way. I see it. Here we go. What do you want to do? Buy one them all. If you want one out of there to put on your pasture, your 5 acres, buy one or buy them all. We'll sell all of them here. What do you want to bid here? You got to be 225. 225. Got to be 225. Got to be 2. A little bit of money now. 225. $2. $2 here. And gonna be two. Minimum 222. Gonna be $2 here. And gonna be 22222. Those things are ready to go. $2 and gonna be 222. Somebody say $2. Gotta be 2222 right there. Now 202 and a half. 202 and a half. Gonna be 202 and a half. $2 here. And gonna be 202 and a half. $2. 202 and a half. $2 here. And gonna be 202 and a half. Gonna be 202 and a half. $2 here. And gonna be 202 and a half. 202 and a half. Now 205. Gotta be 207 and a half. Gonna be 210. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. I mean 217 and a half. Gonna be 220. Now 222 and a half. Gotta be 225. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. Now 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. Now 242 and a half. 245. 247 and a half and 250. 250 here. Now 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. 252 and a half here and 255. 252 and a half here and gonna be 255. 252 and a half and gonna be 255. 55. 252 and a half. 255, 252 and a half, 255, all in and all done. Sold them to you, Aaron. 252 and a half, 102 takes them all. You betcha. Those things are going to be good. How many was that? That means there's 2 more coming. 3 more coming. Same deal right here. Weaned since October, up to date on shots, 7-way vax, been on good 14% grass silage. Easy going. Here's your 3 reds. Buy them all. $2 and gotta be 2. Minimum 2. Got 2 and a 2, 2 and a half. $2 here and gonna be 2, 2 and a half. Minimum 2, 2 and a half. You gotta be 2, 2 and a half. 2, 7 and a half. Gotta be 210. 212 and a half. Gotta be 215. Over here 215. 217 and a half. Gotta be 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 227 and a half, 230, now 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, 235 here, gonna be 237 and a half, and 240 here, gonna be 242 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, now 250, 252 and a half, now 255, 252 and a half your way, now 255, 255, 252 and a half, and 255, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 55, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, all in and all done. Do I have 255? I got him already, and he wants them back, please. I got you sold at 252 and a half. 617. He might want 2. He wants the 2 biggest ones, if that helps, Gary. Watch your back here. Everything happens fast around here. No, the middle. This one. 179 and 180. You want the other one, Aaron? He'll take it. He'll take 173 for 102. We'll put 173 on 102. Next year's calf crop, they're going to be a lot darker. Black bull on them. What do we got here? Look at these two red guys. 951, 950 something else. Couple little red Angus heifers. Looks like there might be a little Highlander in there with that hairdo. Ain't no hiding that. $2 gonna be $2, minimum $2 here, gonna be $2, new $2, gonna be $2 here, minimum $2, gonna be $2, gonna be $2. 180, gonna be 180, no little bit 180, gonna be 180 over here, 180, 150, gonna be 150, no little bit 150. Now 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 52 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, 150 here and 152 and a half. Where? Got 150, 152 and a half, 155, 155, 157 and a half. Who is it? 157 and a half, right there. Now 160, 160 to you, 162 and a half, 162 and a half, gonna be 165, 165. 165, 167 and a half. Now 170. Got to be 170, 167 and a half. Got to be 170 your way. Now 172 and a half, 175, 175, 172 and a half. Got to be 175, 172 and a half. Got to be 175, 172 and a half, 175. Sold them to you, 172 and a half, 630, 630. Thank you. Little bull there. Black Angus bull. $2 and gonna be $2, minimum $2 here, and gonna be $2, minimum $2 here, and gonna be $2, 180, gonna be 180, no little bit 180, gotta be 180, 180, 150, get $1 even, gotta be $1, minimum $1. Now 102 and a half, $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, 105, gonna be 107 and a half, down here 110, over here 112 and a half, now 115, 117 and a half, 117 and a half, 120, now 122 and a half, gonna be 125, 127 and a half, gonna be 130, 130, 130, 130, 130, 130 your way, now 132 and a half, 135, Gary, 135, 135, over here 137 and a half, gonna be 137 and a half, and 140, Gary, 140, 140, 140, 142 and a half here, at 145, 145, 145, Gary, 145, and 147 and a half, 147 and a half, gonna be 150, back to you, 150, gonna be 150, 152 and a half, over here to 155, 155, 155, 155 right there, 157 and a half, 155 here, 157 and a half, 160 here, gonna be 172 and a half, gonna be 135, 135, 167 and a half, now 170 here, 172 and a half, and then 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 over here to 182 and a half, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 55, 185. That's still pretty cheap. 185, 187 and a half. Got to be 190 your way. 192 and a half. Got to be 192 and a half. 195 over here to 197 and a half. Now $2. $2 here. Going to be 202 and a half. Going to be 205. 205. 202 and a half. Going to be 205. 202 and a half here. Got to be 205. 202 and a half here. Going to be 205. All in and all done. 202 and a half on Glenn down there. 202 and a half on Glenn. Red heifer there is a good red heifer. Gotta be red heifer. $2 gonna be 180, gonna be 180, no little bit of money, no 180, gonna be 180, 150, no little bit of money, 150, 150, 150, gonna be 150, no little bit of money, 150, 150, 140, 140, gotta be 140, no little bit of money, 140, 140, 140, 140, 140, 120, gotta be 120, 120, 120, 120, 120. Now 122 and a half, 122 and a half. Now 125, gonna be 127 and a half, gonna be 127 and a half, 127 and a half, and 130, 130, gonna be 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 135, 135, 132 and a half, 135. 137 and a half, now 140, 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, gotta be 142 and a half, Rich, wanna be 142 and a half, 145, now 147 and a half, gotta be 150, over here to 150, 150, now 152 and a half, gotta be 155, 155, 157 and a half, now 160 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 135, 55, 132 and a half, 165, 162 and a half here, gonna be 135, 55, 132 and a half, 165, sold it to you, 162 and a half, Rich's way, 162 and a half, Rich's way. $1 here, gotta be one. Minimum $1 here, gotta be one. Minimum $1 here, gotta be one. Gotta be $1 by the pound, gotta be one. 85 cents, 85, gotta be 85, 55, minimum 85. 85, minimum 85, 85, 85, 50 cents. Right there in a 52 and a half. 50 here, gonna be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 50 here, gonna be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 50 here, gonna be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, gotta be 55, now 57 and a half, now 57 and a half, 60, Gary, gotta be 60, 57 and a half, 60 where, you gotta be 60, 62 and a half, gotta be 65, 65, 67 and a half, now 70 here, and gonna be 70 here, 70 here, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 75 here, 77 and a half, minimum 80, gotta be 80, 77 and a half, here now 80, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, gonna be 90 here, minimum 90, now 92 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, gotta be $1 here, now 102 and a half, $1 here, 102 and a half, $1 up top, gotta be 102 and a half, you said it, 102 and a half, 105, 105, 102 and a half, gotta be 105, 102 and a half, gotta be 105, 5, 5, 5, 5, sold it right there, 102 and a half with the steal, put it on Greg. Heifer, black heifer. 120, minimum 120, 20, gonna be 120 here, minimum 120. Whoa, she wants out. 120, gonna be 120, 20, gonna be $1 even. $1 even, gotta be one, gotta be $1 here, minimum 1, gotta be 85, $1. Now 102 and a half. $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, and 105, gonna be 105, 107 and a half, 110 here, and 12 and a half, gonna be 15, 115. Did you say it? 115, 117 and a half, gonna be 117 and a half your way. 120, gonna be 120, 117 and a half, 120, 122 and a half. Now 122 and a half. Gonna be 120 here, 122 and a half. 120 here, 122 and a half, 122 and a half, 120 here, 122 and a half. Sold it to you, 120. Put him on the fours. Yeah, buyer four. Nice little Charlet steer there. What do we got here? $125. Gotta be 125 in the ring. Nice one there. 250, gotta be 250, a little bit running at 250, 50, gotta be 250, a little bit running at 250, 50, 225, right there. Now 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, and 230, 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, 240 here, gonna be 240 and 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 247 and a half, 250 your way, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 257 and a half, and 260, down 262 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, now 270, 272 and a half, 275, 272 and a half, hook 'em a cattle here, 275, and gonna be 277 and a half up top, 277 and a half up top, 277 and a half up top, now 280, 277 and a half, gotta be 280, 277 and a half, gotta be 280, 277 and a half, now 280, all in and all done, 277 and a half right there, 364, even bigger, here we go, Mr. Van Weerhuizen cattle right here, nice Charlet steer there, he's been advertised. 250, gonna be 250, no little running at 250, gotta be 250, no little running at 250, 225, gotta be 225, minimum 225, 55, 225. Now $2 where? He's a dandy right there, and gonna be 2, minimum 2. Did you say 2? I need 2, gotta be 2, gonna be $2 here, minimum 2. 180 here, 180 right there, and 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 197 and a half, and 2. Now 202 and a half, 205, now 27 and a half, gonna be 210, 212 and a half, 215, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, 222 and a half, 225. 227 and a half, gonna be 230, and 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 55, 232 and a half, 235 where, 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 55, 232 and a half, and 235, all in and all that. Sold 232 and a half, 102, 232 and a half, 102. Nice red steer here. Another hook'em steer. Colin's brother. 250, gotta be 250, limit on 250, 250, gotta be 225 here, 225, gotta be 225, 5, gotta be 225, 5, gotta be 225. 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, gonna be 230, 227 and a half, 230 where? 227 and a half, 230, 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 235 right there. Now 237 and a half, 240, 240, gonna be 242 and a half, gonna be 242 and a half, and 245, gonna be 245, 247 and a half, 250 here and a 250, 250, 247 and a half, 250 in the red. You gotta be 252 and a half there and a 255, 255, 257 and a half, and 260 here, 260 here, 262 and a half. Now 265, 265, gonna be 265, 267 and a half. 265 here. Anybody want to do 267 and a half? 265 here. 267 and a half. All in on a 267 and a half. 270. 267 and a half here. Going to be 270. 270. 267 and a half. 270. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 267 and a half. 113. 267 and a half. 113. Same man's cattle. Hook 'em a cattle. Another good one right here. 250, gonna be 250, a little bit on 250, 250, gonna be 250, a little bit on 250, 250, cut right to the chase. Thank you. Now 250, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 255, gonna be 257 and a half, and 260 here, 260, 262 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, gotta be 270 your way, 270, 267 and a half, gotta be 270, 267 and a half, gotta be 270, 287 and a half, gotta be 270, 267 and a half, gotta be 270, 267 and a half, gotta be 270, 270, 270, all in and all done. 267 and a half, 102, 102. Couple nice little steers there. Now 272 and a half. 270 here, going to be 272. I was going to say that. 270, going to be 272 and a half, going to be 272 and a half. 270 here, going to be 272 and a half. Now 275, 277 and a half, going to be 280 here, and 282 and a half, going to be 285, 55, 285, 282 and a half, 285, 282 and a half here, going to be 285, 282 and a half, going to be 285, 55, 282 and a half, going to be 285, 282 and a half, need 285, 282 and a half, going to be 285, going to be 285, 287 and a half. Now 290, 290, now 292 and a half, going to be 295. 297 and a half. Now $3 here. Minimum $3, going to be $3 here, and 302 and a half, going to be 305 up top, and 305.55, 305. 307 and a half. 307 and a half, going to be 310, 10, 10, 307 and a half, now 310. 307 and a half here, going to be 310, 310, 307 and a half here, going to be 310, 10, 10, 10, 10. Sold them to you. 307 and a half your way, Brock. His number is 383. We got a bull. There's no shortage of bulls around here. No shortage of bulls today. Nice Charlet cross here. Red Charlet. It looks like a Charlet to me. Quit reading the computer, I think. He's a little red. Nice bull there. Hey, what do you want to bid here on this bull here? What do you want to bid on him? Let's see here. 180, gotta be 180. Leave it on 180. Where you know what? 180, gotta be 180. 180. Leave it on 180 over here. 150, gotta be 150. Leave it on 150 over here. 150. Leave it on 150. 150. 150. 150. 125. 125, gotta be 125. Now 127 and a half. 125, gotta be 127 and a half. 127 and a half. 125, gotta be 127 and a half. I got you. It's 127 and a half. Gotta be 130. 130, gotta be 130 over here. 130. 130. Now 132 and a half. 132 and a half. Now 135. 137 and a half. Gotta be 140. 142 and a half. Gotta be 145. 147 and a half. 150. 152 and a half. 152 and a half, going to be 155. 157 and a half, going to be 160 over here. 162 and a half, going to be 135. 135. 165. 167 and a half. 165, going to be 167 and a half. 165 here, going to be 167 and a half. 165 here, going to be 167 and a half. You want to be 167 and a half. 165 here, got to be 167 and a half. 135 here, going to be 167 and a half. 170, 170 your way. 170. You're holding your card. I'm going to take you. 170 to 172 and a half. 172 and a half. 170 here, got to be 172 and a half. 170 here, going to be 172 and a half. 170 here, going to be 172 and a half. All in and all done. 170, 606. 170, 606. Thank you. You're getting into the Sims cattle here. Big Angus heifer. She's open. 130, gotta be 130, minimum 130, 130, gotta be 130, no limit or landing, 130, 130, now 132 and a half, 130, how about 131, 131 over here to 132, 132, gonna be 132, you're 132, 131 here. I got you at 131 already. Now 132, 133, gotta be 134, gotta be 135, 136, over here to 137, 138, over to 139, over here to 140, gotta be 141, over to 142, 143, 144, 145, 146 here, 47, 48, and 49, gotta be 50, now 51, 152, 151, no 152, 151, gotta be 152, 151, gotta be 152, 22, 151, gotta be 152, 151, gotta be 152, 153, over here to 153, gotta be 153, 152, gotta be 153, 152 here, gotta be 153, 152, gotta be 153, all in and all done. Sold at 152 right there. 610, buyer 610. Nice black steer here from the Laird farm. 180, gotta be 180. 180, 180, I'm gonna bid 180 here, you gotta be 165, gotta be 165, 55, bid 165, 55, gotta be 165. 150 here, you're gonna be 150 right there. Now 152 and a half. 150 here, you're gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half. 155, 157 and a half. Now 160, gotta be 160 over here to 160, gotta be 160, 162 and a half. 165, gotta be 167 and a half, to 170 your way to 170, 172 and a half, gotta be 175. 175 here, 175, gotta be 175, 172 and a half, 175, 172 and a half here, gonna be 175, 55, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, sold it to you, 172, 635. $2, gonna be two, minimum $2 here, gonna be two, gonna be $2 here, gonna be two, minimum two. Foster cattle here, foster cattle. $2, gonna be two, minimum $2 here, gonna be two. 180 here, minimum 180 here, get a nice little black heifer, 180, 182 and a half. 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half. Right there, to 185, gonna be 187 and a half, gonna be 190 and 182 and a half, gonna be 195, 195, 197 and a half, and a two. Now 202 and a half, 202 and a half, gonna be 205 up there. Now 205, gonna be 207 and a half. Now here, now 210, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, and 215, gonna be 217 and a half. 215, 217 and a half. 215, gonna be 217 and a half. Over here to 215, gonna be 217 and a half. All in and all done. 215, 364, 215, 364. Still foster cattle here. Here you're gonna be two, minimum $2 here, you're gonna be $2 here, minimum two. Is this a steer this time? Yes, it is. That's steer. How about $2 here? You're gonna be two, minimum $2 here, you're gonna be two, boom, two. Paid $2.15 for the heifer. How about two on this one? Thank you. Now two and a half. Two and a half, gonna be 205. Over here, two and a half, gonna be 205. Two and a half, gonna be 205, 55, two and a half here. Now 205. Are you bidding? 205. 207 and a half. Now 210. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215, 217 and a half. Gonna be 220 to 222 and a half, and 225, 227 and a half. Gonna be 230 to 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, 240, 242 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, 245 here. Todd, you want to be 247 and a half? 245 here. I'm gonna be 247 and a half, 245 here. I'm gonna be 247 and a half. I got 245 here, 247 and a half. All in 247 and a half. Now 250, 250 here. I'm gonna be 252 and a half. I'm gonna be 252 and a half. I'm gonna be 250. Back to you. 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, 260, 262 and a half, 265. Back to you, 265, 267 and a half. Now 270 here, 272 and a half. Now 275, 275, 272 and a half. I'm gonna be 275 your way. Want to be 275 DL, 275, 272 and a half here. I got you to 272 and a half. Need to, no? Are you saying no? Got you at 270 then. You want to be 270? I knew he'd do that. Who's going to be start up? You want to be 270. Now 272 and a half. 270 here. You're going to be 272 and a half. 270 here. You're going to be 272 and a half. All in and all done. Sold it to you at 270, 624. Let's see here. What number? Yearling bull. Nice little Sims, Frank Sims bull here. Just a dandy. 180 here. You're going to be 180. A little bit running to 180. Over here to 180. A little bit running to 180. Going to be 180. 150 here. You're going to be 150. A little bit running to 150. 150. Going to be 150. A little bit running to 150. I think it's a black Angus. I'm pretty sure it's purebred black Angus. No, not Simmental. It's black Angus. What do I know? Who wants to be a $150 here? Got to be 150. A little bit running to 150. 150. Got to be 150. A little bit running to 150. 150. 150. 150 here, you're going to be 150, 125, going to be 125 right there. Now 127 and a half, 125, 127 and a half, now 130, 130, 132 and a half, 135, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 137 and a half here. Now 140, 140, 137, 140, now 142 and a half, going to be 145, 147 and a half, 147 and a half your way, and 145, 147 and a half, 145 here, going to be 147 and a half, 145 here, going to be 147 and a half right there. Now 150, 152 and a half, now 155, 155, going to be 155, 152 and a half, 153 up there, want to be 153 and 154, 154, got to be 155 here, to 155, 55, 156 here, 157, 158, 158, back to you, DL, got to be 158, 159, now 160, 160, now 161, 162, got to be 163 here, and 134, 134, 135, now 136 down here, 137, 136 here, and got to be 137, 136 here, and got to be 137, 136 here, and got to be 137, all in and all done. 166 on 642, 166 on 642. Holstrom cattle here. Get two steers here. 150, got to be running 150, 152 and a half. 150 here, going to be 152 and a half. Going to be 152 and a half. 150 here, going to be 152 and a half. Now 155, 157 and a half. 157 and a half. Now 160, 152 and a half. Going to be 152 and a half. 135, 137 and a half. 170, 172 and a half. Going to be 175, 177 and a half. Going to be 177 and a half. And 180, 182 and a half. Going to be 182 and a half. Now 185, 187 and a half. Going to be 187 and a half. Now 190 here, 192 and a half. Going to be 192 and a half. 190 here. How about 192 and a half? 195, 197 and a half. 197 and a half. Got to be $2. $2. 197 and a half. Hey, you're $2. I got two right there. Now two at 2 and a half. You got somebody else? $2 here. 2 at 2 and a half. 205. Gonna be 207 and a half. Gonna be 210. Over here to 210. 210. Now 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. 215 in the hat. 210. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. 217 and a half. 217 and a half. Gonna be 220. Now 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 225. You want to be 225? Now 227 and a half. 225 here, and going to be 227 and a half, 225 here, and going to be 227 and a half, 225 here, 227 and a half. Sold them to you, 225. What's that number? 607. Here, sir, you want to jump on?
All right, two heifers. 220, 220, 210, 210, $2, $2, $2, 190, 180, 180, 2 and a half, now 5, 185, now 7 and a half, now 198, now 2 and a half, 5, 195, now $2, $2 to 1, 201 to 2, 203, 203, 4, 204, 5, 205, now 5, 5, now 6, now 7, 208, 208, 9, 29, now 10, 210, 210, now 11, 211, now 12, 212, 212, now 13, 13, now 14, 214, 213, now 14, 214, sold 213, 364. Oh, here we go. We got more heifers, same cattle. Came in last night. All right, what do we got on? 210, 210, $2, 190, 190, 185, 185, 185, 185, 180. 80, 2 and a half, 182 and a half, 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 182 and a half, sold 180 by 2. Mel by 2. We got them sold. No, single. Nice little heifer. What are we gonna? Oh, 210. Don't weigh much. $2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 204, 204, 5, 205, 25. Now 6, 206, now 7, 27, 27, 8, 28, 9, 29, 29, 10, 210, 210, 11, 211, 12, 212, 13. 213 now 14, 14, 14 now 15, 215 now 16, 16, 17, 217, 18, 218, 18 to 19, 219, 219. Josiah Glenn, 219, now 20, 220, 220, 21, 221, 221, 221, 221, now 222, 223, 223. Sold 222 up top, 615. All right, what do we got here? This is a lightweight little steer. $2, $190, 190. Don't weigh much. 190, 185, 185, 185, 185, 180, 180. Now 181, 181 now 2, 22 now 3, 183 now 4, 184 now 5, 105 now 6 now 7, 107 now 8, 108, 9, 109 now 10, 120, 10, then now 11, 210, now 11, 211, 210 now 11, 211, that's the way to do it, 210 11, 211, 211 now 12, 212, 13, 213, now 14, 214, 214, 15, 215, 16, 17, 217, 18, 218, 18 now 19, 219, 219, now 20, now 1, 221, now 2, 222, 221, 222, 222 now 3, 223, 224, 224, 223 now 4, 224, 24, now 5, 225, now 6, 226 now 7, 227, 227, 227, 227, sold 226, Glenn. What do we got here? Some shorthorn, maybe? Steers? Or maybe some mains, maybe? All right, 3 steers. 250, 250, 225, 225, 210, $210, $2, 2. 2, now 1, 201, now 2, 202, now 3, 203, 33, now 4, 204, now 5, 205, 205, now 6, 7, 207, 205, now 6, now 7, 207, 205, now 7, 708, 708, now 10, 210, now 11, 211, now 12, 212, 12, now 13, now 14, 14, 15, 215, now 16, now 17, 17, now 18, 218, 19, 219, now 20, 220, 221, 221, now 2, 222, 3, 4, 224, 224, 4, 5, 226, 226, now 7, 227, 08, 228, 28 to 9, now 30, 130, 231, 31, now 2, 232, 2, now 3, 234, 35, 235, 36, 237, 37 to 8, 38 to 9, 39 to 40, 40 to 40 to 1, 41, 2, 3, 43 to 4, 44 to 5, 41 to 6, 46 to 7, 47, 248, 248 to 9, 249 to 50, 250, that's where we started, 250 to 1, 251, 2, 252 now 3, 253 4, 54 now 5, 255, 7, 257, 256 now 7, 257, sold 256. John, what do you got that on? 619, 619. Steers? Yep, I think so. Same place. 250, 250. 5, 225, 225 now 6, 6 now 7, 227 8, 228, 228 to 9, 229, 30, 230 now 1, 231 now 2, 232, 232 now 3, 233, 4, 234 now 5, 235 now 6, 236 7, 237 now 8, 38, 38 now 9, 239, 40, 40 now 1, 41 now 2, 42, 2, 41 now 2, 42, 42, 43, 43, 4, 44 now 5, 45 5, now 6, 46 now 7, 47 now 8, 48, 49, 249 now 50, 50 now 1, 251 now 2, 52 now 3, 53, 4, 55, 255 now 6, 256 now 7, 257 now 8, 258, 258 now 9, 259, 259, 60, 260 now 1, 61, 261, sold 263, 64. Oh, what do we got here? Steers. Came from the same place. A little Murray, maybe. $2, $2, $2, $1.95, $1.95, $1.95, $1.80, $180, $180, $180, $160. Now 1, $161, $160. Now 1, $161, $161, $161, $161, $161, $161, $161, $161, 2, 3 was 2, 163 now 4, 64 now 5, 65 now 6, 667, 67 now 8, 68, 69. Now 70, 70 now 1, 71 now 2, 72 now 3, 73 now 4, 5, 75 now 6, 76 now 7, 78, 78 now 9, 79 now 8, 80 now 1, 81, 182, 3, 83, 183 now 4, 184 now 5, 185 now 6, 7, 8, 188, 187 now 8, 188, 188, now 9, 189, now to 90, 190, now 91, 190 now 91 now 2, 92, 3, 93 now 4, 94 now 4 now 5, 95 now 6, 96 now 7, 97, 98, 198, 99, 102, $2, 2, now 1, 201 now 2, 202, 201 now 2, sold 201 right here, 6, what was that? 607, 607. Oh, what do we got here? Right, let me a little, yeah. Lightweight, $3, 250, 250, 225, 225. Don't weigh much, 225. I got 2, now 1. 201, $2, now 1, 201, $2 now 1, $2 now 1, $2 now 1, $2 now 2, 2 now 3, 2 now 4, 204, 5, 205 now 6, 206, 206 now 7, 207 now 8, 208, 29, now 10, 210 now 11, 211 now 12, 12, 12 now 13, 213, 14, 15, 215 now 16, 16 now 17, 217, now 18, 218, now 19, 219, 218 now 19, 219, sold 218 right down here. What's your number? 608, 608. Steer, 250, 250, 240, 40, 225, 225 to 6, 6 now 7, 228, 228 to 9, 229 to 30, 230 to 1, 231, 2, 3, 233 to 4, 4 now 5, 229 to 6, 237, 237, 8, 39, 39 to 40, 40 now 240, 240, 210 to 9, 2 to 40, 40 now 1, 41 to 2, 42 now 3, 44 to 4, 44 to 5, 45, 246, 7, 247 to 8, 248 to 9, 249 to 50, 250, 1, 251, 2, 52 now 3, 53, 3 now 4, 54 now 5, 56, 7, 57, 257 8, 58 to 9, 59, 259, 60, 260, 60 now 1, 261 now 2, 62 now 3, 4, 5, 65 now 6, 667, 267 and 8, 268, 269, now 70, 270 now 1, 271, 271, sold 270, 364. Oh, what do we got here? Some more heifers. Same cattle. Heifers, 250, 240, 40, 225, 225, 225, 210. $2, Ron. Now 1, now 2, 3, 3, now 4, 4, now 5, now 6, now 7, now 8, 9, 10, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, now 16, 17, now 18, now 19, 220, now 1, 221, now 2, 2, now 3, 23, now 4, 24, now 5, 25, now 6, 7, 227, 27, 226, now 7, 227, sold them, 226, 364. Oh, same cattle, steer. 240, 240, 225, 225, 225, $2. Now one. 2 1 2 now 1 2 no 1 no 2 2 no 3 2 no 3 no 4 2 no 5 2 no 6 2 7 2 to 7 2 8 now 9 9 9 no 10 10 no 11 11 no 10 10 10 11 12 12 13 2 13 14 2 14 2 14 2 13 no 14 2 14 now 15 2 15 now 16 16 2 16 2 16 2 16 17 2 17 no 18 2 18 19 2 18 no 19 2 18 no 19 sold 218. Dave, what is that? 5 or what was he again? 3 360. Hanging in there. Oh, okay.
$2 here, gonna be two, minimum $2 here, gonna be two, gonna be $2 here, minimum two, gonna be $2 here, 180, gonna be 180, a little bit on 180 over here, 180, right there, now 182 and a hand, gonna be 185 your way, 187 and a hand, gonna be 190, 192 and a hand, gonna be 195, 197 and a hand, gonna be $2 here, and a two and a hand, gonna be two, what's that? 230, now 232 and a half, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 235, 235, need 37 and a half your way, get 37 and a half, and a 240 here, gonna be 242 and a half, 242 and a half, 242 and a half. 242 right here. Who wants to be? I got 240 right there. Now 242 and a half. 242 and a half. And 245. 245 going to be 247 and a half. Going to be 250. Now 252 and a half. Going to be 255. 257 and a half. And the 250 over here. And the 262 and a half. 262 and a half. And 275. Going to be 277 and a half. And the 270 here. And the 272 and a half. Going to be 272 and a half. 272 and a half. 270 here. Going to be 272 and a half. 270 here. Going to be 272 and a half. All in and all done. 270 on Greg. 270, got to be 270 and a little bit on in a 270 right there. Now 272 and a half. 270 here, and going to be 272 and a half. Going to be 272 and a half. Going to be 272 and a half right there. Now 275, going to be 277 and a half. 280 here, 282 and a half, 285, 287 and a half, now 290, now 292 and a half, gonna be 292 and 95, now 297 and a half, gonna be $3 here, $3 here, minimum 3 and 3 2 and a half, gonna be 305, 307 and a half, gonna be 307 and a half, now 310 here, and 310, 310, 310, 307 and a half, gonna be 310, now 312 and a half, 312 and a half, did you say it? 312 and a half, right there, 312 and a half, 310 here, you want to be 312 and a half, now 315 over here, and 317 and a half, gonna be 317 and a half, 313 and a half, sold it to you at 315 on 258. Good steer there. $2 minimum two gonna be $2 here, minimum two gonna be $2 here, minimum two gonna be 180 here, minimum 180 right there, and 182 and a hand gonna be 185, 187 and a hand gonna be 190, 192 and a hand gonna be 195, and 197 and a hand gonna be $2 here, and two and a half, two and a half. Now 205 gonna be 207 and a hand gonna be 207 and a half, and 210 over here, and 212 and a hand gonna be 215, 215 and 217 and a half. Now 220, now 220 gotta be 217 and a half right there. Now 220, 217, 220, and 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half. Now 230, 230 here, minimum 232 and a hand gonna be 235, and 237 and a hand gonna be 237 and a half, and 240 up there, 240 up there. Now 242 and a half, now 245, 245 and 247 and a half. Now 250, 250 here. Now 250 gonna be 250 and 252 and a half, gonna be 255 up top, gonna be 255, 252 and a half here, and 255, 255, 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 255 here, 257 and a half, 255 here, and gonna be 257 and a half, all in and all done. 255, 102, 255, 102. A little shorthorn steer. Minimum two, gonna be $2 here, gonna be $2 gonna be $2 here, minimum two, gonna be $2 gonna be $2 minimum $2 here, gonna be $2 here now $2 here, gonna be minimum $2 here, gonna be $2 180 here, minimum 180 here, a little lightweight steer, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 82 and a half, 182 and a half, all in and all done. 182 and a half, 185, 185 here, gonna be 185, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 182 and a half, 611, 182 and a half, 611. Here we go. When you're on the business little here, going to be $3 a pound here. $3 here, minimum $3, gonna be $3 here, no way much there, gonna be $3, minimum $3, 280, minimum $280 here, gonna be $280, a little bit on in at $280, $250, gonna be $250, a little bit on in at $250, $250 right there, now $250, $2.50 here, gonna be $250, $2.50, gonna be $250, $2.50 here, gonna be $250, $2.50, $250, $2.50 here, gonna be $250, $2.50, now $255, back to you, $255, $250, $7.50, up top, $250, $7.50, $250, $7.50, $255 down here, gonna be $250, $7.50, $255 here, gonna be $250, $7.50, all in and all done. 255 on 258. A little red heifer there. Down to $2.50. $2 here, minimum $2.50. Gonna be $2 here and $2.50. Gonna be $2.50. $2 here, gonna be $2.50. $2 here, minimum $2.50. Gonna be $2.50. $2 here, gonna be $2.50. $2 here and $2.50. $2.50 and $2.05. Gonna be $2.75. $2.75. Gotta be $2.75 right there. $2.75 and $2.10. Gonna be $2.10 to $2.12.5. $2.12.5. Gonna be $2.15 up top and $2.17.5. Gonna be $2.20 over here and $2.20. $2.22.5. Now $2.25. $2.25. Gonna be $2.25. $2.22.5 down here and gonna be $2.25. $2.22.5. Gonna be $2.25. All in and all done. Sold it to you $2.22.5. $2.58. Nice black one there. $2 here, gonna be $2, minimum $2 here, gonna be nice steer there, gonna be $2 here. Gonna be $2 here, minimum $2, gonna be 180 here, 180, minimum 180 here, gonna be 180, 182.5, now 182.5, 185, gotta be 187 a hand, gonna be 190 here, and 190, 192 and a hand, gonna be 195, 197.5, $2 and 202 and a hand, gonna be 205, 27 a hand, gonna be 210 over here, 212 and a hand, gonna be 215 over here, 215, 217 and a hand, gonna be 220, 220 your way, now 222 and a half, 225, 225, gonna be 222 and a half here, and 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 230, 232 and a half, 232 and a half your way, 230, you gotta be 235 now, Gary. 235, 237 and a half. Now 240 your way. 240 gotta be 240, 240 and 242 and a hand, gonna be 245, 242 and a half, 245 over here. 245. Looking here now. 245. 245. I got her at 242 and a half. Now I need 245 right there. 245. Gotcha. Now 247 and a half. 245. Gonna be 247 and a half. 245. Gonna be 247 and a half. 245. Gonna be 247 and a half. All in and all done right there. 245. 649. 649. Thank you. Good red one there. $2 minimum. $2 here. Gonna be $2 here. Minimum $2. Gonna be $2. In a 2. 180. 180 where? 180. Gonna be 180. Over here 180 right there. Now 182 and a half. 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half and 185. Gonna be 187 and a half and 190. 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. 197 and a half and $2. 202 and a half. 205. 207 and a half. 210. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. Over here 215 and 217 and a half. Gonna be 215 and 217 and a half. 215 here. Now 217 and a half. 215 here. Gonna be 217 and a half. 215 here. Gonna be 217 and a half. All in and all done. 215. 364. Here's another one. $2 gotta be $2 here. Minimum $2 gonna be $2 here. Minimum $2 gotta be $2 $2 here. Minimum $2 A little red heifer. Gotta be $2 here. Minimum $2 and a 2 and 2 and a half. 2 and 2 and a half right there. And a 205 gonna be 205. 207 and a half. Gonna be 207 and a half. 207 and a half. 205 here. Gonna be 207 and a half. 205 here. Gonna be 207 and a half. 207 and a half. 205 here. Gonna be 207 and a half. 210. 210 your way. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215 over here. 215. 217 and a half. Now 220. Now 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 220. You want to be 225. 222 and a half here and 225. Gonna be 222 and a half and 225. All in and all done. 222 and a half. 364. 222 and a half. $2 here, minimum $2, gonna be $2, on 2 red steering, gonna be $2 here, minimum 2, gonna be 2, 180 here, minimum 180 right there, now 182 and a half, 180 here, 182 and a half, 185, back to you, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, 190 your way, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 195, 197 and a half, now 202 and a half, 205 your way, 205, gonna be 205 and 207 and a half, gonna be 210 your way, 210, now 212 and a half, gonna be 215 over here, 215, gonna be 215 over here, 217 and a half, gonna be 220 your way, 220, 220, 220, 220, 222 and a half, gotta be 225. 225 over here, and a 225, gotta be 225, 55, 225, 227 and a half. Now 230, back to you. 230, minimum 230, gotta be 230, 227 and a half, 230 your way. 230 your way. Now 232 and a half, gotta be 235, 235, 5, gotta be 235 over here, now 235, 232 and a half, 235, 235, all in and all done. 232 and a half, 102, 232 and a half, 102. Now 202 and a half, $2 here, 202 and a half, 205, 27 and a half, gonna be 210, 210, 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, 215 over here, 217 and a half, gonna be 220 over here, 222 and a half. Now 225, 225, 222 and a half here, 225, 225, 227 and a half, gonna be 230 and 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half down here. Now 240, 242 and a half, gotta be 245, 247 and a half, gonna be 250 and 250 and 252 and a half down here, and 255, 255, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 5, 255, 257 and a half, 257 and a half down here, gonna be 257 and a half, 260 up top, now 262 and no, at 257 and a half, gotta be 260 up top, 260, gotta be 260, 257 and a half, 260, sold it to you, 257 and a half, 1942. $3 a pound. You're a little heifer there. Minimum heifer gonna be heifer. 280. Minimum 280. Gonna be 280. 280. 260. Fine. Gonna be 235. 235. 250. Minimum 250. Gonna be 250. A little bit on into 250. 250. 250. $2 even. Now two. Minimum 22222. Got a little short horn here. Gonna be 22222. 180 here, minimum 180, gotta be 180 here, minimum 180, don't weigh nothing here, got a 180, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 185, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, now 202 and a half, now 205, 202 and a half, gonna be 205, 202 and a half here, gonna be 205, 55, 202 and a half, 205, 27 and a half, now 27 and a half, 27 and a half, 205 here, gonna be 27 and a half, 205 here, gonna be 27 and a half, sold it to you, 205, 364. $2 here, minimum two, gonna be $2 here, gonna light face steering, gonna be $2 here, minimum two right there. Now two and a half, $2 here, gonna be two and a half, two and a half, gonna be $2 here and two and a half. $2 here, gonna be two and a half. $2 here, two and a half. 205, gotta be 207 and a half, gonna be 210 and 12 and a half, gonna be 15 and 17 and a half, gonna be 20 and 20 and a half and 25. 225, 227 and a half. Now 230 here, minimum 232 and a half, gonna be 232 and a half and 235 down here and 235 and 237 and a half. 237 and a half, 240 down here, 240, now 242 and a half, 245 down here and 247 and a half, gonna be 250 and 250, now 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 255, 255, 257 and a half. I got you at 255, Mel, or were you shaking it off? 252 and a half right here. Now 255, 252 and a half, now 255, 55, all in and all done. 252 and a half, 364. Nice ones here. DeCoster steers right here. Angus, ready to go. 240 for a gate cut 3. 240, gate cuts 3, 240, now 242 and a half, gonna be 242 and a half, now 242 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, gonna be 250, now 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 257 and a half, now 260, now 262 and a half, gonna be 235, 267 and a half, now 270, now 272 and a half, 275, 275, 277 and a half, gotta be 280 over here, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, and 287 and a half, and 290, 290 here, now 292 and a half, gonna be 295, 295 here, 292 and a half, gonna be 295, 292 and a half here, and gonna be 295, 55, 292 and a half, gonna be 295, all in and all done, all in and all done. Sold 292 and a half, 102, gate cuts 3. Or do you want them all? He'll take them all. Nope. Oh, there's your white parks. $284, $283. More DeCoster cattle here. 2 heifers, couple dandies. $220, gotta be $220. A little on in $220, $220, gotta be $220. Minimum $220, you gotta be $220. $2 even now. Minimum $2 here, gonna be $222. Minimum $2 here, gonna be $2 here. 180 here, minimum 180, gotta be 180. Minimum 180 over here, no 180. 180, gotta be 180, 180, minimum 180. 150 here, 150. Don't leave it on 150, 150. Now 152 and a half. 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half. 150 here, 152 and a half, 155, now 157 and a half, now 160 here, and gonna be 1city, now 162 and a half, going to 162 and a half, 1city here, and gonna be 162 and a half, 160 here, and gonna be 162 and a half, 1city here, and gonna be 162 and a half, 162 and a half, and 165, 165, 55, 165, 167 and a half, 167 and a half, now 170, 170 gonna be 172 and a half, 172 and a half, 175, you say it, 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 180, 180 your way, 180 in the camouflage, 180, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 180 here, and gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, and gonna be 182 and a half, 82 and a half, 182 and a half, all in and all done. 180 right there, get some 605, 180 on 605, thank you. One more to here. Maine says she's a Maine and Jew. $2 minimum, $2 here, gonna be $2 here, minimum $2, gonna be $2 here, minimum $2, gonna be $2 here, 180 here, minimum 180, gonna be 180, little dandy there, gonna be 180, 180 right there, now 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, 182 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 over here, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 197 and a half, and $2, 202 and a half, $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half, $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half, gonna be 202 and a half, and $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half, gonna be 202 and a half, $2 here, and 202 and a half. Sold them to you, 2364. Now 202 and a half. Gonna be 202 and a half. Gonna be 202 and a half. Now 205. 205 back to you. 27 and a half. Now 210. Here 212 and a half. Gonna be 212 and a half. 215. Gonna be 217 and a half. Gonna be 217 and a half. And 220. Now 222 and a half. 222 and a half. Now 225. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 55. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 222 and a half. 225 up there. And a 227 and a half. 227 and a half. Back to you. Now 230. 232 and a half. Gonna be 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 237 and a half. Gonna be 237 and a half. 240 up top. Gotta be 240. Now 242 and a half. Now 245. 245. 247 and a half. Gonna be 250 up top. I'm gonna be 252 and a half down here, and a 255 over here, and a 257 and a half, and a 260. 262 and a half. Gonna be 235 and 267 and a half, and a 267 and a half. 265 up top. I got you at 265 up there. Now 267 and a half. 265. Gonna be 267 and a half. 235. 267 and a half. All in and all done. 265 on 364. Now 252 and a half. 250 here, and gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. 250 here, and gonna be 252 and a half. 250 here, 252 and a half. 250 here, and gonna be 252 and a half. 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 255. 255. 255. 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. 252 and a half. 255 where? 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. 555. 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. Sold them 252 and a half. 364. Get 4 nice ones there. Ankeny cattle. 220. Running a little bit running to 220, 220. I'm gonna be 220, 220. Gonna be 220, $2 even here. Minimum 2 right kind there. I got $2. Now 2 and a half. 205. Gonna be 205. 207 and a half. Gonna be 210. 210. Gonna be 212 and a half. 212 and a half. 210 here. Gonna be 212 and a half. 210, 12 and a half. 15 over here to 215. 215. Gonna be 215 over here to 17 and a half. Now 220. 220 here. Now 220. Gonna be 220, 222 and a half up top. Now 225 down here. 225 gonna be 227. 230 here, and 230, 230, 230, now 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 235, 237 and a half, now 240 here, gonna be 240, 240, 240, now 242 and a half, gonna be 245 here, and a 245, 247 and a half, gonna be 247 and a half, now 250, 250 down here, 247 and a half, gonna be 250, 247 and a half, gonna be 250, all in and all done. 247 and a half, 364, 247 and a half, 364. Now 202 and a half. $2 here, minimum 202 and a half, gonna be 202 and a half. $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half. $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half, half, gonna be 202 and a half, and 205, 207 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 215, 215, Ron, you want to be 215, 212 and a half here, and 215, 215, 217 and a half, 217 and a half, got to be 220. Now 222 and a half, 220 here, going to be 222 and a half, and 225, going to be 227 and a half, going to be 230. Now 232 and a half, going to be 235 here, and 235, 237 and a half, and 240. 242 and a half, going to be 242 and a half, and 245, going to be 247 and a half. 245 here, 247 and a half, 245 here, got to be 247 and a half, 245 here, going to be 247 and a half. All in and all done. Sold it to you 245, 1942. Nice little black steer there. 250, gotta be 250, no limit on 250, 250, I'm gonna be 250, 50, 50, right there in the 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, gonna be 252 and a half, right there in 255, 257 and a half, 2 city, 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, down 270 here, gotta be 272 and a half, 270 to 272 and a half your way, 275, 275, 277 and a half, gonna be 277 and a half, 280 now 282 and a half, gonna be 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 285 up here in the 285, 287 and a half, gonna be 287 and a half, and 290, 290 now 292 and a half, now 295, 295 here, 292 and a half, gonna be 295, 292 and a half, gonna be 295, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 292 and a half, 194. Straight. Turn him around here, Junior. $180 here, gonna be 180, bid him here's there, gonna be 180, minimum 180 here, 175, 175 right there, now 177 and a half. Going to be 177 and a half, 175 here, going to be 177 and a half, and 180, 182 and a half, going to be 185, 55, 187 and a half, and 190 down here, and 192 and a half, half, 192 and a half, 195, 195, 192 and a half, going to be 195, 197 and a half, right there, now $2 here, 2 and a half, going to be 205, and 207 and a half, down here, 207 and a half, 210, going to be 212 and a half here, and 215, going to be 217 and a half, 217 and a half, back to you in a 220, 220 here, and 222 and a half, 222 and a half, going to be 225 here, 227 and a half, going to be 227 and a half your way, 230 down here. Now 232 and a half. 232 and a half. Going to be 232 and a half and 235. 37 and a half here and a 237 and a half and a 240. 240. Got to be 240 back to you, deal. Got to be 240. 40, 40, 240. 237 and a half here. Anybody want to be 240? 237 and a half here. Now 242 and a half. 245. 245. 242 and a half. 245. 242 and a half. Got to be 245. All in and all done. Sold it 242 and a half right there. Buyer 637, 637. Good try down there. Good try. $2 here, minimum $2 here, gonna be 222, minimum 2, nice silken steers there, and gonna be $2 here, and 222, minimum 22222. 180 here, and gonna be 180, minimum 180 here, and gonna be 180 and 182 and a half, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, half, right there. Now 185, 187 and a half. 190, I'm with you, Gary. 192 and a half. 195, 195 here. Got to be 195, 55, 197 and a half. 197 and a half. Back to Steve. 197 and a half. 195 here. Yes, now 197 and a half. 195 here. Going to be 197 and a half. 195 here. Going to be 197 and a half. 197 and a half. Going to be 197 and a half. I got 195 in the door still. I need 197 and a half. 195, 197 and a half. Now 2 in the door. 222. Going to be 2. Now 202 and a half. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. Going to be 202 and a half. But 201, Steve, I'll go easy on you. 201. Now 202. Back to the door. 202. 202. Got to be 202. Going to be 202. 202 and a 203. 203 here. Going to be 203. 33. 202. Going to be 203. 202 here. 203. Last chance. 202 here. Got to be 203. Got to be 203. 202 here. Got to be 203. Hold on. Yes, I'm your way. 202 here. Got to be 203. Now 204. Here we go. 204. Got to be 204. Got to be 204. 44. Yes, 204. Sold it to you. 203. Your way, Steve. 18 by 18. That was a little battle. What'd you say? Now 202 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 202 and a half. A little black heifer there. 202 and a half. Right there. 205. Going to be 207 and a half. Going to be 210. 212 and a half. Going to be 215. 215. 217 and a half. 220. 220. 217 and a half. 220. Now 222 and a half. Going to be 225 here. 225 your way. 227 and a half. Going to be 230. 230 here and 232 and a half. Now 235. Going to be 237 and a half. Going to be 240 here and 242 and a half. Going to be 245. 55. 247 and a half and 250. 252. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. Now 255. 252 and a half. Going to be 255. 55. 252 and a half. 255 where 252 and a half. Going to be 255. 55. Sold at 252 and a half. What's his number? 383. 250, gotta be 250, no little on in 250, 250. Buffin Brothers cattle here, gotta be 250, no little on in 250, 250, gotta be 250 over here in 250, no little on in 250, 250, $2 here. Now two and a half, 205, 207 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 215, 217 and a half, gonna be 220 to 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, gotta be 230, no 230, 230, no 232 and a half, gonna be 235 up top, I'm gonna be 235. I got you 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, now 240, now 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 245, gonna be 247 and a half, now 250, 252 and a half, 252 and a half. How about you? 252 and a half, 252 and a half. He's got it. Now 255, 257 and a half, 257 and a half. Here gonna be 257 and a half, now 260, now 262 and a half, 262 and a half, 260 here gonna be 262 and a half, 262 and a half, and 265, 265 up top. You gotta be 265. Now 267 and a half. 267 and a half, gonna be 267 and a half, 267 and a half, and 270 up there, and gonna be 270, 267 and a half, right there. Now 270, gonna be 270, 70, 70, gonna be 270, all in and all done. 270, 272 and a half, gotta be 275. 275, 277 and a half, right there. Got to be 277 and a half. I'm going to do 277 and a half over here. 277 and a half. 275. How bad do you want them? 277 and a half. 275. Got to be 277 and a half. Now 280. Back to you over here. You've bought them right there. 277 and a half. There you go, bud. 624. 624. 270. How about 270? Got to be 270 on this one. 270. Got to be 270. 270. Thank you. Now 272 and a half. 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, and 275, and 277 and a half up there. 277 and a half, back to you. Now 280. 280 here. 277 and a half, going to be 280. 277 and a half here, going to be 280. 280. 277 and a half here, and 280 where? 277 and a half up top. Now 280, minimum 280, 277 and a half. Now 280, all in and all done. Sold it to you. 277 and a half on 364. Good sort. Here we go again. 270. Buffin Brothers still right here. 270. Gonna be 270. Now 272 and a half. 272 and a half. 272 and a half. Who are we at? 72 and a half. There he is. Now 275. 277 and a half. 277 and a half. Gonna be 280. 277 and a half. Here gonna be 280. 280. 280. 277 and a half. 280. 277 and a half. Gonna be 280. 280. 280. 277 and a half. Gonna be 280. All in and all done. Sold them to you. 277 and a half on 364. Little bull, how about 250? 250, no living around in 250, 250, gonna be 250, send him out back and ban him. 250, gonna be 250, living around in 250. 240. 40, no living around in 240, 240, 240, 242 and a half. 240, 242 and a half. 242 and a half, gonna be 242 and a half, gonna be 242 and a half, 240 here, gonna be 242 and a half, and 245, gonna be 247 and a half, and 250, 250, 247 and a half, 250, 247 and a half, gonna be 250, 247 and a half, gonna be 250, over to 247 and a half, gonna be 250, 250. Did you say it, somebody? 247 and a half, 250, 250. Sold it to you, 247 and a half, 383. 225, gonna be 225, a little bit on 225, gonna be 225, 55, gonna be $2 even. Now $2 even, minimum 222, gonna be nice little heifer there. Buffin Brothers cattle still at $2, minimum 222, gonna be $2 here, minimum 222. 190, gotta be 190 here, 180, minimum 180 right there. Now 182 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, gonna be 195 here, and 197 and a half, and $2 here, and a 2, 2 and a half, 205, 207 and a half, 210, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, 215 down here, 217 and a half, gonna be 220 and 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 222 and a half your way, 222 and a half. I got 220 up top. Got to be 222 and a half and 225. 227 and a half. Got to be 230 up top and 232 and a half. Got to be 232 and a half. 230 here. 232 and a half. Are you bidding, Glenn? You bidding, Glenn? 230 here. Got to be 232 and a half. 230 here. Got to be 232 and a half. All in and all done. Sold them to you. 230, 364. You almost owned a couple there.
He's out. No matter what he does, he's out.
Oh, you're not getting any today. Yeah. Take it out of her check. You are. That's called money going right back into the company. Only 305 to go. 305 to go. Hope all your guys' taillights and headlights work. Did you? Yeah, no kidding, right? I was running pretty risky with no brake lights for a while. Somebody's looking out for me. What's that? We started out with 489, I think. 491 we started. 491 we started with. Here we go. Now we're grouping them. Nice little tree set here. T. Walt Cattle. He does a good job. Thank you, thank you. 222 or 222 and a half. Yeah, got to be 222 and a half. You're going to be 222 and a half. 220 here. You're going to be 222 and a half. 222 and a half. 220 here. You're going to be 222 and a half. Going to be 222 and a half. Going to be 222 and a half right there in 225. Over here in 227 and a half. Now 230. 230. 227 and a half. Going to be 230. You're going to be 230 and 232 and a half. Going to be 232 and a half. Going to be 235 and 237 and a half. Down here in 240. You got to be 242 and a half. Going to be 245, 55. 245, 55, 247 and a half. And 250 up top. 250, 250, 250 and 252 and a half. Down here in 255. 255 up down. Got to be 255 and 257 and a half. Down here in 260. Got to be 230 and a little running 230. 262 and a half, 262 and a half, and 265, 55, 262 and a half down here. You got to be 265, 262 and a half down here. You got to be 235, 55, all in and all done. 262 and a half, 194 by 2. Here's the steer side. How about 240 here in a little bit around in 242 and a half. Going to be 242 and a half, 245. Going to be 247 and a half. Now 250. Going to be 255 and 257 and a half, 260, 262 and a half. Going to be 235, 262 and a half here. 262 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, 270 here. Now 272 and a half, going to be 275 and 277 and a half. 275 here, 277 and a half, 275 here, going to be 277 and a half, 275 here, going to be 277 and a half. And all done. 275, 194 straight. $193, yeah. Same man's cattle. How about 250? Gotta be 250. That's 252 and a half. 250, gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 250 here and 252 and a half. Gonna be 255 and 257 and a half. Gonna be 250 and 252 and a half. Gonna be 235, 555, 235, 262 and a half, 265 where? 252 and a half. You're gonna be 235, 232 and a half. You're gonna be 235, 555, 262 and a half, 235, 267 and a half. Back to you up top. 267 and a half. Gonna be 270 here and 272 and a half. 272 and a half. 272 and a half. 275. Going to be 272 and a half, 277 and a half now. 280, 277 and a half. Going to be 280 and 277 and a half. Going to be 280, all in and all done. 280, 280, 280. Did I have you taught at 277 and a half? I think so. 364, 277 and a half, 364. How about 220? Got to be 220. A little bit running to 220. 220. Got to be 2 Walt cattle here. 220. $2 even now. 2. Got to be $2 a minute now. 2. 180. 180 right there. Now 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 185. 187 and a half. Got to be 190 over here. 192 and a half. 195. 197 and a half. Now 2. 2. Now 202 and a half. 205. 207 and a half. 210. Here we go. Around the room. 212 and a half. Now 215. 217 and a half. 220. 217 and a half right here. We'll go backwards. Now 220 back to you. 222 and a half right there. 225. 227 and a half now. 230 here. Minimum 232 and a half. Going to be 235, 55. 235. 237 and a half. And 240. 242 and a half. 242 and a half. 242 and a half. Got to be 245 here. Yep. 245. 247 and a half. And 250. 250 here. 250 here. Yep. 250. Now 252 and a half. Going to be 255 down here. 257 and a half. 257 and a half. 257 and a half. Now 260. 260. 260 your way. 260. Now 262 and a half. 262 and a half. Going to be 232 and a half and 235. Got to be 235. 267 and a half. 267 and a half. 265 down there. Now you got to be 267 and a half. Now 270. 270 here. Now 272 and a half. 272 and a half. Got to be 272 and a half. A little bit running to 272 and a half. Got to be 272 and a half. 272 and a half. 270 here. 272 and a half. Are we going to do it? 272 and a half. 270 here. Anybody else? 272 and a half. All in and all done. You got it right there. 270. 649. 649. There you go, Johnny. Thank you. Looks like a heifer from here, a little black one there. Sure is. 250, gotta be 250, little bit on into 250, gotta be 250, over into 250, gotta be 250, over into 240, gotta be 240, little bit on into 240 right there, now 242 and a half, gotta be 242 and a half, gotta be 242 and a half, 240 here, 242 and a half, 240 here, gonna be 242 and a half, and 245 right there, and 245, gotta be 247 and a half, gotta be 250, 252 and a half, gotta be 285, and into 257 and a half, and 260, now 262 and a half, 265, 265, gotta be 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 265, gotta be 267 and a half, 265, now 267 and a half, and 265 here, gotta be 267 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, sold at 265 right there, 194 by 2. Couple good white faces, heifers there. What do we got here? We got a note for this guy. These ones have had Bova Shield Gold, one shot, and have been wormed. $2 minimum, $2 here, gonna be $2 minimum, $2 here, gonna be $2 minimum, $2 here, gonna be $2 180 here, minimum 180, gotta be 180, another on in 180, 180, gotta be 180 here, 165, 165, gonna be 135, another bit on in 135, 135, gonna be 135, another bit on in 135. Thank you guys, have a good one. 150, 150 right there. Now 152 and a half, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, Gary, 155, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 152 and a half here. Now 155, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, gonna be 160, 132 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half over here. 137 and a half. Now 170, 172 and a half, gonna be 172 and a half, gonna be 172 and a half, 175, gonna be 177 and a half, 180 over here, 182 and a half, gonna be 185 over here, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 187 and a half, 185 there, 187 and a half where, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 185 here, gonna be 187 and a half, all in and all done, 185, 364, 185, 364. Bova Shield, one gold. Bova Shield gold, one shot, been wormed. $2 better on $2 better on in a 2, gotta be 2, 180 here, minimum 180, gotta be 180, 180 over here, 180, now 182 and a half, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half. Be 182 and a half. Deals on 182 and a half. Where 182 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. Gonna be 180, 182 and a half. 185, 187 and 5, and 187 and a half. 187 and a half to 190. And 182 and a half. 192 and a half. Gonna be 195 down here. 195, 197 and a half. Gonna be $2 here and 2 and a half. Gonna be 205 and 205, 207 and a half. Gonna be 210 down here and 212 and a half. Gonna be 212 and a half. 215 down here and 217 and a half. Gonna be 220 over here and 220 to 220 to 222 and a half. Gonna be 225, 227 and a half. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230 now 232 and a half. Gonna be 232 and a half. 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 235, 55, 232 up top, 235, 232 and a half, going to be 235. Sold them to you, 232 and a half, 364. Same man's cattle here. $2 minimum 2, gonna be $2 on into 2 minimum 2 black heifers there, $2 where, gonna be 2 minimum 2 180 here, 180 here, gonna be 180, 165, 165, gonna be 135, little bit on into 135 and 135, gonna be 135, 55, gonna be 135, 150 here, gonna be 150, little bit on into 150, 150, gonna be 150, little bit on into 150, 145. 140, gotta be 140, a little bit on into 140, 140, 140, gotta be 140, a little bit on into 140, 120 here, 120, gotta be 120. I'd love to. 120. Now 122 and a half. 122 and a half. Do you say it? 125. 127 and a half. Going to be 130. 132 and a half. Going to be 135. 137 and a half. Going to be 140 here. 137 and a half. 140. 137 and a half. 140 where? 137 and a half. Going to be 140. 137 and a half here. Going to be 140. 140. 137 and a half. 140. Sold it to you. 137 and a half. Takes them both. 34. You bet you a couple dandies there. Hovander steers. They're always taken care of. 250, gonna be 250, I'm gonna be 250, I'm gonna be 250, 240, 240, gonna be 240, minimum 240, 220, gotta be 220, minimum 220, 220, now 222 and a half, 225, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, gonna be 230, now 232 and a half, 235, gonna be 37, 240, 242 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, 250. You wanna be 252 and a half, Gary? 252 and a half. Right here, 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, to 260, 260 here. 257 and a half, now 260, 257 and a half. You want to be 260? Yes, sure, Marv, 260. Now 262 and a half. I got 260 over here. Now 2 city 2.5. 2 city 2.5. Marv, you want to be 2 city 5. Got to be 2 city 5. 267.5. Now 2 city 7.5. Back to you in the plaid. 267.5. Got to be 270 here. Now 272.5. 272.5 here. 272.5. Got to be 272.5. 272.5. I got 270 with the beard guy. 272.5. I got Marv at 270. You got to be 272.5. How about 271? 272, 272, 271, got to be 272, 273, 274, got to be 274, a little bit on the 275, 275, 274, got to be 275, 274, 275, 275, 276, 275, got to be 276. He says, let him have them. 275, 276, you got him. 275, 624. Look at this big boy. Hovander steer. She's shutting down the grill at 4. She's pretty serious about it. Shutting down the grill at 4. What do we got here? $2 minimum $2. Got a dandy steer here. 150. Got to be 150. 150. 150. Got to be 150. 150. 150. 150. 150. 150. 120. Got to be 120. Minimum 120 right there. Now 122 and a half. 120 here. Got to be 122 and a half. Got to be 122 and a half. Right there. Now 125. 127 and a half. Now 130. 130. Got to be 132 and a half. Got to be 135. 135. 137 and a half. Got to be 140. 142 and a half. Got to be 145. 55. 147 and a half. 150. 152 and a half. 155 over here. 152 and a half. Got to be 155. 155. 157 and a half. Back to you in the door. 157 and a half. Now 160. 160. 162 and a half. 165. Right here. 165. 167 and a half. 167 and a half. Got to be 170 here. 172 and a half. Got to be 175. 177 and a half. Got to be 177 and a half. Want to be 180, Gary? 180. 182 and a half. 180 here. How about back to you? 182 and a half. 180 here. Got to be 182 and a half. 180 here. Got to be 182 and a half. 180 with Gary. Now 182 and a half. 180 here. Got to be 182 and a half. Got to be 182 and a half. 180 here. Got to be 182 and a half. All in and all done right there. Sold it to you, Gary. 417. 180. Yeah, $1.80. 2 months, I see, yeah. Red Black Angus. 150, gotta be 150, little bit on 150, 150, gotta be 150, little bit on 150, 150, $1 here, minimum $1 on there, 102 and a half. $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, $1, now 102 and a half where? $1 here, gotta be 102 and a half, gotta be 102 and a half, gotta be 102 and a half, gotta be 102 and a half right there, now 105, gotta be 107 and a half, gotta be 107 and a half, 110 over here, 112 and a half, 112 and a half, 115, 117 and a half, gotta be 120 over here, 120, gotta be 122 and a half, gotta be 122 and a half, gotta be 125, 55, 127 and a half, gotta be 130, 130 here, gotta be 132 and a half, gotta be 135 over here, 135, 137 and a half, gotta be 137 and a half, 135, 137 and a half, 135 here, gotta be 137 and a half, 135, gotta be 137 and a half, 135, gotta be 137 and a half, all in and all done, 135 right there. Nice bull there. Looks like he's probably a yearling. 150, no, we're on 150, gonna be 150, gonna be 150, 150. Put him to work. You're gonna have one that looks just like the rest of them. 150, gotta be 150, no, 150, over 150, 150. Good black bull, throw him on anything. 150, gotta be 150, no, 150, over 150, no, 150, 150, 150. 120, 120, right there. Now 122 and a half, 125, gotta be 127 and a half, 127 and a half, gotta be 127 and a half. Now 130, 132 and a half, gotta be 135, 137 and a half, gotta be 137 and a half, gotta be 140, 142 and a half, gotta be 145, 147 and a half, gotta be 150, 152 and a half, gotta be 155. 155, 152 and a half here, gonna be 155, 152 and a half here, gonna be 155, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, all in and all done. 152 and a half, your way, Bill. Band him, please, band him, please. That was a Hovander bull. More Hovander cattle right here, nice heifer here. Who got me $2 on this one? $2, minimum $2, got me $2, on in a 2, 2, 2, 2. She's fed white, fed right here. One gotta be $2, got 2, 2, 2, gotta be 2. 180 here, 180, minimum 180 over here, 180, gonna be 180 here. Quality cattle here, gonna be 180, 180, 180, 180, 150, gotta be 150 right there. Now 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half. Did you say 155, 157 and a half? No, 150 here, 152 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half. 165, 167 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, gonna be 177 and a half, 177 and a half, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 over here, 180, 182 and a half, and 182 and a half. 180 up top. Who's gonna be 182 and a half? 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, half, 182 and a half. Sold it to you, 183.64. 142. Nice black steers there. 250, gonna be doing a little on I got right there now. 252 and a half. DVD here, gonna be DVD and a hang. Gonna be DVD and a half. And 285. Gonna be DVD and a hang. Gonna be 260 over here. And 282 and a hang. Gonna be 285 and 285. 265. 267 and a half. Not really. We're going all the way, aren't we? 267 and a half. Now 270. 270 here. Gonna be 270 here. 270 and 272 and a hang. Gonna be 275. You want to do 3 for choice? $3 for choice? Yes or no? 272 and a half. Now 275. 277 and a half. $3 for choice. $3 for choice. Anybody want to beat that? $3 here, going to be 302 and a half. 302 and a half. All in and all done. $3 for choice right there. 417, right? Takes the 2 good ones. The 141 is definitely one of the good ones. Yeah, skip that one. There you go. Take those 2. Good job. One left here. 270. Got to be 270. A little into 270 right there. Thank you. Now 272 and a half. 270 here. Going to be 272 and a hang. Going to be 272 and a half. Who's that other guy? 270 here. Going to be 272 and a hang. Going to be 272 and a hang. Going to be 272 and a half. 270 here. Now 272 and a half. 270 here. Going to be 272 and a hang. Going to be 272 and a hang. Going to be 270 here. Going to be 272 and a half. All in and all done. 270 here. 272 and a half. Okay, it's 270 right there. 102. Thank you. 270 on 102. Yep. Nice steers there. 250. No, we're on into DVD. Gonna be DVD. No, we're on into DVD. Gonna be DVD. We're into 250, 50, 50. Gotta be DVD. No, we're on into DVD, DVD, DVD. 245, 245. No, we're on into 245. Gotta be 245. No, we're on into 240. Gotta be 240. No, we're on into 40 over here. $2 even. Now 2. Now 2 at 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. 2 and a half right there. And 205. Gonna be 205. 207 and a half. Gonna be 210. And 212 and a half. Gonna be 212 and a half. Now 212 and a half. 210 here. 212 and a half. Where? 210 here. Gonna be 212 and a half. 215. Gonna be 217 and a half. Gonna be 220 and 222 and a half. 225. 227 and a half. 230. 232 and a half. Now 235. Gonna be 235 down here. 235. 237 and a half. And 240. Gonna be 242 and a half. Gonna be 245 down here. 247 and a half. Now 250. 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. 255 down here. 255, 55, and 257 and a half. 257 and a half. And 260 down here. 257 and a half. Now 260. 257 and a half. Gonna be 257 and a half. Now 260. 257 and a half. 260. Sold it up top. 257 and a half. 364. Some good ones here, yeah. Neville cattle right here. 235. Now 237 and a half. 235. Going to be 237 and a half. Going to be 237 and a half right there. Now 240. Going to be 242 and a half and 245. 247 and a half. Your way. 247 and a half. 250. 250 down here. Going to be 252 and a half. Going to be 255 and 255. Going to be 257 and a half. 257 and a half. 257 and a half. Looking at you. 257 and a half right there. 255. 257 and a half. 260. Now 262 and a half. 262 and a half. Going to be 262 and a half. Going to be 262 and a half. 260 here. Going to be 262 and a half. 260 here. Going to be 262 and a half. 260 here. Going to be 262 and a half. 262 and a half right there. Now 265. 265, going to be 267 and a half, and 270, and 272 and a half. Now 275, 277 and a half, going to be 277 and 275 here, and 277 and a half, 275 here, 277 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 275, 1942. Getting hot in here.
Yeah, it's getting warm enough. It's warm outside.
I'm working on it.
Some high cattle prices.
Is it? Yeah. Do you think it's been good today or what? Nice little set there. 250, no, little on into video, ding, video, little on into video right there now. 252 and a half, 255, 255, 257 a hang, gonna be 230, over 232 and a hang, gonna be 235, 5, gonna be 235, 237 a hang, 270, 270 your way. Now 272 and a hang, gonna be 275, 275, 277 a hang, gonna be 280, over 280, 280, 280, 280, 282 and a half, 285, gonna be 285, gonna be 287 and a half, you're in 290, gonna be 290, 290, 290, 292 and a hang, gonna be 295, 295, 55. 292 and a half, gonna be 295, 292 and a half here, and gonna be 295, gonna be 295, 292 and a half, gonna be 295, sold them to you, 292 and a half, 383, 383. Even better. 220, gotta be 220, 220, 220, gotta be 220, minimum 220, 220, gonna be right there, digits now, 220, 220, 220, $2 even, $2 even, right there, now 2 and a half, $2 and a half, gonna be $2 and a half, $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half, $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half, $2 here, 2 and a half, where, gonna be 2 and a half, $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna do 2 and a half, $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half, $2 here, 2 and a half, what do you think, Todd, will these work, 2 and a half? 202 and a half. Now 205. 205 down here. And gonna be 207 and a hang. Gonna be 210. And we're gonna do 212 and a hang. Gonna be 215. 217 and a hang. Gonna be 220. Now 222 and a hang. Gonna be 225. 225. 227 and a hang. Gonna be 230. Now 230. Now 232 and a hang. Gonna be 235. 237 and a half. Now 240. Now 242 and a half. 242 and a half. And 245. Gonna be 245. 242 and a half up top. Now 245. 242 and a hang. Gonna be 245. All in and all done. Sold them to you. 242 and a half. 364. Here we go again. 220, gonna be 220, 220, 220, gonna be 220, minimum 220, gonna be 220, $2 even, $2, gonna be 2, minimum 2, gonna be $2 here, $2 even, now 2, gonna be $2 here, minimum 2, black peppers here, let's go, $2, minimum 2, 180 here, gonna be 180, minimum 180 here, gonna be 180, 180 here, gotta be 180, 150. Gotta be 150, no, 150, gonna be 150, 150, gonna be 150, 150, 150, 150, 150. 120, 120, 120, 120, thank you. 122 and a half, gonna be 122 and a half to 125 your way. 125, gonna be 127 and a half, gonna be 130, 130 and 132 and a half, gonna be 135. 137 and a half. 140. 140 here, gonna be 140, 140, 140, 130, 140, now 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 147 and a half, gonna be 150, over here, 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 155, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 157 and a half, gonna be 157 and a half, 155 here, and 157 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, 155 here, gonna be 157 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done, 155 up there on the tens. $1 here, minimum $1. Oh yeah, you're weighing them separate. Nice one there. $2 minimum 2, gonna be $2 2 minimum 2, gotta be $2 here, minimum 2, 175, gotta be 175, no, 175, 175, 177 and a half, 177 and a half, 175, gotta be 177 and a half, gotta be 177 and a half right there. Now 180, 182 and a half, 185. 185, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187. I got you in the door at 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, gonna be 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half. Yep, 187 and a half. Now 190, back to you in the door. 190, gonna be 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half, 195 here, 195. I'm looking at you, 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half. Now 2 in the door, 202 and a half up here, 202 and a half, gonna be 205 in the doorway, 205, gonna be 205.55. Now 210, 210 here, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 210 here and 212 and a half. Now 215. Gotta be 215, 217 and a half down here. 217 and a half, 215, gonna be 217 and a half, 217 and a half. You wanna be 220? 217 and a half, 220, 220 here, 222 and a half. Now 225, gonna be 225, a little in 225, 225, gonna be 225, 225, 222 and a half, 225, 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 222 and a half, gonna be 225. Sold them to you, 222 and a half on 113, 113, thank you. Little red calf. Now 252 and a 131, Christine. 250 now. 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. Half. Gonna be 252 and a half. Here. Gonna be 252 and a half. 250. 252 and a half. On the little red one there. 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. Where's my little guys? 252 and a half. 255. 257 and a half. Now 260 here. Gonna be 250. 257 and a half. Gonna be 250. 257 and a half. Now 260. 257 and a half here. 260 where? 257 and a half. Gonna be 250. 257 and a half. Gonna be 257 and a half. Gonna be 260. 260. All in and all done. Now 262 and a half. Back to you, Brock. 262 and a half. Now 262 and a half. Are you saying it? 262 and a half. Now 265. 265. Going to be 265. Now 267 and a half. 265. 267 and a half. 265. Just hold it to you up top there. 265. Buyer number what? 633. Thank you. Now 202 and a half. Do and a half. Right there in a 205. Gonna be 27 and a half. Gonna be 210. 210. 210. 27 and a half. Gonna be 210. 27 and a half. 210. 212 and a half. Gonna be 212 and a half. 215. Gonna be 217 and a half. Gonna be 220. Now 222 and a half. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 230. Gonna be 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 235. 55. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240 here. Now 242 and a half. 242 and a half. Gonna be 245 here. 247 and a half. Gonna be 250. 250. 252 and a half. 250. 252 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. All in and all done. 250. 383. 250 on 383. Nice black steer there. Still rolling through the Neville cattle here. 220, gotta be 220, another 220, 220, I'm gonna be 220, 220, gonna be 220 over here, 210, 210, 210, 210, gonna be 210 right there, now 212 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 210 here, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, 215 here, 215, gonna be 217 and a half, gonna be 220 to 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half, 220 there. Now 220 to 2 and a half. Now 225. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 227 and a half. Now 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. Now 230. 230. 230. You gotta be 230. 227 and a half. 230. 232 and a half. 232 and a half. Here. Gonna be 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 235. 55. 232 and a half. 235 where? 232 and a half here. Gonna be 235. 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 235. 237 and a half. Now 240 here. Gonna be 240. 240. Back to you, John. Gotta be 240. 240. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240. 240. 237 and a half. Yes? 240, 242 and a half, 245, back to you again, 245, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 55, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, all in and all done. Sold them 242 and a half, 624, thank you, 624. $220, gotta be $220, little into $220, gotta be $220, minimum $220, $2 even, now two, minimum $2, gotta be $2 even, minimum $2, gotta be $2 even, minimum $2, right there, now two and a half, 2 and a half, 205, 27 and a half, gotta be 2 and a half, gotta be 210 over here, 212 and a half, gotta be 215, 217 and a half, gotta be 220 over here, 222 and a half, gotta be 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 225 here, now 227 and a half, 225 here, gotta be 227 and a half, 225, gotta be 227 and a half, 225, gotta be 227 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 225, 364. Four nice ones there. $165, gonna be $135, $135, minimum $135, gonna be $135, 55, $150, no, $150, gonna be $150, gonna be $150, minimum $150, $120 here, gonna be $120, minimum $120, gonna be $120, $1 here, $1 now $102 and a half, $105, gonna be $105, $107 and a half, gonna be $110, every $112 and a half, gonna be $115, every $115, $117 and a half, now $120, gonna be $120, $122 and a half, gonna be $125, $125, gonna be $125, $127 and a half, $127 and a half, and $130, gonna be $130, minimum $130, $132 and a half, gonna be $135. Every 135, 55, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 140 here, gonna be 140, 140, 130 what? 139, 139, 140, gotta be 140, 141 over here, 141 and 141, 142, 142, 143, 143, 144, gotta be 145, 145, gotta be 146 over here, 147 over here, 147, 148. 148, 147, and 148, 147, gotta be 148, 147 here, gotta be 148, 147, gotta be 148, all in and all done. Sold them to you, 147 on the 10s. He said 2 5s, 2 hands. He had 2 5s in the air. Let's see here. 120. Gonna be. Thank you. Now 122 and a half. 120 now 122 and a half. 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. Gonna be 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 127 and a half. 130. 130. What are you thinking? 130. 130 now 132 and a half. 132 and a half and 135. 135. 55. 135. 137 and a half. Now 140. Gonna be 140. Minimum 140. 140 now 142 and a half. Can we spin them one more time? 142 and a half. No, gotta be 142 and a half. 140 here and 142 and a half. 140 here. Gonna be 142 and a half. I got 140. Need 142 and a half. Gonna be 142 and a half. 140 here. Gonna be 142 and a half. All in and all done. 140, Ron's way. You happy with all three of those, Ron? Put them on the 10s. Lamb separate, no problem. 190 here, gonna be 190, 190, minimum 90, gonna be 90 here, minimum 90 here, gonna be 90, 180 here, minimum 180, gonna be 180, 150, 150, now 150, gonna be 180, 150, gonna be 150, 140, now 142 and a half, 140 here, deals on, gonna be 142 and a half, gonna be 142 and a half, 140 here, gonna be 142 and a half, 142 and a half, 140, now 142 and a half, 140 here, gonna be 142 and a half, 142 and a half, 142 and a half, 140 here, gonna be 142 and a half, 140 here, gonna be 142 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done. Sold them to you. 140 up there. Keep them on the 10s. Oh, yeah. Nice ones there. 250. Gonna be dividend. Gonna be $2, $2.25. Gonna be $2.25. $2 even. $2, minimum $2. Gonna be $2 here. Minimum $2 here. Gonna be $2. 150. Gotta be 150. 150 right there. One gotta be 150. Now 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. 155. 157 and a half and 160. 162 and a half. 165. 167 and a half. Gonna be 170. 172 and a half. 172 and a half in the doorway. 172 and a half. Now 175. 175. 177 and a half. Gonna be 180 here. 180. 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 182 and a half. Got you at 180. Need 182 and a half. 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. All in and all done. 180 on the 5s. $180 here, now little on into 180, gotta be 180, minimum 180 here, gonna be right there now 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 185, gotta be 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 195, 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, 195, 197 and a half, gonna be 197 and a half, 197 and a half, 195 here, gonna be 197 and a half, now $2 here, $2 here, 197 and a half here, gonna be 2, minimum 2, I got you at 197 and a half, gotta be 2, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 197 and a half, 181, thank you. Get him banded. He's already a steer. I'm pretty. Yeah. Better safe than sorry. $2 here. You got a little black steer here. You got to be $2 here. Minimum $2. Got to be $2 here. Minimum $2. $2 here. Got to be $2. Minimum $2. I got 2. Now 2 and a half. $2 here, going to be 2 and a half, and 205, going to be 205, 207 and a half, going to be 207 and a half, and 210 here, and 212 and a half. Now 215, 217 and a half, going to be 220, to 222 and a half, and 225, 225 right there. Now 227 and a half, 230 your way, 232 and a half. Now 235, 237 and a half. Gonna be 237 and a half your way, Gary. Gotta be 237 and a half. Now 240, 240 here. Gotta be 242 and a half. Gotta be 242 and a half. Gotta be 242 and a half. Gotta be 242 and a half and 245 here. 247 and a half. Back to you. 247 and a half right there. 247 and a half and 250. 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gotta be 255. 257 and a half. Gonna be 257 and a half. Now 250 here. 252 and a half. 262, 265. 267 and a half. Gonna be 270 to 272 and a half. And 272 and a half. Now no. 272 and a half, 275, 275, 272 and a half. Here, going to be 275. All in and all done. Sold it to you, 272 and a half. Glenn's Way, 272 and a half. Glenn's Way. 5 months bred here. Pound her out or sell her by the head? Let's pound her out. 120, gotta be 120 here, gotta be 120, 120, 120, gotta be 120, 120, gotta be 120, 120, gotta be 120. $1 better than $1 here, now 102 and a half, $1 here, gotta be 102 and a half, gotta be $1 here, gotta be 102 and a half. $1, 2 and a half, 105, 105, over here, 105, over here, 107 and a half, gotta be 107 and a half, gotta be 110, over here, 112 and a half, 115, 115, 117 and a half, gotta be 117 and a half, gotta be 120, over here, 120, 120, 122 and a half, gotta be 122 and a half, 122 and a half, 125, 127 and a half, gotta be 127 and a half, gotta be 127 and a half, gotta be 130, 130, 130, 130, 130, 132 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half, 135, 555, 137 and a half. Back to you, 137 and a half. 135 here, 137 and a half, 135, gonna be 137 and a half, 135, gonna be 137 and a half. Anybody else? 137 and a half, 140, gotta be 140, now 140, 137 and a half here, now 140. I got you at 137 and a half. 140 where? 137 and a half, gotta be 140, 140, 140, all in and all done. 1 and a half right there, 628. I don't think we have we? $2 better not two, gotta be $2, not two and a half. $2 here, gonna be $2 and a half, gonna be $2 and a half. $2 here, gonna be $2 and a half. 205, 205 here, gonna be 207 and a half, gonna be 210. We need 12 and a half, gonna be 215. We need 217 and a half, gonna be 220, not 220, 220. Now 222 and a half, gonna be 225. We need 227 and a half, gonna be 230, now 230, now 230. 240, 242 and a half, gonna be 245. 247 and a half, gonna be 250. We need 250, now 252 and a half, gonna be 255. 255, 257 and a half. 255 here, 257 and a half, gonna be 255. 257 and a half, 255 here, gonna be 257 and a half. Sold it to you, 255, 194 by 2. Good ones here, 280, gotta be 280, a little 280, 280, gonna be 280 here, 250, gotta be 250, gotta be 220, 220, gotta be 220. Don't weigh much there. 220, gotta be 220. $2 even, $2 here, and thank you. Now 202 and a half. $2 here, 22 and a half, gotta be 205, 27 and a half, gotta be 210 over here, 212 and a half, gotta be 215, 217 and a half, gotta be 220. 220, 222 and a half, gotta be 225, 225, 225, 227 and a half, gotta be 230, 230, 230, 230, 230 here. Now 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, 235, 237 and a half. Down 240, 240 here, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 245, gonna be 247 and a half, now 250, 252 and a half, gotta be 250 here, 252 and a half, 250 up top, 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, all in and all done. I got 250 up there on buyer number 600. You're gonna have to run. I gotta go get some more medicine.
All right, what do we got? Steers?
I think that's the only one left to read.
All right, these are the Express 5.
No.
Oh, what?
That's gonna
Oh,
come in at
no.
some point.
All right, what do we got? 250. $2, $2, now 1, 201 and 2, 202 now 3, 203 now 4, 204 now 5, 205, 204 now 5, 204, 245 now 6, 206 now 7, 208, 28 now 9, 9 and 10 now 11 now 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, now 20, 21, 21, now 2, 22, now 3, 223, 223, 4, 24, now 5, 25, now 6, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 30, now 2.5, now 5, 35, now 7, now 40, 240, now 2.5, now 5, 245, 245, 245, 45, now 7.5, now 250, 250, 2.5, 5, 255, 7.5, 60, 2.5, 5, 65, 265, 265, sold them. 262.50, 258. Oh, here we go, a little lightweights, huh? Or 262.5. All right, forehead. Don't weigh much. 250, 250, 225. 215, 210. Lightweight green calves. You got two. 201, 201, 201 to 2, 222, 223, 234, 245, 256, 206, 7, 207, 207, 8, 208, 208 to 9, 209 to 10, 10, 10, now 12 and a half, now 15, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 220, 220, 2 and a half, now 5, 225, 225, 225, 225, 225, sold, 222.50. Steer, the bowl, little bowl. 215, 215, $2, $2, $2, 190. Got 190, now 2.5, 192.5, 202.5, 192.5, 2.5, 2.5, 190, now 2.5, 2.5, 192.5, now 5, 195, 195, 5, now 7.5, 102, $2, 2, 201, 201, 201, now 2, 202, now 3, 203, 4, 204, now 5, 205, now 6, 206, 7, 206, now 7, 207, sold 206. No, yes. Yeah, we got the whole family here today. We're all we got a bowl? $1.90, now 2.5, 192.5, 2.5, $2, now 1, 201, 201, now 2, 203, 203, now 4, 204, now 5, 5, 6, 206, now 7, 207, now 8, 208, now 9, 209, now 10, 210, now 11, 12, 13, 213, 13, 14, 14, now 15, 215, 16, 17, 217, now 18, 19, 219, now 20, 221, 21, now 2, 222, now 3, 223, 3, now 4, 224, now 5, 225, 6, 7, 227, 8, 28, 9, 229, 230, now 1, 31, now 2, 232, 2, 32, 233, 33, 233, 4, 234, now 5, 235, now 7.5, 237, now 40, 240, 2.5, 5, 245, 245, 7.5, now 50, 250, 250, did you say it, Dave? 250, now 2.5, now 5, 255, 7, 7.5, 260, 260, sold 257.50, 258. I know. Oh, 250, 250, lightweight, don't weigh nothing. 225. Got 225, now 6. 225 to 6, 226, 225 to 6, 225 to 6, 225 to 6, 226, 27, 228, 228 to 9, 229 to 30, 230, 30 to 1, 31, 31 to 2, 32 to 3, 4, 234 to 5, 235 to 6, 236 to 7, 237, 238, 239, 239, 239, now 40, now 1, 241, 41 to 2, 42 now 3, 43, 44, 44, 5, 245, 246, 246, 7, 247, 248, 248, 248, 248, sold 247, way up high, 615. Another one, $3, 3, 280, $2. Make me work. 2. Now 1. 201. $2 on 1. 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 Sold them $2. 15. 15. Nice little steer. 280, 280, 275, 275, 250, 250, 225. 225, now 7.5, 227.5, 227.5 down to 30, 230 now 2.5 to 5, 235 now 7.5, 237.5, 40, now 2.5, now 5, 245 now 7.5, 250, now 2.5, now 5, 255 now 7.5, now 60, 260, 2.5, 5, 265, 225 7.5, now 70, 270, 2.5, 5, 275 now 7.5, 279 7.8, 280, 281, 281, 281, sold 280. All right, what do we got? A heifer? $2, 175, 175, 175, 150, $51, $150, 150, 150. Open heifer. 150. Got 150. Now 2.5. 152.5. 152.5. 152.5. 152.5. Sold 150. 615. $2, 2, 155, 155, 155, 5, 5, now 7.5, $2, now 201, now 2, 202, now 3, 3, now 4, 204, now 5, 206, 205, now 6, 206, now 7, 207, 08, 28 to 9, 29, 10, 12.5, now 15, 215, 215, 15, now 17.5, 20, 222.5, 22, 9, now 5, 25, now 7.5, 227, now 30, 232.5, 5, 235, now 7.5, 237, now 40, 240, 2.5, 42.5, 242.5, now 5, 245, 245, sold 240, 250. Mel. Steer, a little bigger. All right, what do we got here? $2, $2, 195, 195, 195, 190, 90, 190, $100 number, 190, 190, now 2.5, 5, 195, now 7.5, now $2, 202.5. Now 5, 205, no 7.5, 207.5, 207.5, Mel, 210, 210, no 12.5, 15, 17.5, 17 now 20, 220, now 2.5, 20, 20, 225, 225, 7.5, 227.5, now 30, 30 now 2.5, 32 now no 5, 35 now 7.5, 237.5, 37.5, now 40, 240, sold 237.50. What do you want that on, John? 622. Oh, it's a. Is that a steer? Marked as a heifer. No. Yeah. Guaranteed open. All right, we got a steer, not a heifer. 210, $2, $2, 195, 195, 195, 197, another 2, 22, now 2 and 5, 5 and 7 and 10, 210, 12.5, 15, 15, now 17, now 20, 220, 2.5, 5, 225, now 7, 7.5, 227, 30, 230, 2.5, 5, 235, 235, 235, sold 232.50, 364. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, look at this, look here. Well, that's a nice set of steers. All right, boy, that's a fancy set of steers there. Yep. Torgerson cattle. Reputation right there. That better start them right off at $3. Hey, I got 2. 2.5, 202.5, 2.5, now 5, 5, now 7, now 10, 10, now 12, now 15, 15, 17, now 20, 2.5, 5, 225, now 7 and a half, now 30, 235, 2 and a half, 239, 35, 7 and a half, 237 and 5, 240, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 45, 245, 245, 245, 45, now 7 and a half, 250, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, now 5, 255, now 7 and a half, 257 and a half, now 260, 2 and a half, 265, 265, 265, now 7 and a half, now 70, 270, 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, sold 270, 640, 640. All right, same cattle, maybe a little heavier. 250 steers, 250, 225, 225, 225, now 230, 230, 225, 227.50, now 30, 230, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 232 and a half, now 5, 235, 7 and a half, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, sold 235, straight. Oh, a little bigger, I think. Same cattle. Now 201, 201, $2 now 1. Deals on 201, 201, 201 now 2, 202 now 3, 203, 4, 5, 205 now 6, 206 now 7, 207 28 9, 29, 10, 11, 211, 211 12, 212 13, 213, 14, 15, 215, 15 now 16, 16 now 17, 17 now 18, 219 now 20, 20 now 2 and a half, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 277, 230. 2 and a half, 32 and a half, now 5, 35, 235, 235, 235, 235, 7 and a half, now 40, 240, 40, now 2 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, now 5, 45, 7 and a half, 247 and a half, 250, 250, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half. Your way, DL, 641, 641, oh, hold it, 642. All right, couple steers. Oh, we got to weigh these, Junior, Gary. All right, 250, 250, 225, 225, 225, 225, 210. Yeah, well, choice, buy one or two. Yeah, that one's a little. $2 for choice. Now 202 and a half, 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 22 and a half. 5, 7 and a half, now 10, 210, now 12 and a half, now 15, 215, 17 and a half, 20, 220, 220 on, 220, $2.20, 220, 20, now 2 and a half, now 5, 225, 225, now 7 and a half, now 30, 230, 2 and a half, 32 now to 5, 35, $35, 30, sold 232.50. Takes the one. Get fixed up, guzzle it just like a shot of whiskey, Johnny. Give it a couple minutes, let that shit kick in. Is it? Oh, good job. I'll sell this one and then. All right, what do we got here? $2. $2. 190. $190, $190, $180. Got $180. Now 2 and a half. 182 and a half, 2 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 182 and a half. Sold 180 way up top, 615. Did you get a smoke? Oh, okay.
$957. $2, $2, gonna be $2, 180 here, minimum 180, gonna be 80, 180 over here right there. Now 182 and a half. 180 here, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, a little 185, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, 192 and a half, 195, gonna be 197 and a half, $2 here, and 2 and a half, gonna be 205, 27 and a half, and 210, 27 and a half, 210, 210 here, and 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, up there, and gonna be 212 and a half, 210, gonna be 212 and a half, 210 here, and gonna be 212 and a half, and 215, gonna be 215, now 217 and a half, gonna be 220, now 220, now 222 and a half, gonna be 220, now 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 220 and a half, sold them to you, 220 right there, 194 by 2. Two heifers here in the ring. What do you want to bet on these ones here? What do you want to bet on 180? Gonna be 180, 180, gonna be 180. 180 where here now? Gonna be 180. 180 over here, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180 right there. Now 182 and a half. 182 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half. 185 here, 185, 187 and a half. Gonna be 187 and a half. 190 here, gonna be 190. 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. Or 197 and a half. Gonna be 197 and $2 here. Gonna be $2 now 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. All in and all done. $2, 194 by 2. There we go. These things have had Express 5, Ultra Brack 8, and wormed in February, weaned since March 15th. $2, bet on 2, gonna be doing 2, gonna be doing 2, 180 here, minimum 180, gonna be 180, 180, 180, 180, 150, gonna be 150, 150, now 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 155 here, gonna be 157 and a half, 155 here, gonna be 157 and a half, 155 here, gonna be 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 160, 162 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 135, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, and 170 here, gonna be 172 and a half, gonna be 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, and 180 over here, 180, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 185 over here, 185, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, and 190, 190 here, gonna be 192 and a half, gonna be 195, and 197 and a half, gonna be 197 and a half, and $2 here, gonna be 222, 197 and a half, and 2 where, 197 and a half, gonna be $2, 197 and a half, gonna be 2, sold them to you, 197 and a half. 80 straight. Same man's cattle had all their shots ready to go. Little main and Jew action there. 180 here, minimum 180, gonna be 180 here, minimum 180, 180, gonna be 180 over here, 165, gonna be 135, 135, gonna be 135, 55, gonna be 135, 160, gonna be 160, no leave it on, 180, 180, gonna be 180 over here, 180, gonna be 180, 180, 180, 150, no leave it on, 180, gonna be 150, 150, now 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 155, 155 here, 157 and a half. Now 160 here, gonna be 160 over here, 160, 162 and a half, gonna be 135, 135, 135, 35, 55. Want to be 165 up there? 165, 162 and a half here, gonna be 165, 162 and a half here, gonna be 165, 55, all in and all done. Sold them to you 162 and a half. Same way, 80 straight away. You want to get a weight on this one? Sure. $2 minimum two, gonna be $2 $2 gonna be $2 $150 gonna be $150 $150 now $152 and a half gonna be $152 and a half $150 here gonna be $152 and a half $150 here gonna be $152 and a half gonna be $152 and a half right there now $155 gonna be $157 and a half $157 and a half now $160 over here now $162 and a half now $165 $167 and a half $170 here $172 and a half gonna be $172 and a half $175 $177 and a half minimum $180 over here gotta be $180 over here now $180 $182 and a half now $185 down here $187 and a half gonna be $187 and a half over here now $187 and a half $185 $187 and a half your way $187 and a half now $190 over here now $190 $192 and a half gonna be $192 and a half $195 $197 and a half $197 and a half gonna be $2 here minimum $2 here and $2 and a half gonna be $2 and a half and $205 gonna be $205 $2 and a half gonna be $2 and a half and $210 over here now $210 $212 and a half now $212 and a half yes sir now $215 over here now $217 and a half gonna be $217 and a half gonna be $217 and a $220 $222 and a half gotta be $222 and a half $2 and a half now $225 and $227 and a half now $227 and a half your way now $230 minimum $230 now $232 and a half gonna be $232 and a half $230 here gonna be $232 and a half gonna be $230 here and $232 and a half all in and all done right there $230 626 $230 buyer 626 three nice black steers there Torgerson steers right no 355 what do we got good steers there here we go. What do you want on these ones here? What do you want here? 180. Gotta be 180. 180. 180. Gotta be 180. 180 over here. 180. 180. Gotta be 180 over here. 150. 150. 150. 150 right there. Now 152 and a half. 150 here. Gotta be 182 and a half. 152 and a half. 155 over here. 157 and a half. 157 and a half. Now 160 here. Gonna be 132 and a half. 132 and a half. Gotta be 132 and a half. 162 and a half. Now 135. 137 and a half. 137 and a half. Now 170 here. 172 and a half. 172 and a half. Gotta be 175. 177 and a half. Gotta be 180 over here. 180. 180. 182 and a half. Gotta be 182 and a half now 185 187 and a half 187 and a half back to you 187 and a half 187 and a half now 190 here you're going to be 192 and a half 192 and a half 195 197 and a half 197 and a half now $2 here minimum $2 here minimum $2 going to be $2 here $2 and a half 202 and a half now 205 207 and a half going to be 207 and a half 207 and a half 205 here 207 and a half 207 and a half going to be 210 over here 210 10 10 going to be 210 to 212 and a half 212 and a half 210 here going to be 212 and a half 210 here going to be 212 right, 212 and a half, and 215 over here, and 215, gonna be 215, 215, gonna be 217 and a half, 217 and a half, 215 here, and 217 and a half. Now 220 here, and gonna be 220, 220, 220, 220, now 222 and a half, your way, 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half, your way, you gotta be 222 and a half, 220 here, and gonna be 222 and a half, and 225, 225 here, and gonna be 225, gonna be 225, another little in a 225, 227 and a half here, and gonna be 227 and a half, 227 and a half right there, and yes sir, 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 225 here, last chance, 227 and a half, 225 here, gonna be 227 and a half, all in and all done, sold them to you, 225, 624, 225, 624. Two more. $2 2 gonna be $2 2 I'm gonna be 2 gonna be $2 2 180 gonna be 180 right there now 182 and a half 180 here gonna be 182 and a half gonna be 182 and a half 180 here 182 and a half gonna be 185 here 185 187 and a half gonna be 190 190 here 192 and a half gonna be 195 195 and 197 and a half gonna be $2 here and 2 and 2 and a half gonna be 205 205 here 27 and a half gonna be 210 210 210 212 and a half your way 215 215 your way gonna be 215 over here 215 217 and a half gonna be 220 220 over here gotta be 220 220 to 222 and a half gonna be 222 and a half 220 here 222 and a half 220 here and 222 and a half gonna be 222 and a half now 225 gotta be 225 over here 225 gotta be 225 227 and a half now 230 230 here minimum 230 gonna be 230 230 now 232 and a half gonna be 232 and a half 235 here and gonna be 235 minimum 235 gonna be 235 237 and a half gotta be 240 your way you got back to you gotta be 240 240 gotta be 240 yes now 240 240 gotta be 240 over here 242 and a half gotta be 242 and a half 242 and a half your way you gotta be 242 and a half now 245 245 here 242 and a half gotta be 245 55 all in and all done right there 242 and a half 143 buyer 143 thank you look at this big old steer he's a dandy $2 running a 2 gonna be $2 running a 2 gonna be $2 here 150 gonna be 150 running a 150 gonna be 150 running a 50 140 140 142 and a half. 140 here, gonna be 142 and a half. Gonna be 142 and a half. 140 here, 142 and a half. 145, 147 and a half. Gonna be 147 and a half. 150 over here, 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. 155, 157 and a half. Now 160 here, 162 and a half. 162 and a half. 162 and a half. 162 and a half. Got 160 on top. Gotta be 162 and a half. 160 up top. 162 and a half. 165. Gotta be 167 and a half. 167 and a half. Now 170 here. 172 and a half. Yeah, 172 and a half. You're 175. 177 and a half. 177 and a half. Got to be 180 over here. 180, 180, 180. Bill, you want to be 180? Or does Brian want to be 180? I bet Brian does. Now 182 and a half up top. 180 here. Got to be 182 and a half. 180 here. Got to be 182 and a half. 180 here. Got to be 182 and a half. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 180, Brian. 145. 145. There you go. 150, no, 150, gotta be 150, 150, 150, minimum 150, 150, gotta be 150, 150, 150, 120 here, gotta be 120, right there, now 122 and a half, 120 here, gotta be 122 and a half, gotta be 122 and a half, 122 and a half, 125, gotta be 127 and a half, now 130, 132 and a half, 135, 137 and a half, 140, we got both of you right next to each other, you're 140, 142 and a half, 145, 145 your way, now 147 and a half, 147 and a half, 147 and a half, 145, gotta be 147 and a half, 145 your way, 147 and a half, 145 here, you gotta be 147 and a half, 145 here, 147 and a half, 150, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, now 160, 152 and a half, 135, gotta be 137 and a half, now 170 here, 172 and a half, gotta be 175, 177 and a half, gotta be 180 here, 180, 180, 182 and a half, 185, 185, 182 and a half here, gotta be 185, 182 and a half, I got you at 182 and a half, right? Now 185, all in and all done, sold it to you, 182 and a half, 145, 145. There's a little dandy there. $2, gotta be $2, minimum $2 here, gotta be $2, minimum $2, gotta be $2 here. 180, gotta be 180, minimum 180 here, gotta be 180, 180 here, gotta be 180 right there, now 182 and a half, 180 here, gotta be 182 and a half, gotta be 182 and a half, 180 here, 182 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, 190 over here, 192 and a half, gotta be 195 here, 195, 197 and a half, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, $2 here, gotta be 2 and a half, $2 here, gotta be 2 and a half, $2 here, gotta be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, gotta be 2 and a half, gotta be 2 and a half, all in and all done, you bottom, $2, 102, $2, 102, thank you. Good steer there. $2, $2, gotta be 2, 165, gotta be 135, 135, gotta be 135, 135, 150, 150, gotta be 150 over here, 150 right there, now 152 and a half, 150 here, gotta be 182 and a half, gotta be 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, now 160, 157 and a half, gotta be 160 up top, 157 and a half, 160, 162 and a half, back to you, Bill, 162 and a half, 165, 167 and a half, 170 here, gotta be 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, minimum 180, 180 your way, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, gonna be 185 here, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 187 and a half, now 190 right there, 190 right there, gonna be 190, 190, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 195, 195, gonna be 195, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 195, 195, 197 and a half, now $2, 197 and a half here, gonna be 2, minimum 2, 2, 2, 197 and a half here, gonna be 2, 2, 2, 197 and a half and 2. Sold at 197 and a half, 181, 191, 197 and a half, 180, 181, 181. Good black heifer there. 180 here, gotta be 180, 180, 180, minimum 180 here, gotta be 180, 180, 180, 180 over 180, 180, 180, 170, gotta be 170, 170, 170, 170, gotta be 160, 160, 160, 140, gotta be 140, 140, 140, gotta be 140, 120, 20, 20, gotta be 120, 120, gotta be 120 over 120, now 122 and a half, 120 here, gotta be 122 and a half, gotta be 122 and a half, 120 here, 122 and a half, gotta be 125, 125, 127 and a half, now 130 here, 132 and a half, gotta be 132 and a half, 130 here, gotta be 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 130 here, 132 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done, 130, 34, 130, 34. Here we got some Belgian blues. Belgian blues here. Says heifers. I think they're Belgian blues. We got a clerk in training here, huh? Wow. Good job. Yeah, probably. That's a safe bet. These are nice little Belgian blues here. What's that? No. Maybe originally. $2 minimum, $2 minimum, two, gotta be two, gotta be $2, little in a two, $150, no little in a 150, gotta be 150, little in a 150, 125, gotta be 125, little in a 125, five, gotta be 125, five, minimum 125, $1 a pound here, $1, $1 102 and a half, gotta be 102 and a half, 102 and a half, $1 102 and a half, 105, 107 and a half, gotta be 110, over here 112 and a half, gotta be 115, over here 115, 117 and a half, now 120, gotta be 122 and a half, gotta be 125, over here 125, 127 and a half, gotta be 130 here, 130, 132 and a half, now 135, 137 and a half, gotta be 137 and a half, now 140 here, gotta be 140, now 142 and a half, 140 here, 142 and a half, 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, gotta be 142 and a half, 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done. 140 your way, 140 on the tens, Little Brahma cross here. Little heifer. That's definitely a heifer. $1 a pound here, gotta be $1 better than $1. Did you say it? Now 101, two and a half. $1 here, now 102 and a half, gotta be 102 and a half, $1 better than 102 and a half, gotta be 102 and a half, now 102 and a half. $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, 105, 105, gonna be 107 and a half, gonna be 110 over here, 112 and a half, gonna be 115 over here, 117 and a half, gonna be 120 over here, 122 and a half. Now 125, gonna be 127 and a half. That's a Brahma. 130, gotta be 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, gonna be 140, 142 and a half, gotta be 142 and a half, 140 up top, and 142 and a half where? 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, 142 and a half, all in and all done. 140, sold it to you. 140, 34, 140, 34. $1, and I gotta be at $1 here. Now 102 and a half. Thank you. 102 and a half. 105. 105 over here. Now 105. Gonna be 107 and a half. Gonna be 110 over here. Now 112. 140. Now 142 and a half. Gonna be 145 over here. Now 147 and a half. Gonna be 150 here. 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. 155. 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. 152 and a half up top. Gotta be 155. 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. And then 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. 55. 152 and a half. 155. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 152 and a half. 34. 152 and a half. 34. Charlotte Cross here. What do you want to bid on this one here? 180 here. Gonna be 180. 180. 180. Gonna be 180 over 180. 150. 150. 150. Gonna be 150. 150. 150. 150. 150. 140. Gonna be 140. 140. 140. 125. 127 and a half. 130. 130 here. Gotta be 132 and a half. 135. 135. Then 130. 140, 140, 140, and 142 and a half, 145, 145, 147 and a half, 150, Gary, 150, 152 and a half, 155, 152 and a half, 155, 155, gotta be 155, 155, 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, 157 and a half. 155. 157 and a half. 155 here, going to be 157 and a half. 155 here, going to be 157 and a half. All in 157 and a half, down 160. And 162 and a half. 132 and a half, going to be 132 and 132 and a half. All in and all done. 160, Phil. 335, right? Look at this one. Now 142 and a half. 140 here. Got to be 142 and a half. Got to be 142 and a half. Half. Got to be 142 and a half. 142 and a half. 145. Now 145. 145. 142 and a half. Got to be 145. 142 and a half here. Now 145. 145. 147 and a half. 147 and a half. Now 150. Got to be 152 and a half. Got to be 155 down here. 155. 55. 157 and a half. 160. 162 and a half. Now 165 here. 167 and a half. Now 170 here. Got to be 172 and a half. 172 and a half. 170 here. Got to be 172 and a half. 170 here. Got to be 172 and a half. All in and all done. 170, 181, 170 on 181. Looks like he's a stag. $140 and a little bit on 140, 140, gonna be 140, a little bit on 120, 120, 120, right there now 122 and a half, 122 and a half, gonna be 125, 125, gonna be 127 and a half, gonna be 130, and 132 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, gonna be 140 here now 142 and a half, gonna be 145 over here now 145, 147 and a half, 150, 150, 147 and a half, gonna be 150, 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, sold it to you 150, 34, 150, 34. Open heifer. I gotta be 125, 127 and a half, 130, minimum 130, 130, 130, 132 and a half, gotta be 135, 135, gotta be 135, 137 and a half, gotta be 140 over here, 140, 140, gotta be 140, 142 and a half, gotta be 145, 147 and a half, gotta be 150, 150, 50, 147 and a half, 150 your way, Gary. Now 150, now 150, 152 and a half, gotta be 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half where, 150 here, 152 and a half, now 155. You're 155 now. 155, 157 and a half, back to you, 157, 160, 160 here. You got to be 160, now 162 and a half, got to be 132 and a half, got to be 135 over here, 132 and a half, 165, 162 and a half, got to be 165, all in and all done, sold it to you, 162 and a half. BC, 10s. Good ones there. Are these still moist? It's still that moist? Okay. $2 better not $2. Not two. Now two and a half. You're gonna be $2 and a half. Gonna be $2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be $2 and a half. $2 here. 2 and a half. Now 5. 205. Gonna be 205 right there. And you gotta be 205. 207 and a half. 210. Gotta be 210. 210 to 212 and a half. 215 here. 217. 217 and a half. Gonna be 220 here. And 220. 220 your way. 222 and a half. Gonna be 222 and a half. I got you at 220. Need 222 and a half. 222 and a half. Gonna be 222 and a half. 220 here. Gonna be 222 and a half right there. Now 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 227. 230 here. Gonna be 230. Minimum 230. 227 and a half. 230. Gotta be 230 and 232 and a half here. 232 and a half. Gotta be 235. 235 here, gonna be 235, 237 and a half, gonna be 237 and a half. Now 240, gotta be 240 your way, 240, 240, 240, 240, 240, gotta be 240, now 242 and a half, 242 and a half, now 245, gotta be 245, 245, 5, gotta be 245, 242 and a half here, 245, 247 and a half, gotta be 247 and a half. Now 250 here, gonna be 250, 252 and a half down here, gonna be 252 and a half, 250 there, now 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 252 and a half. All let's hold it to you, 250. On buyer number 614, buyer 614, thank you. Here's a dandy right here. 220, gonna be 220, 220, 220, 220, gonna be 220, 220, gonna be 220, 220, 220, 210, 210, 212 and a half, 210 here, gonna be 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 210 here, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna 212 and a half, 210 here, gonna be 212 and a half, 210 here, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, 12 and a half, now 215. 215 here, gonna be 215, 217 and a half, gonna be 220 over here to 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 225, 227 and a half, 225 here, gonna be 227 and a half, 225 down here, gonna be 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half. Sold it to you, 225, 642, 225 on 642. $180 here, gotta be $180, little line into $180, $180, gotta be $180 over here to $180, little line into $180, $150, but $50, $150, little line into $150, over here to $150, gotta be $150, little line into $150, $150, $150, now $152 and a half, $152 and a half, $150 here, gonna be $152 and a half, $150 here, gonna be $152 and a half, yep, $152 and a half now. Need $155, $155 now, $155, gotta be $155, $155, $155. Now 157 and a half, 155, gotta be 157 and a half. Who else? 155, gotta be 157 and a half. 155 here, gonna be 157 and a half. 155 here, gonna be 157 and a half. 155 here, gonna be 157 and a half. All in and all done. I sold it to you, Phil. 155. 335, 335. $180 here, gotta be $180, little $180, $180, little $180, $180, $180, $180. Angus Steer had his shots. $180 here, gotta be $180, little $180, $180, $180, little $180, $180, $180, $180, $180, $155, gotta be $155, little $180, $155, $155, little $180, $155, gotta be $155, $55, $140 here, little $180, $140, $140, gotta be $140. Now $142 and a half, $142 and a half, $140 here, $142 and a half, $142 and a half. I got $140 there, yeah. Now $142 and a half, gotta be $142 and a half, $140 here, gotta be $142 and a half. I already got him in. Are you bidding against himself? 142 and a half, 145, 147 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half. Gotta be 155, 157 and a half, 160. 160 with the ice cream. You want to be 160? 162 and a half, 160 here. Gotta be 132 and a half, 160 here. Gotta be 132 and a half. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 160, 628, 160, 628. Looks like a stag. 150, another bit on 150, 150, another bit on, gotta be 150, 150, 150, 145, another bit on 145, gotta be 145, another bit on 145, 140, 140, gotta be 120, 120, gotta be 120, now 122 and a half, 120 here, gotta be 122 and a half, 122 and a half, 125, and 127 and a half, gotta be 130 here, and 130, 130, and 132 and a half, gotta be 135, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 140, 140 here, gotta be 142 and a half, 145, 147 and a half, 147 and a half, 147 and a half up top. I got you at 145, Bill. I need 147 and a half. 145. Gotta be 147 and a half. I gotta be 147 and a half. All in and all done. All in and all done. 145 right there. 181. 145 on 181. Good thing you had that door there, huh? $150, $150, gotta be 150, another $150, 150, 150, 150, gotta be 150, $150, 150, 150. $1 here, gotta be $1, Can we spin it around a little bit? I got $1. Now 102 and a half, $1 here, now 102 and a half, gotta be 102 and a half, $1 here, gotta be 102 and a half, 105, 105, 55, 105, 105, gotta be 105, 102 and a half right there. 105, did you say it? 105, 102 and a half here, gotta be 105, yeah, 107 and a half. 107 and a half here, and 110, 110, gotta be 110, 110, 107 and a half, gotta be 110, 110, 110, 112 and a half, 112 and a half, gotta be 115 over here to 115, gotta be 115, 115 over here to 115, 117 and a half, gotta be 120 over here to 120, gotta be 120, 120 your way, 120, 122 and a half, gotta be 122 and a half, gotta be 125 over here to 125, 55, gotta be 125 over here to 125, 125, don't weigh much, 125, 127 and a half, 130, 132 and a half, 135, 135, 135, 135, 55, 135, I need 135, 135, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, Ron. 135 here, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, now 140 here, you're going to be 140, 140, 140. You got to be 140, guys. Got to be 140 over there, 140, 142 and a half, back to you, 142 and a half. 140 here, you're going to be 142 and a half, 145, 147 and a half, 150, 150 here, got to be 150 over here, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, got to be 155, 155 here, 152 and a half, 155, got to be 155 over here, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, got to be 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 155 here, 157 and a half, 155 here, got to be 157 and a half. I'm going to sell this thing, 155, 157 and a half. 157 and a half, now 160, 160 here, you're going to be 160, we sold it to you, 157 and a half, you bought it. Bandit, please, 614, get him banded. $2 here, gonna be $2 bidder on $2 gotta be $2 here, minimum $2 bidder on $2 gotta be 2. 175, gotta be 175, 175, now 177 and a half, 180 here, gotta be 180, back to you, Dave, 180, 182 and a half, gotta be 182 and a half, gotta be 185, 187 and a half, gotta be 190 over here, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half, gotta be 205 here, and 207 and a half, 207 and a half, gotta be 210 here, and 212 and a half, and 215 over here, and 215, now 217 and a half, 217 and a half, well, you wanna be 217 and a half, 220 over here, and 220, gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, all in all done, sold at 220, 360, 220, 360. $303, $316, $319, $302. 4 heifers. Probably the 2 reds and the 2 blacks, I'm thinking. Yeah. We're going to have to weigh the reds and the blacks separate. $2 here, gonna be $2 bidder on into 2. Nice little set of heifers there. $2 bidder on the 2, gonna be $2 bidder on 2. $2 here, 180, gotta be 180. A little bit on 180, 180, 180, 180 right there. Now 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 180 here, gotta be 1.5. 180 here, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half. A little bit on 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half. Sold them to you, 180. Put them on the 5s. Nice work, fellas. $320, $315, and what? Whose owners are these? I know Canals probably, and who? Which ones are the Canals ones? They're gonna get everybody's cattle. No. 175, gonna be 175, another little 175, 5, gotta be 175. 175, gotta be 175, 175, 160 here, gotta be 160, 180, 180, gotta be 180, right there, 2.5, 162 and a half, 130 here, gotta be 132 and a half, 135, gotta be 167 and a half, 167 and a half, right here, and 170, gotta be 170 and a half, gotta be 172 and a half, and 175, over here, 177 and a half. Now 180 here, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 185, gotta be 185. 7 and a half, 187 and a half, 180, 189. 189 here, 189, 90, 190, gotta be 190 over here, 190, 190, 190, 192 and a half, gotta be 195, 195 here, 195, and 195, gotta be 195, 195. 97 a hand, gonna be 197 a hand, gonna be $2 here, gonna be 2. Did you say it? $2, 197 a hand, gonna be 2, 197 a hand, gonna be 2. Sold him 197 a half, your way. What about the fives? $321. We're good here. Canals cattle. $2 better, $2. I got two now. 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 205. Gonna be 207 a hand. Gonna be 210. I'm gonna be 12 and a hand. Gonna be 215, 217 and a half. Gonna be 220 now. 222 and a half. 225, 227 and a half. 230, 232 and a half. Gonna be 235, 237 and a half. Gonna be 240, 242 and a half. Gonna be 245, 247 and a half. 250, 252 and a half. 255, 252 and a half. 255, 257 and a half. And 260 here. Gonna be 260, 260, 257 and a half. And 260 where? 257 and a half. Gonna be 260, 257 and a half. 260. Sold them to you. 257 and a half. 383. Had his shots, had her shots. $1 bidder on $1, gotta be $1 bidder on $1, gotta be $1 bidder on $1, 85 cents here, 85, and 87 and a half, 85, gonna be 87 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, and 90 here, gonna be 92 and a half, 95, gonna be 97 and a half, and $1, $1 here, 102 and a half, $1 here, now 102 and a half, $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, 105 over here, 105, 107 and a half, gonna be 110, 110, 112 and a half, gonna be 115 over here, 115, gonna be 117 and a half, gonna be 120 over here, 120, 120, 122 and a half, 120 here, gonna be 122 and a half, 120 here, gonna be 122 and a half, 120 here, gonna be 122 and a half. Sold it to you, 120. Open heifer. 150, gonna be 150, another blood 150, 150, gonna be 150, another blood 150, 150, gonna be 150, another blood 150, 125, 125, another blood 125, right there, and 127 and a half, 125, 127 and a half, gonna be 130. 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, and 140 here, 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 147 and a half, gonna be 150 here, and 152 and a half, 152 and a half, and 155, 157 and a half, and 160 here, and 132 and a half, gonna be 135, gonna be 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 165, 167 and a half, now 170 here, 170 down there, and 172 and a half, gonna be 172 and a half, 175 here, 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 down here, to 180, 180, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 185 down here, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 187 and a half, 185 here, gonna be 187 and a half, 190, gonna be 190 down there, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 195, gonna be 195 over here to 195, 195, 197 and a half, 192 down $2 here, gonna be 2, minimum 2, 197 and a half, now 2, 2, 2, 197 and a half, gonna be 2, sold it to you 197 and a half. What do we got left? Really? $2 here, gonna be 2, $2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, gonna be $2, 2, 2, 2. Canals cattle right here, $2, gonna be 2, 2, 2, 2. Little one there, $2, gonna be 2, 2. Did you say it? $2, 2, 2, 2, gonna be 2, 2, 2. 180 here, gonna be 180 now, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, gonna be 185 here, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, 187 and a half. Now 190. Are you sure? 187 and a half. If you're doing it all day, 187 and a half, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half, 192 and a half. 195, 197 and a half, gotta be $2 here, and $2 and 202 and a half, gotta be 205, 207 and a half, and 210, 212 and a half, gotta be 215, 217 and a half, and 220 to 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, gotta be 230, 230 your way, 227 and a half, and 230, 227 and a half here, gotta be 230, 227 and a half, gotta be 230, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 227 and a half, 383. Redneck. 317, Canals cattle. 150, a little bit around 150 right there. Now 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half. 152 and a half. 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half. 150, gonna be 152 and a half. 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half. And gonna be 152 and a half. 152 and a half. 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half. And 152 and a half. Now 155, 157 and a half. 157 and 157 and a half. 157 and a half. 160 here, gonna be 162 and a half. 135, gonna be 135. 137 and a half. Now 170. 170 here. 170. 167 and a half. Now 170. 170 and 172 and a half. 175, 177 and a half, gotta be 180 here, 180, 180, 180, 180 your way, Greg, 180, 182 and a half, gotta be 185, 187 and a half, now 190, 192 and a half here, 195, gotta be 197 and a half, 197 and a half, 195 here, gotta be 197 and a half, 195 here, gonna be 197 and a half, sold it to you, 195, 258, 258. Nice heifer there. $2. Gotta be $2. Running to $2. Minimum $2 here. Gotta be $2. Minimum $2. Gotta be $2. 180 here. Minimum 180 right there. Now 182 and a half. 180 here. 182 and a half. Gotta be 182 and a half. Gotta be 182 and a half. 180 here. Gotta be 182 and a half. 180 here. 182 and a half. Gotta be 182 and a half. Gotta be 182 and a half. 180 here. 182 and a half. 182 and a half. 185. 187 and a half. 187 and a half. Gonna be 187 and a half. 187 and a half. Now 190 here. Gonna be 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. Gonna be 197 and a half. 197 and a half. 197 and a half. 197 and a half your way. Now $2. Now 202 and a half right here. 202 and a half. 205. Gonna be 205. 207 and a half. 207 and a half. Gonna be 210. 212 and a half. Gonna be 212 and a half. And 215. 215 over here. 215. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. All in and all done. Sold it. Do you want to be 215? 217 and a half here. And sold it to you at 215 then. Ron with the steal. 215 on the fives. Look at this little one here. Little bull here, 250, gonna be do viddy, do viddy. Buy him and cut him, 250, gonna be do viddy, gotta be 250 here, 240, gonna be do 40, 230, gonna be do 30, 210, gonna be do 210, now 212 and a half, 212 and a half, 215, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 227 and a half, gonna be 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 237 and a half, 240, 242 and a half up there, 242 and a half, 240 here, gonna be 242 and a half, 240 here, gonna be 242 and a half, 240 here, gonna be 242 and a half. Sold them 240, 258, 240, 258. Look at these big boys. Three bowls. Now 142 and a half, 142 and a half, 145, gonna be 145, 147 and a half, gonna be 150, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 157 and a half, 160, 162 and a half, 160, 162 and a half where? 130, gotta be 132 and a half, 130 here and 132 and a half. Bill, what do you think? 160 here, gotta be 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 130 here, gotta be 132 and a half, 130 here, gotta be 132 and a half, all in and all done, all in and all done. Sold them 160 right there. Put them on 8, 250 by 8. $1 here, gonna be $1, $1. Now 101, or 102 and a half. $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half. Gonna be 102 and a half. Now 105, and 107 and a half. Gonna be 110 over here. Now 112 and a half. Gonna be 115 over here. 117 and a half. Gonna be 120. Now 122 and a half. 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. Gonna be 127 and a half. Now 130 here, gonna be 130, 127 and a half. Gonna be 130, 127 and a half. Gotta be 130, and a little bit on 130, 130. Gotta be 130, 127 and a half here. Now 130, 127 and a half. 130. Sold it to you. 127 and a half. 34 by 2. 34 by 2. Thank you. Little white park looking steer there. 175, gonna be 135, 135, 135, 135, 55, 150, 150 over here, 150, 150 over here, 150, 150, 140, gonna be 140, 140 right there. Now 142 and a half, 140 here, gonna be 142 and a half, 142 and a half, 145, 147 and a half, 147 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half. Now 160 here, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, now 170 here, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 here, 180, 180, 182 and a half. 182 and a half, 185, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 down here, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 195. Now 197 and a half, 197 and a half, gonna be $2 down here, and gonna be two and a half, gonna be two and a half, and 205, gonna be 205, and 207 and a half, gonna be 210 over here, 207 and a half, gonna be 210, 207 and a half, gonna be 210, 210, 207 and a half, gonna be 210, 207 and a half here, 210 where, 207 and a half, gonna be 210, 210, 210, 210, all in and all done. 207 and a half, 460, 207 and a half, 460. I know, I've seen it. Yep. What do we got? Little jersey deal there. Not on file. Who? It's a mystery. 75 cents here. 75. Gonna be 75. Gonna be 75. Gonna be 75. 77 and a half. 77 and a half. Gonna be 80. Now 82 and a half. Gonna be 85. 87 and a half. Gonna be 90 here. 92 and a half. 92 and a half. 90 here. 92 and a half. 90 up top. 92 and a half. Gonna be 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 92 and a half. Sold at 90.34. 90.34. By two. By two. Old Jersey Bowl. I think there's 4 of those. It's probably Red Angus Bull here. Yep. Good one there. $2 not $2, $150, gotta be 150, Red Angus Bowl, 150, 152 and a half, gotta be 152 and a half, 155, gotta be 155, 157 and a half, and 170 here, 172 and a half, gotta be 165, 135, gotta be 177 and a half, and 170 here, gotta be 172 and a half, now 175, 175, 175, gotta be 175, 172 and a half, gotta be 175, 172 and a half, gotta be 175, 172 and a half here, gotta be 175, all in and all done, 172 and a half right here, 181. If there would have been another fly, you might have owned it. Go ahead and ban him. He was. Go ahead. Ban that bull, please, Denise. Ban that bull. Nice steer there, too. 150, gonna be 150, 150, 150, 150, gonna be 150, 40, 40, 40. Now 142 and a half, 144 and a half, now 145, gonna be 147 and a half, gonna be 147 and a half, 150 over here, now 150, 150, 150 up top, 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, 151, 152, gonna be 182, 153, 153 over here, 154, gonna be 155, 155, 155, 156 here, 157, 158 over here, 159, 150. You're 158, Ron. Want to be 158? You got 159 down here. 159. Got to be 160 over here. No 160. Got to be 160. 159. 160. 159. Got to be 160 over here. No 159. Got to be 160. Sold it. 159. 181. 159. 181. All the hard work's done on that one. Aberdeen Cross Heifer here. Here we go. What do you want to do this one here? What do you want to do here? What do you want to do here? 150. Gotta be 150. 150. 150. 150 over 150. 150 over 150. 120. Gotta be 120. 120. 120. 120. $1 here. Minimum $1. I got $1 now. 102 and a half. Where are you at? 102 and a half. 105. 107 and a half. Gotta be 110 over 112 and a half. Gotta be 115 over 117 and a half. Gotta be 120. 122 and a half. 120 here. 122 and a half. Where? 120. Gotta be 122 and a half. Gotta be 122 and a half. 120 here. Gotta be 122 and a half. 122 and a half. 120 here. Gotta be 122 and a half. All in and all done. 120, 34, 120, 34 straight. What's that say, Lexi or Pexi or what? Yeah, it's a Percy calf. $180 here, a little bit around 180, gonna be 180, a little bit 180, 150, a little bit around 150, now 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, gonna be 130, 132 and a half, 135, 137 and a half, 170 here, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 here, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, 190, 182 and a half, 192 and a half, now 195 here, 197 and a half, gonna be $2 and 202 and a half, gonna be 205, 207 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 215, 215. 212 and a half. 215 where? 212 and 215, 217 and a half. Gonna be 220 over here. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 225, 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. 227 and a half here. Gonna be 230. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. All in and all done. 227 and a half, 230, 232 and a half. Now 235, 237 and a half, gotta be 240, 242 and a half, gotta be 245, 245, 247 and a half. Now 250 here, 252 and a half, gotta be 255 or 257 and a half. Now 260 here, gotta be 260, 262 and a half. Now 265 here, 265, gotta be 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 265, gotta be 267 and a half. All in and all done. 265 on 460, 460. Little heifer there. $150, gotta be $150. Now $152 and a half. $150 here, gotta be $152 and a half. Gotta be $182 and a half. $150 here, gotta be $152 and a half. $152 and a half. $155 and $157 and a half. $157 and a half. $160 here, gonna be $132 and a half. Gonna be $132 and a half. $132 and a half. $132 and a half. $160 here, gonna be $132 and a half. Gonna be $132 and a half. $130 here, gonna be $132 and a half. All in and all done. $160 on the 15s. Little bull here. Holstein bull here. What do you want to know this guy here? 85 cents here, 85, gonna be 85, a little 85, a little 85 right there. Now 87 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, gonna be 90 here, 92 and a half, gonna be 95, 97 and a half, gonna be $1, you know, 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, gonna be 105, 105, 105, 102 and a half here, no 105, 102 and a half here, gonna be 105, gonna be 105, 102 and a half, gonna be 105, 102 and a half, gonna be 105, 107 and a half, 107 and a half, gonna be 110, over here, no 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, yes, 110, 107 and a half, 110 right there, now yes, 110 right here. Now 112 and a half, 112 and a half, 110 here, going to be 112 and a half. I got 110 on the floor here. Now 112 and a half, 110 going to be 112 and a half, 112 and a half, 110 down here, going to be 112 and a half. All in and all done, all in and all done. Sold at 110, 360, 110, 360. Nice looking steer, 170, gotta be 170, 170, gotta be 170, 170, 170, gotta be 170, 150, a little bit on 150, gotta be 150, a little on 150, over here 150, 50, 50, 140, a little bit on 140, 140, 120 here, gotta be 120, another one there, 122 and a half, 125, gotta be 125, 122 and a half, 125, 127 and a half, 127 and a half, gotta be 130, 130 right there, 132 and a half up top, 132 and a half, 130 here, 132 and a half, 135, 137 and a half, gotta be 140 here, 142 and a half, gotta be 145, 147 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, now 160, 132 and a half, gonna be 165, 167 and a half, gonna be 170 over here, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, 55, 177 and a half, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 over here, 190, gonna be 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 190 here, you gotta be 192 and a half. I got you guys at 190, I need 192 and a half, 190 here, gonna be 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 196.05, 196.05. Thank you. Black bull here. 155, gonna be 155, 157 and a half, 155, gonna be 157 and a half, gonna be 155 here, 157 and a half, 157 and a half. Now 160 here, gotta be 160, 132 and a half, gonna be 135 over here, 137 and a half, 170 here. Now 172 and a half, gonna be 135 over here, 135, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 over here, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 185 here, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 195, 192 and a half here, gonna be 195, 555, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 192 and a half, 360, 192 and a half, 360. $0.80 here, 80 cents, a little bit on 80, gonna be 80, a little bit on 80, gonna be 80 here, 50 cents here, 50, gonna be 50, a little on 50, 50, 50, 50, gonna be 50, a little on 50, 50, 50, 45 cents here, 45, a little bit of 45, now 47 and a half, 50, 50 here, now 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half right here, 52 and a half, gonna be 55, 57 and a half, gonna be 57 and a half, 60 over here, 62 and a half, now 65 here, 67 and a half, 67 and a half, 67 and a half, now 70 your way, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, gonna be 72 and a half, 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, all in and all done. 70. Put it on 203 by 1, 2031. $52 in the ring, 52. Good little red heifer there. $2, gonna be $2, gonna be $2, gonna be $2, 180 here, 180, 180 over here, 180, 180, thank you. 182 and a half, 185, gonna be 185, gonna be 185, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 over here, 190, 190 down there, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, and $2 here, gonna be $2, 202 and a half, gonna be 205 here, 205, 207 and a half, gonna be 210, 210 here, gonna be 210, 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half. 212 and a half, 210 here, gonna be 212 and a half, 210 here, gonna be 212 and a half. All in and all done. Sold it to you, 210, 194 by 2. Open heifer there. Buffum cattle. $2, $2 right there now, 2, 2 and a half, 2, 2 and a half, 205, gonna be 27 and a half, gonna be 210, over here, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 217 and a half, 220, 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, gonna be 230 here, and 230, 230, 230, 227 and a half, and 230, 227 and a half here, now 230, gonna be 230, and a little into 230, 227 and a half, and 230, 227 and a half, 230, sold it to you, 227 and a half on 194 by 2. No tag. Be letter F. Good work. Yeah, that's what they say. 120, gonna be 120, 120 over here, 120 right there, and 122 and a half, 122 and a half, gonna be 122 and a half, 120 here, gonna be 122 and a half, and 125, 125, 127 and a half, gonna be 130, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, gonna be 140, 142 and a half, 142 and a half. I got you at 140, Ron. Need 142 and a half. Give it to him for 140. You want to be 140, Mo? 137.50. Now 140, 137.50, gonna be 140, 137.50, gotta be 140, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 137.50, 34. $125, 225, 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 225, 227 and a half. Now 230, gonna be 230, 230, 230, 230, 230, 230. 227 and a half down here. You gotta be 230. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. All in and all done. Oh, now we go. Here we go. 230. Now 232 and a half. 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. Gonna be 35. Gonna be 237 and a half. Gonna be 237 and a half. Now 240. Gonna be 242 and a half. Gonna be 242 and a half. Yes. 242 and a half. 245. Over here to 245. 245. 242 and a half. 245. Sold it to you. 242 and a half. 194 by 2. Which one? It's coming. It's coming. Not the right one. $2, $2, gonna be $2, gonna be $2, gonna be $2, 180 here, 150, gonna be 150, 150 over here, 150. 125, gonna be 125, 125 right there, and 127 and a half, 125, gonna be 127 and a half, 127 and a half. Now 130, gonna be 130, 130, 130, 130, 130. Who do you got, Terry? 130, gonna be 130, 127 and a half, 130, 130, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 135, 137 and a half, gonna be 140 over here, 142 and a half, gonna be 142 and a half, now 145 over here, 145, 55. You wanna be 145 in the door, 145, 142 and a half here, and 145, gotta be 145, all in and all done. 142 and a half right there, buyer number 435. Nice little black calf there. Little steer, little black steer. 270. Gonna be 275, little bit of 295, little bit of 295, little bit of 295, 55, 250, 250, now 252 and a half, 252 and a half, gonna be 252 and a half, and 255, 257 and a half, gonna be 230, 232 and a half, 235, 270, 267 and a half. 270, gotta be 270 over here, 270, gotta be 270, 260 at 270, 267 and a half, gotta be 270 over here, 270, now 272 and a half, 275, 277 and a half, now 280, 280 here, 280 here, gotta be 280 here, 280 here, 277 and a half, 280, 277 and a half, 280, sold at 277 and a half, 383. Terry, you wanna jump on here? I'm gonna see if I can get them both coming.
Get the shit in my eyes. I just squirted the I don't want to get Johnny's. All right, what do we got here? Heifer? 125, 125, 125, 125, 125, 5, now 6, 125, 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 now 6, 7, 127, 8, 128, now 9, 129, now 30, 130, now 1, 131, 131, now 2, 2, now 3, 133, 34, 5, 135, 135, now 6, 136, 7, 137, 138, 138, now 9, 139, 40, 140, 1, 141, now 2, 142, 2, now 3, 143, now 4, 4, 5, 145, 6, 7, 147, 147, 8, 148 to 9, 149, 149 to 50, 152 and a half, 2 and a half, 152 and a half, 5, 155, 155, 155, sold 152.50 by 5. I know. No, yeah. All right, this here Charlet heifer can be registered. You could register it if you want to. All right, $2, $2, 190, 80, 180. Now 2.5, 82.5, 182.5, 2.5, 182.5, 2.5, 182.5, 182.5. Sold them 180. 15 the buyer. Oh, non-vax heifer. Looks like an open heifer. Stremler cattle. Oh, 195, 195, 180, 80, 150, 50, 150, $150, 150, 150, 40, 130, 30. Now 2.5, 132.5, 132.5, 132.5, 132.5, 132.5, 132.5, 132.5. Now 5, 135, 137.5, 37, 137.5, 137.5. Sold them 135. Oh, heifer. $2, $2, $2, 195, 180, 80, 180, 80, 2.5, 185, 7, 7, 90, 1, 2, 2, 5, 195, 7.5, $2, 2, 2, 202 and a half, 295, 205, 7.5, now 10, 210, 12 and a half, 212 and 15, 215, 215, 17 and a half, now 20, 220, 220, 220, 220, now 2 and a half, 22, 22 and a half, 2 and a half, sold them 220. Straight by 2. Oh, what do we got? A little shorthorn? All right, little heifer. $2, $2, 195, 180, 80, 180, $180, 180, 180. It's a Maine, says here. Yeah. Gonna have to ask the expert up there. Cindy would know. Yep. All right, $2, 195, 195, 180, $180, 180, 175, 175, 150. It's not a bad looking heifer. 150, 40, 140, 2.5, 142.5, 142.5, 42.5, 142.5, 5, 145, now 7.5, 140, 150, 2.5, 52.5, 2.95, 55, 55, now 7.5, 57, 60, 2.5, 62.5, 165, now 7.5, 7, 70, 170, 2.5, 72.5, 5, and 77.5, now 80, 280, 180, 180, now 2.5, 182.5, 82.5. Sold them 180 by 5. I know, that would have been a good one, too. Huh? Oh, look at this horns. Oh, the number. Oh, I. Oh, H. I will be next to this. 180, 180, 175, 175, 170, 170, 150, 50, 150, 50, 140. Got 140. Now do it. Jesus. 142.5. Now 5. 147.5. 147.5. 150. 150. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 5. 155. 7.5. 157.5. 60. 160. Now 2.5. 162.5. 5. 165. 7.5. 167.5. 70. 2.5. 72.5. 72.5. 5. 175. 77.5. 180. 180. 180. Now 2.5. 82.5. 82.5. Sold them 180. 641. 641. We must be in the singles. All right. What do we got here? Oh, heifer. 160, 145, 141, 145, 145, 140, 40, $40, 40. Did you say it, DL? 40. Now 2.5. 42.5, 142.5, 5, 145, now 7.5, 147, now 50, 150, 2.5, 52.5, now 5, 155, now 7.5, 57.5, 160, 2.5, 162.5, now 5, 165, now 7.5, 170, 2.5, now 5, 175, now 75, 77.50, now 80, 180, $180, 180, sold 177.50, 641. All right, what do we got? Oh, this is a Wagyu. Wagyu heifer. All right, what, $7 start amount? Got 140, now 2.5, 142.5, 5, 145, 5, now 7.5, 49, 50, 150, 2.5. Now 180, now 2.5, 82.5, 52.5, 182.5, 182.5. Sold them 180, 641. All right, what do we got? What heifer, black heifer. $2, $2, 195, 195, 180, 80, 180, 180, 80. Now 2.5, 5, 180, 7, 90, 190, 2.5. Now 5, 95, now 7.5, 97, 2, 201. Now 2, 2, now 3, 203, 4, 204, now 5, 205, 5, now 6, 206, now 7, 208, 9, 209, now 10, 10, now 12.5, 12.5, now 15, now 17.5, now 20, 220, sold 217.50 by 2. Oh, here's a nice 210. Now 12.5. 12.5. Mel, 12.5. 212.5. 212.5. 212.5. 212.5. 15. 215. 17.5. Now 20. 220. Now 2.5. 22.5. Now 5. 225. Now 7.5. 227.5. 230. 230. 230. Sold 227.50 by 2. Whoa. Calm it down there, limo. And don't cut the rope. Get him out of here. She. Between the two of them, I think they probably could have got it out of there, Bill, Bob. All right, $2, $2. Now 202 to 5, 205, 202 to 5. I got 2. I'll spin her around a little bit, Junior, if you can. 2.5. Now 5, 205. Now 7.5. 7 10, 210. Now 12.5. Now 15, 215, 215. Now 17.5. Now 20, 220, 22.5. Now 5, 25, 25, 7.5. 27, 30, 2.5. Now 5, 35, 235. Now 7.5. 237.5. Sold 235 by straight. Yeah. All right. Heifers. Making you better every day, Gary, when you listen to all that constructive criticism. All right. We're not nowhere here yet. $2, $2, $195. It's a heifer. $195, $180, $180, 2.5. 182 and a half, 2.5, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 5, 185, 7.5. Now 9, 190, now 2.5, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 97.5. Sold 195 by 5, 250 by 5. Little bowl. Little bowl. All right. 225. 210. Little bowl. Fix that thing in a heart. 210. Now 12 and a half. 212 and a half. 212 and a half. 12 and a half. Now 15. 15. Now 17 and a half. Now 20. 2.5. 222 and a half. 2.5. Now 5. 225. Now 7 and a half. 227 and a half. 227 and a half. Now 30. 230. 2 and a half. 232 and a half. Now 5. 35. Now 7 and a half. 37 and a half. 40. 240. 240. Sold 237.50. 258. No, is that this one or we sell off one on the scale? All right, heifer, $2. $2, don't weigh much. 195. 195. 195. 195. 5. Now 7 now 2. 2 2 9. Now 5. 7.5. 7.5 now 10. 210. Now 12.5 now 15. 15 now 17.5. 20. 2.5. 22 now 5. 25. 225. 225. 225. Now 30. 230. 232 and a half. 32 and a half. 235. 7.5. 40. 240. Now 2.5. 242 and a half. 245. 245. Sold them. 242.50. Well, there's a slick. You don't run across these every day. All right, 225. 225 by the pound. $2. $2. $2. $150. 125. 125. Now 7.5. 127 and a half. 127 and a half. Now 30. 130. Now 205. 135. Now 7.5. 40. Now 2.5. 5. 145. Now 7.5. Now 50. 150. 2.5. 5. 155. Now 7.5. Now 60. 160. 2.5. 162 and a half. 162 and a half. 162 and a half. 162 and a half. 5. 165. Now 7.5. Now 70. 2.5. 5. 75. 175. 175. Sold them. 172.50. 625. 625. Oh, what do we got here? A little jersey? Oh.
623, Denise, on that last one.
623. No, that's not really a ring. It's got another problem. Yeah. Oh, 125, 125, 125, 125, $1. $1, 90. On the Jersey heifer with $90. 90, 80. That's 80. 60. 5. Now 70. 75. 75. Now 80. $80. 80. 85. $85. 85. 82.50. Now 5. $85. 85. 85. 7.5. Now 90. $90. Now 2.5. 92 down to 5. 95 down. 95 now 7.5. Now $1. 2.5. 5. 2.5. 5. 1 to 2. Sold 102.50. 5 or 15. All right, what do we got here? 251. Stap. Oh, that's a pretty nice effort too. $2, $195, $195, $185, $85, $180, $108, $180, $170, $50. Now 2.5. $152.5, $52.5, $152.5, $152.5, $152.5. Sold $150. 10. Too late. Larry. Oh, here's a nice little steer. $2, $195, $195, $195, $195, $195, $180, 2.5, 182.5, 2.5, 182.5, 82.5, 82.95, 185, 7.5, now 90, 190, 2.5, 92.95, 95, 95, now 7.5, 97.5, $2, 2 and a 2.5, 205, 205, 205, now 7.5, 207, 10, 210, 12.5, 12.5, now 15, 1, 215, now 17.5, now 20, 220, 220. 220, now 5, 225, now 7.5, 230, 230, 232.5, 232.5. Sold them 230 right down here, 626. What do we got here? Heifer? $2, $2, 2, 195, 195, 190, 190. Got 190, now 2.5. 102.5, 5, 195, now 7.5, 7.5, 197, $2, 202.5, now 5, 205, now 7.5, 207.5, now 10, 210, 12.5, 212.5, 15, 215, 215, sold 212.50 by 2. Oh, look at this little slick thing. Heifer? All right, let's sell it by the head. $500. 500 by the head. 4. 400. I got 3. Now a quarter. 3 and a quarter. A quarter down, quarter down. 3 and a quarter and a half. 3 and a half. Now 75. 400. 400 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter and a half. 4 and a half. 4 and a half. Now 75. 475. 475. 475. 75. Now 500. Ron, $500. 500. Sold 475, 203 by 4. All right, what are we going to do here? 250, light, 250, 210, $2, 180. Nice little calf. 180, 150. Now 2.5. 152.5. Now 5. 155. 75. Now 170. Yes. 85. Now 7.5. 87.5. Now 90. 190. 190. Sold them 187.50. 360. Getting delirious up here. Oh, 125, 125, 125, 110, $1. Got 80. Did I give you give me $1, Mo? Now 101, 101, $1. Now 101, 101, now 2, 102, 3, 4, 104, 104, 5, 105, 5, no say 106. Sold them 105, 15, 5s. All right, what do we got here? Heifer, 125, 125, 125, 125, 125, $1. 80, 80, now 1. 81, 80, now 1. 81, 81, 81, now 2. 82, 2, now 3. 83, now 4. 84, now 5. 6, 7. 87, now 8. 88, now 9. 89, now 90. 90, now 1. 91, now 2. 3, 4. 94, now 5. 95, now 6. 96, 96, 7. 97, 97, now 8. 98, 98, now 9. 99, 99. $1, $1, $1. Sold $99 by 4. 203 by 4. Or 3. What? 119. We're getting there. We got a lot of pairs. We got some good registered bulls. Got to come through yet. What Dustin wouldn't do to sneak a couple bulls in there? Oh, so who's out back here? Oh. All right. What do we got here? How many bulls do we have, John? I know. All right, what do we got here? A heifer? $2, $2, $195, $195, $80, $150, $150. Now 2.5. 152 and a half, 52 and a half, 152 and a half, 5, 155 and 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Now it's 60, 2.5. Now 5, 165 and 7 and a half, 7 and 70, 172 and a half. Now 5, 175 and 77 and a half. Now 177 and 80, 180. Now 2.5, 82 and a half, 5, 185 and 7 and a half, 187 and a half. Now 90, 2.5, 92 and a half, 192 and a half, 5, 95, 195. Sold 192.50 by 5. Well, hey, Johnny. What back tags? What's like over there bull? What bulls are? What's this Aaron want?
He's got a Aaron J.
Oh, his.
Yeah.
I could try to go back there.
You go call it. They'll do what you say. They don't have to do what I
I'll
say.
talk to AJ and I'll help him.
Yeah.
But give me the 2 back tag numbers or something because I need to know
What's
what's
that big giant jersey looking bull?
big sucker and what's
There's the
Overall.
short, beautiful black egg. I think they're right next to each other.
Okay. All right. We got a redneck. Oh, we need her. All right. What do we got? A heifer? $2, $2, 195, 195, 185, 185. That's a nice heifer. 185, 185, 70, 150. Now 2.5, 52 and a half, 152 and a half, 52 and a half, 152 and a half. Now 5, now 7.5, now 60, now 2.5, now 5, 165, 70, 170, 165, now 70, 170, 70, now 5, 175, 7.5, 177 and a half, 177 and a half, 178, 180. Sold 177.50. 33. All right, $2. Oh, 185, 185, 185, 185, 60. Now 2.5. 162 and a half, 2.5, 162 and a half, 162 and a half, 162 and a half. Sold 160. Same way. 33. All right, what do we got here? By the head. We'll sell to you by the head $500. 500, 4, 3, 250. 250. Now 5, 275, 275, 275. Now 300. 280, 85. Now 95. 295, 295, 295. Sold 285, 15. 250 by 15. By the head, yes. All right, $2, 2, 195, 195, 180, $180, 180, 180. Got 180, now 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 182 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 182 and a half, 182 and a half. Sold them 180 by 5.
Yeah. All right, 115 to go. Let's crank them out. Let's do it. Shapeshifter. Yeah, Denise does it all. Here you go, Denise. All right, Jessica. I called you Denise. Yeah, I know. 272. I think 212 or 272. Let's see. 80 cents, gonna be 80, 80, gonna be 80 here, minimum 80, now 82 and a half, gonna be 82 and a half, 80 here, now 82 and a half, gonna be 82 and a half, 80 here, 82 and a half, gonna be 85, 87 and a half, gonna be 87 and a half, to 90 here, gonna be 92 and a half, gonna be 92 and a half, now 95, 97 and a half, gonna be 97 and a half, gonna be $1, and 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, gonna be 105, 105, 55, 102 and a half, gonna be 105, all in and all done, sold it to you, 102 and a half, your way. Put on the fives, 250 by 5. If they come through, then they got to go right back to the bullpens because there's no place to put them back here. Looks like a steer or a bull. It's a steer. $2 bidder on $2. Bidder on into $2. Bidder on into 2. Gonna be $2. Bidder on into 2. Nice one there. 180 here. Gonna be 180. 180. 182 and a half. Gonna be 185. 187 and a half. 187 and a half. Gonna be 190 here. 182 and a half. Gonna be 195. 195 to 197 and a half. Gonna be 197 and a half. And $2 here. Gonna be 202 and a half. Gonna be 205. 207 and a half. Gonna be 207 and a half. Gonna be 210 your way. 207 and a half. Gonna be 210. 207 and a half and 210. Gonna be 210. 210. 210 and 212 and a half. 212 and a half here and 215. Gonna be 215. 217 and a half. Gonna be 217 and a half. 720. 220. Got to be 220. Yes, sir. 220. Got to be 222 and a half here and 222 and a half. Now 225. Got to be 225. Got to be 225. 225. 222 and a half here. 225 where? Got to be 225 all in and all done. Sold it to you. 222 and a half right there. 194 straight. 180 here, got to be 180, 180 over here, 180, 180 over here, 180 right there, 180, 180 over here, 150, 150, 152 and a half, got to be 155, 157 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, 170 here, 172 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, got to be 180, 182 and a half, got to be 185, 187 and a half, 180, 190 here, 192 and a half, now 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, $2, 202 and a half, got to be 202 and a half, 205, 207 and a half, 207 and a half here, and 210, got to be 210, 10, 10, sold it to you, 207 and a half, 194, buy 2. Yeah. 175, gonna be 175 right there, and 177 and a half, 180 over into 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 185 over into 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, and 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half, 195, gonna be 197 and a half, 197 and a half, now two, 2 and a half, gotta be 205, 205 here, and 27 and a half, gonna be 210 over into 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, and 215, 217 and a half, now 217 and a half, 220, gotta be 220 here, 217 and a half, gotta be 220, 217 and a half, gotta be 220, all in and all done, sold at 217 and a half, 194 by 2. $2 bid on $2 in a 2. Gonna be $2 in a 2. Gonna be $2 in a 180 here. Gonna be 180. 180 over 180. Nice looking red heifer there. 175. 175. 175. Gonna be 175. 175. 150. 150 over 152 and a half. 152 and a half. 155. Gonna be 155. 157 and a half over 160. 162 and a half. Gonna be 135. 135. 167 and a half. 170 here. Gonna be 170. 172 and a half. Gonna be 172 and a half. 175. 177 and a half. Gonna be 180 over 182 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. 185 over 187 and a half. And 190. 192 and a half. 192 and a half your way. 195. Gonna be 195. 195. Yep. 195. No. 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 192 and a half. Ron's way. 250 by 33. Was that 182 and a half, Ron? 192 and a half. Thank you. $2 bid on it a 2. Gonna be $2 bid on it a 2. Gonna be $2 bid on it a 2. Red steer here. Let's look at him. One tier. Gonna be $2 bid on 2. $2 here. Gonna be $2 bid on it a 2. 180 here. Gonna be 180. 180 over 180 right there. Now 182 and a half. 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. Gonna be 190. 192 and a half. Now 195 here. 195 here. Gonna 195 here. Now 197 and a half. Gonna be $2 here. And $2 bid on 2 and a half. 210. Now 205. Gonna be 205 down here. And 207 and a half. Gonna be 210 over 210. 212 and a half. 215. 215. Gonna be 215 down here. And 217 and a half. Gonna be 220 over here. 220 to 222 and a half. 220 here. Gonna be 222 and a half. 220 here. Gonna be 222 and a half. Gonna be 2. Sold it to you. What? 222 and a half. 225. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 230 down here. And 230. Sold it to you. 227 and a half. 360. 227 and a half. 360. Black steer here. What do you want to be on this one here? 220, gotta be 220, a little bit on 220, 220, a little bit on 220, 220, $2 even, $2 bit on $2 gotta be $2 here, minimum 222, $2 bit on $2 180 here, gotta be 180 right there, 180, 182 and a half, gotta be 182 and a half, I got 180, gotta be 182 and a half, 182 and a half where, 180 here, 182 and a half, 185 here, 185, 187 and a half, 187 and a half, and 190 here, gotta be 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 195, gotta be 197 and a half right here, 197 and a half, and $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half, and 205 over here, 207 and a half, gonna be 210, 212 and a half here, and 210 and 212 and a half, 210 here, gonna be 212 and a half. Sold it to you, 210, 606, 210, 606. $180 here, gonna be 180, 180 over here, 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 185 over here, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half, 192 and a half right there, gotta be 192 and a half, 195 over here, 195, gonna be 197 and a half, and $2 here, and 202 and a half, gonna be 205 your way, 205, 202 and a half here, gonna be 205, 205, gonna be 205, 202 and a half here, gonna be 205, all in and all done. Sold it 202 and a half, 360, 202 and a half, 360. $220, gonna be 220, 220, 220, gonna be 220, 220, 220, 220. Nice black steer there, 220. 220 where? 220, gonna be 220. I got $2 and 202 and a half and 205 over here, 207 and a half, gonna be 210 over here, 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half. Now 215 here, 217 and a half, gonna be 217 and a half, 220 and 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half. Now 225 here, 25 and 227 and a half, gonna be 227 and a half. 227 and a half, gonna be 230 and 232 and a half, gonna be 232 and a half. You're weighing a 240 or 235 here, 237 and a half. Now do you want to be 237 and a half? Now 240, 240 over here, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 237 and a half, gonna be 240, 237 and a half here, gonna be 240, all in and all done. Sold at 237 and a half, 194. Yeah. 180 here, gonna be 180 right there. Now 182 and a hand, gonna be 185, 187 and a hand, gonna be 190 here, 192 and a hand, gonna be 195, 197 and a hand, gonna be $2. 202 and a half, gonna be 25, gonna be 27 and a hand, gonna be 210, over here 210 to 212 and a hand, gonna be 215, I mean 217 and a half. Now 220, gonna be 222 and a hand, gonna be 222 and a half, 225 over here to 225, 222 and a half here, gonna be 225, 222 and a hand, gonna be 225, 225, sold it to you, 222 and a half, 1942. 220 here, going to be 220 right there. Now 222 and a hand, going to be 225. Over into 225, 227 and a hand, going to be 230. Now 230, 230, 232 and a hand, going to be 235, 235, 237 and a hand, going to be 237 and a hand, going to be 237 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, 235 here, going to be 237 and a hand, 235 here, going to be 237 and a half. All in and all done. Sold it to you, 235, 194 straight. Probably 10 pairs. 80 cents here, 80 cents, going to be 80, another line, 80, going to be 80, another line, 80, 80, 80, 75 cents here, 75, going to be 75, 65, another line, 85, 5, going to be 85, 5, 5, 65, now 67 and a half, 85, going to be 87 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 85 here, 87 and a half, 67 and a half, 85 here, going to be 87 and a half, 67 and a half, now 70 here, now 72 and a half, got to be 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, going to be 80 here, no 82 and a half, going to be 85, 85, 5, 5, sold it to you, 82 and a half right there, 203 by 3, 203 by 3. Nice steer. $2 here. Going to be $2. Minimum 2. Going to be 2. 190 here. 190. Another 190 here in the right kind there. Got to be 180. Another 180. 182 and a half. Going to be 182 and a half and 185. 187 and a half. 187 and a half. Going to be 190 over here. 192 and a half. Going to be 192 and a half. Going to be 192 and a half. 195 over here. 197 and a half. 197 and a half. Now 2. Got to be $2. 202 and a half. Got to be 2 and a half. Got to be 205 over here. 207 and a half. Half. 207 and a half. Now 210. 210 up top. 207 and a half. Got to be 210. 207 and a half here. Got to be 210. Got to be 210. Got to be 210. Got to be 210. Hold it to you. 210. 212 and a half. 212 and a half. Got to be 215. 217 and a half. Got to be 217 and a half. Got to be 220 over here to 222 and a half. 222 and a half. Got to be 225 over here to 225. Sold it to you. 222 and a half. 194. Big heifer. 125, going to be 125, and 127 and a half, 125, going to be 127 and a half, going to be 127 and a half, 125, going to be 127 and a half, she's open, 125, 127 and a half, 130, 132 and a half, 135, going to be 135, 137 and a half, going to be 140, over here to 140, 140, and 142 and a half, going to be 145, 147 and a half, going to be 150, over here to 150, 150, 150, 150, and 152 and a half, going to be 155, 155, over here to 157 and a half, going to be 160, over here to 162 and a half, going to be 165, 165, 162 and a half here, going to be 165, 165, 167 and a half. Now 170 up top, 170 and 172 and a half, 172 and a half, got to be 175 over here to 175, 172 and a half here, and got to be 175, all in and all done. 172 and a half, you're away. 80 by 5, center to the vet. 250, going to be 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, nice looking steer there. Who wants to be 250 on him? 250, 250, 250, 240, 240, 220. 220 where now? 220, 220, you got to be 220, 220, 220. We need that back tag. 220, now 222 and a half, 222 and a half, gotta be 222 and a half, and 225, gotta be 225, and 227 and a half, gotta be 227 and a half, and 230, you're waiting at 230, 227 and a half, gotta be 230, 227 and a half, 230, now 232 and a half, now 232 and a half, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, ball in and all done, 232 and a half, 235, 235, gonna be 237 and a half, gonna be 240, over here 242 and a half, 242 and a half, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 242 and a half, gonna be 240, sold it to you, 242 and a half on Blake. 2580 says. $2, nice black steer there, and gonna be $2, 180 here, and gonna be 180, 180 over here, 180 right there, 180, 180 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half right there. Now 185, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, 190, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 195 here, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, gonna be $2 here, and 222, 197 and a half, gonna be $2, 197 and a half, gonna be 222, now 202 and a half, now 205 here, and gonna be 205, 27 and a half, gonna be 27 and a half, 210 over here, 210, 212 and a half, now 215 over here, 215, gonna be 215, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, all in and all done. 212 and a half, your way. 203 by what? By 3. What do you got here? 180, little steer, 180, gotta be 180, 180, every 180, 180, gotta be 180, a little bit of money, 80, 80, 80, 180 here, 175, 150, gotta be 150, 150, 150, right there, now 152 and a half, 150 here, gotta be 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, gotta be 152 and a half, gotta be 152 and a half, gotta be 152 and a half, 150 here, gotta be 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 155, 155 here, 157 and a half, now 160 here, 172 and a half, gotta be 165, 177 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, gotta be 175, 177 and a half, gotta be 180 over here, 180, 180, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 185, 187 and a half here, no 190, gonna be 192 and a half, gonna be 195 here, 195. Did you say 195? 195 here, now 197 and a half, gonna be $2 here, and $2 and 202 and a half, gonna be 202 and a half, and 205. Now 207 and a half, 207 and a half, right there, and 210, gonna be 210. Sold it to you, 207 and a half, 612, 207 and a half, 612. Thank you. $270 in the ring. Big steer. 150, 150, gonna be 150, 150, gonna be 150, with Snyder cattle here. 150, 150, gonna be 150, 140 here, 140, 140, 140, 120, 140. 130, now 132 and a half, 130 here, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 135, 137 and a half, 140, 142 and a half, gonna be 145, Mo, 145, right next to you, 147 and a half, now 150, 150 here, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, you gotta be 152 and a half, 155, over here, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 152 and a half, anybody, 153, 153, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 153, 33, 152 and a half, 153, sold it to you, 152 and a half, 610. It wasn't. You tell me. Here we go, big white face steer here. What do you want to bet on him? Let's go $2 a pound. $2, $2, gotta be $2, 150, 150, gotta be 150, 150, 150, gotta be 150, 150, 150, 125 here, and 125, gotta be 125, 125, 120 here, gotta be 120 right there, and 122 and a half, 120 here, gotta be 122 and a half, gotta be 122 and a half, and 125, 127 and a half, gotta be 130, 130, 130, 130, 130, and 132 and a half, gotta be 135, 137 and a half, gotta be 140 here, and 140, 137 and a half, 140, 137 and a half, gotta be 140, 137 and a half, gonna be 140, 137 and a half, 140, all in and all done. Sold it 137 and a half right there on the 33s. $250, gonna be $250, gonna be $250. Kermit Stapp steer, nice one right here. $250, gonna be $240, gonna be $240, $240. $2 even now. $2, gonna be $2, gonna be $2. $190 here, gonna be $190, $190 over here, $190, gonna be $190, $180 here, $180 right there, $180, $180, $182 and a half. $180 here, gonna be $182 and a half, gonna be $182 and a half, $180 here, $182 and a half, $185. Here we go, $187 and a half. $190 here, gonna be $192 and a half, gonna be $195. 197 and a half, 197 and a half, gonna be $2 here, and 202 and a half. Down 205, gonna be 202 and a half here, and gonna be 205, 202 and a half here, and gonna be 205, all in and all done. 205, 207 and a half, 207 and a half, gonna be 210, over here, 210, gonna be 210, 207 and a half, gonna be 210, sold it to you, 27 and a half, 194 straight. Little dandy right here. Got a steer, nice black steer. $3 here, gonna be $3, $3, 250, gonna be 250, 220, gonna be 220, 220. Nice little steer there, 220, where? 210, 210, gonna be 210, gonna be 210, $2 even, now $2, I got $2. Now $2 and a half, gonna be $2 and a half right there, and 205, gonna be 205, here, 205, 27 and a half, gonna be 210. 212 and a half. Now 215, gonna be 215, 217 and a half, gonna be 220 down here, 220 to 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half, and 225, 227 and a half. Now 230 here, gotta be 230, 230 your way. You want to be Ron? 230, 227 and a half, and 230. 227 and a half, I got you at 227 and a half. Now 230, 227 and a half, gonna be 230, 227 and a half, gonna be 230, all in and all done. 227 and a half, 360. Rice red heifer here. Rice red heifer. Two, gonna be two, gotta be two on this one here. 180, gonna be 180, 180, 180, 150, 150. Let's get her going. 150, ain't nothing wrong with her. 150, gonna be 150, 150, 150, 150, gonna be 150. 120 here, gonna be 120, 120, now 122 and a half, 125, 127 and a half, gonna be 130, 130, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 137 and a half, gotta be 140 here, 140, gonna be 140, 140, now 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 147 and a half, 150, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, 157 and a half, gonna be 160 over here, 160, 160, 162 and a half, now 165, 167 and a half, 167 and a half your way, we're on, wanna be 167 and a half and 170 here, now 172 and a half, gonna be 175 over here, 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 177 and a half, 175 here, 177 and a half, 175 here, 177 and a half, sold at 175, 612, 175, 612. 180 here, gotta be 180, 180, one nice little red heifer there, or black heifer, gotta be 180, 180 over here, 180, 180, 180 over here, gotta be 180, 150, gotta be 150, 150 over here, 150, 150, 120, 120, let's roll, 122 and a half, 120 here, gotta be 122 and a half, gotta be 122 and a half, gotta be 122 and a half, 120 here, gotta be 122 and a half, 122 and a half where, 122 and a half, gotta be 122 and a half right there, now 125, 125, 127 and a half, gotta be 127 and a half, gotta be 130, 130, 130, 130, 130, 130, now 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 135, 135, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 135, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, gonna be 140, 140 where, 140 right there, and 140 and 142 and a half, 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 145, 142 and a half, your guy needs to be 145, 145, 147 and a half, 150 over here, 150, gotta be 150, 152 and a half, 155, 152 and a half, gonna be 155, all in and all done, 152 and a half, Ron's way. Steer, nice steer. $2, $2, good steer there, and gotta be $2, $2, 180 here, and gotta be 180, 180, 150, 150, good size steer here, 150, gotta be 150, 150 over here, 150, 125, gotta be 125, now 127 and a half, 130, gotta be 130, 132 and a half, gotta be 135, 137 and a half, gotta be 137 and a half, 140 down here, 142 and a half, gotta be 142 and a half, 145 over here, 147 and a half, gotta be 150 over here, 152 and a half, gotta be 152 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, 155 over here, 155, 155, 155, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, gotta be 160 over here, 132 and a half, gotta be 132 and a half, 160 here, gonna be 132 and a half, all in and all done, sold at 160, 102, 160, 102. 180 here, gonna be 180. Nice little short horn heifer there, gonna be 180. 180 over 180, 180, 180, 165. Gonna be 135. 135, 135, 165. 150 here, gonna be 150. 150, gonna be 150, 150, a little bit of money, 50, 50, 50, 150, 140, gotta be 140, 140 over 140, 140, 120 here, gonna be 120, 120, gotta be 120, 120, gotta be 120, $1 even here, $1 now 102 and a half, gotta be 102 and a half, gotta be 105, 107 and a half, 107 and a half, gotta be 110 over here, 110, 112 and a half, gotta be 115 over here, 115, 117 and a half, gotta be 120 here, gotta be 122 and a half, gotta be 125, 127 and a half, and 127 and a half, now 130, 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 132 and a half, gotta be 132 and a half here, 132 and a half. You want to be 132 and a half, Al? 130 here, you're going to be 132 and a half. 130 here, you're going to be 132 and a half. Sold at 130, you're right, we're on. Put them on the 10s. Little steer there. Angus Shorthorn Cross, $2, gonna be $2, gonna be $2, 150, gotta be 150, one right there, 152 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, gotta be 152 and a half, 152 and a half, now 155 here, 155, gotta be 157 and a half, now 160 here, gonna be 160 here, 132 and a half, gotta be 135, 135, gotta be 137 and a half, now 170 here, gonna be 172 and a half, gonna be 172 and a half, gonna be 175 here, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 over here, 180, 180, 180, 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 185 over here, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 over here, 190, 190, 190, 190, 187 and a half, gonna be 190, over here, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 right there, and 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half, now 195 here, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, gonna be $2 here, and $2 here, and two and a half. $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half, 202 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it for $2 right there, 360, $2 on 360. 150 here, gonna be 150. Black steering, gonna be 150. 150, 150, gonna be 150 here. 152 and a half. 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here, 152 and a half, gonna be 155. 157 and a half, and 157 and a half. Back to you here. 157 and a half. 160 here, gonna be 162 and a half. 135, gonna be 137 and a half, and 170 here, and 170 and 172 and a half. Now 175 here, and 175, 172 and a half, gonna be 175. 172 and a half here, gonna be 175. Sold it 172 and a half, 606. 172 and a half, 606. 150, no little lane, 150 over here, 150, no little lane, 50, 50, 50, gotta be 150, 125, 125, gotta be 125, little lane, 125, over here, $1.25, $1 even, now $1, 85 cents here, 85, gonna be 85. Now 87 and a half, gonna be 90, 87 and a half, gonna be 90, 87 and a half here, gonna be 90, 87 and a half here, gonna be 90, 87 and a half here, gonna be 90, 90, now 92 and a half, gonna be 95, 95 over here, 97 and a half, now $1 here, now $1, now 102 and a half, 105, 107 and a half, 107 and a half, 110 over here, now 110 your way, 112 and a half, gonna be 115 over here, now 115, 117 and a half, 115 here, gonna be 117 and a half, 115, gonna be 117 and a half, 115, gonna be 117 and a half, all in all, sold to you, 115 right there, 612. $125, gonna be $125, little lane, $125, little $125, $125, little lane, $125, gonna be $127 and a half, $130, $130, $132 and a half, gonna be $135, $135, gonna be $135, $137 and a half, gonna be $140 here, $140, gotta be $142 and a half, $140 here, gotta be $142 and a half, $140 here, gonna be $142 and a half, all in and all done. Sold at $140 your way. What's her number? 8-month bred heifer here. By the head. 900, gotta be 900, a little 900 right there. Now 9.5, got another 1,000, gotta be 1,000, 1,000 and a half. Now 11 here, 11 and a half, gotta be 11 and a half, and gotta be 11 and a half. Now 11 and a half, now 12, 12 here, and 12 and a half, gotta be 12 and a half, gotta be 12 and a half, gotta be 12 and a half. Now 13, gotta be 13 and a half, gotta be 13 and a half, 13 and a half, gotta be 13 and a half. You're weighing up 1,400 and 1,400, gotta be 1,400, 13 and a half. Now 14, 13 and a half, gotta be 1,400, 13 and a half, gotta be 1,400, 13 and a half, gotta be 1,400, all in 1,400, 14 and a half over here, and 14 and a half, gotta be 14 and a half, 14 and a half, now 1,500 here, and 15. 1,500, 14 and a half. Now 15, gonna be 1,500. 1475. Is that what you're saying? 1475, 1450, 1475, 14 and a half here, and 1475, gonna be 1475. All in and all done. 1450. Tom's way. 71. Buyer 71. What do we got here? Let's spin around. Nice steer. 180, gonna be 180, 180 over here, 180, 150, 150, 150 right there, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, gotta be 152 and a half, 152 and a half. Now 155, 157 and a half. Now 160 here, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 135 over here, 137 and a half. Now 170 here, 170, 172 and a half, gonna be 172 and a half, gonna be 175 over here, 175, gonna be 177 and a half, gonna be 180 over here, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 185 here, 187 and a half, gonna be 187 and a half, 187 and 190 up top, 190 gonna be 190, 187 and a half here, gonna be 190, 187 and a half here, gonna be 190, 187 and a half here, gonna be 190. Sold it to you 187 and a half, 194. Nice black steer there. $2 here, gonna be $2, gonna be $2 here, gonna be $2, 180 here, gonna be 180, nice one there, it's a nice one, 180, gonna be 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180 right there, and 182 and a half, 185, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 over here, 182 and a half, gonna be 195 over here, 197 and a half, gonna be $2 here, $2 here, gonna be $2, 2 and a half, gonna be $2 and a half, $2 here, and 2 and a half, $2 here, gonna be $2 and a half, gonna be $2 and a half, $2 here, gonna be $2 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it $2, 194, $2, 194. 282, 250, gotta be $250, gotta be $2 even now, $2, gonna be $2, 180 here, 180, 180, 150 over here, 150, $1 here, $1 here, gonna be $1, did you say it? $1, 85 cents here, 87 and a half, now 90 here, gonna be 92, and 90, gonna be, you at 87 and a half, gotta be 90 here, 87 and a half, gonna be 90, Rondo, I got you at 87 and a half. Who wants to be 80 cents here? 80 cents right there. Now 82 and a half. 80 now 82 and a half. 82 and a half. Now 85 over here. Now 87 and a half. Gotta be 90. What's that? $1. Now 102 and a half. Gotta be 105 over here. 105. Gotta be 107 and a half. 107 and a half. Gotta be 110 over here. 112 and a half. Gotta be 115. 17 and a half. Gotta be 120. Now 122 and a half. Gotta be 125. 127 and a half. 125 here. Now 127 and a half. 125. Gotta be 127 and a half. Sold it to you. 125. 476. $2, $2, gonna be $2, 150, gonna be 150, 150 over here, 150, gonna be 150 over here, 145, gotta be 145, 145, 147 and a half, 145, gotta be 147 and a half, 145, gotta be 147 and a half, 145 here, and 147 and a half, 145 here, gonna be 147 and a half, sold it, 145 your way. 613, buyer 613. Is there? See if there ain't one more. There should be one more of those, Junior. Right here. Is there one hiding behind the door or not? 150, gotta be 150, no line in 150 over here, 150, no line in 150, gotta be 150, no line in 150 over here, 150, no line in 150, $1 here, gotta be $1, $1 here, minimum $1, gotta be $1 right there, no 102, one half, $1, 102 and a half, $1 here, gotta be 102 and a half, no 105 over here, 107 and a half, gotta be 110 over here, no 110, 10, 10, gotta be 110, 112 and a half, gotta be 112 and a half, 115 over here, 117 and a half, 117 and a half, 115, 117 and a half, 115, gotta be 117 and a half, 115 here, gotta be 117 and a half, 115 here, gotta be 117 and a half, 115, gotta be 117 and a half, all in and all done. 115.34, 115.34 2. Oh, never mind. Got to be $1.50. Not gonna work. $2 here, gonna be $2. Lightweight steer here, $2. $2. Gotta be $2. Gotta be $2. 175, 175, 150. Gotta be 150. $150. $1. How about $1 here? Gonna be $1. $1. Now 102 and a half. $1 here. Now 102 and a half. Now 105. 105. Now 107 and a half. Gonna be 107 and a half. Now 110. 112 and a half. 112 and a half. Gonna be 115 over here. Now 117 and a half. Gonna be 120 over here. Now 122 and a half. Gonna be 125 over here. Now 127 and a half. And 130. 132 and a half. Gonna be 135 over here. Now 137 and a half. Gonna be 140. Now 142 and a half. Gonna be 145. 147 and a half. Gonna be 150 over here. Now 152 and a half. Gonna be 155 over here. Now 155. Got 152 and a half here. Gotta be 155. 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. Sold it 152 and a half right there. Put them on the fives. Black heifer here. What do you want on this one here? Gonna be $2 a pound. Gonna be $2. Crabtree cattle right here. $2. Gonna be $2. Gonna be $2. That's a nice heifer right there. $2. Gonna be $2. 180 here. Gonna be 180. 180 over 182 and a half. 185 over 187 and a half. Gonna be 190 here. And 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. 197 and a half. 197 and a half. Now $2. 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 205 over 207 and a half. 207 and a half. 207 and a half. Gonna be 210 over 212 and a half. 212 and a half. 215 over 215. 212 and a half here. You're gonna be 215. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. 212 and a half. Gonna be 215. All in and all done. Sold at 212 and a half. 194 by 2. 194 by 2. 175, gonna be 175, 150 here, 150, 150 over here, 150, gonna be 150, 150 over here, 150, 50, 50, 150, 150, 145, gonna be 145, 145, 145 over here, 120, gonna be 120, 120, 122 and a half, 120 here, 130, now 132 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half, now 135 over here, 135, 137 and a half, 137 and a half, gonna be 135, now 137 and a half, now 140 your way, 142 and a half here, Gelwick's cattle, 142 and a half, gonna be 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 145, 147 and a half, gonna be 147 and a half, 147 and a half, 150 over here, 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 155, 155, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, 155, gonna be 157 and a half, 160 over here, 160, 157 and a half, gonna be 160 over here, 157 and a half, gonna be 160, sold it to you, 157 and a half on the fives. There's your other bull. 125, little bit of 125, little 125, gonna be 125, little 125, $1 here, gonna be $1, $1, minimum $1 here, gonna be $1. Now 102 and a half, $1, 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, gonna be $1 here, no 102 and a half, $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, 105, 105 over here, no 105, 107 and a half. Now 110 here, 110, gonna be 112 and a half, gonna be 115 over here, no 115, 117 and a half, gonna be 120, 122 and a half, gonna be 125, 127 and a half, 125 here, no 127 and a half, 125 here, gonna be 127 and a half, 125, gonna be 127 and a half. No sale. What do we got here? Bred 2 months. $1 here, gonna be $1, $1, now 102 and a half, 102 and a half, gonna be 105, here 107 and a half, gonna be 110, over here 112 and a half, gonna be 115, over here 117 and a half, gonna be 120, here 122 and a half, gonna be 125, over here 127 and a half, gonna be 130, 132 and a half, 135, gonna be 137 and a half, gonna be 137 and a half, now 140, gotta be 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 147 and a half here, 147 and a half, gonna be 147 and a half, 145 here, gonna be 147 and a half, 145, gonna be 147 and a half. Sold at 145 your way on the fives. 145. $175. Snyder Steeler here. $175. Gonna be $175. Little any $175 over here. $160. Gonna be $160. Little any $130 over here. $130. Gonna be $130 over here. $130. $150. Little any $150. Gonna be $150. Little any $150. $150. $145. Gonna be $145. $1 here. Gonna be $1. $1. Now 102 and a half. Gonna be 102 and a half. 105 here. 107 and a half. Gonna be 110 over here. 112 and a half. Gonna be 115. 117 and a half. 120. 120 here. Gonna be 122 and a half. Gonna be 125. 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. Gonna be 130 over here. 130. 130. 130. Now 132 and a half. Gonna be 135. 135. 137 and a half. Gonna be 140 here. 142 and a half, 140 here, 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 147 and a half, 150 here, 150 here, 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, Gary, 152 and a half, 155, 157 and a half, right here, 160 over here, 160, gonna be 160, 160 your way, 160, gonna be 160 over here, 160, 160, 160, 160. 132 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half, 160 here, gonna be 132 and a half, 130 here, gonna be 132 and a half, all in and all done. 160 over there on the 10s, 160 on the 250 10s. Black heifer. 180 here, a little bit of 180 over here, nice heifer there, 180 gonna be 180, 180 over here, 150 gonna be 150, 150 over here, 150, 152 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, 150 here, 152 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, all in and all done. Sold at 150 your way on the fives. $175, gonna be $175, little 175, gonna be $175, 5, gonna be a nice little black heifer there, $175, gonna be $175, 5, gonna be $175, $160 here, gonna be $160, little 160, now $132 and a half, gonna be $132 and a half, gonna be $132 and a half, $130 here, gonna be $132 and a half, now $175 here, $135, $137 and a half, gonna be $170 here, now $170, $172 and a half, $175 over here, now $177 and a half, gonna be $177 and a half, now $180, $182 and a half here, $182 and a half, gonna be $185 over here, now $185, $187 and a half, gonna be $187 and a half, now $190 over here, now $190, $192 and a half, now $182 and a half, $195 over here, now $195, $192 and a half here, gonna be $195, and $192 and a half, gonna be $195. Sold it to you, $192 and a half, $194 by 2, $194 by 2. $240, gotta be $240, $240, $240, gonna be $240, $240, $240, gotta be $240, $240, says it's a Wagyu. $240, gotta be $240, $240, $240, gotta be $240, $240, $240, $2 even, now $2, $2, gotta be $2, don't weigh nothing, $180 here, gonna be $180, $180 over here, $150 over here, $150, $150 over here, $150, gonna be $150, $150, $125, gotta be $125, $127 and a half, $125, gotta be $127 and a half, gotta be $125, gotta be $127 and a half, over here, $125, gotta be $127 and a half, $125, $127 and a half, all in and all done, $127 and a half, $130, $130 over here, $132 and a half, gotta be $135, over here, $135, $137 and a half, gotta be $140, over here, $140, $140, $140, $142 and a half, gotta be $142 and a half, gotta be $145, over here, $145, $147 and a half, $147 and a half, sold it to you, $145, $250 by 5. Heifer right there. What do you want to bet on this one here? What do you want to be here? 150. That'll be 150. No, that'll be 150 over here. 150. No, that'll be 150. That'll be 150, 50, 50. 150. No, that'll be 150 over here. 145. 140. Gotta be 140. No, that'll be 140 over here. 140. 140. 140. 125. Gotta be 125. Right. 27 and a half. 127 and a half. 130. Gotta be 130. No, 132 and a half. Gotta be 135. 135. 137 and a half. Gotta be 137 and a half. Now 140 here. Gotta be 140. Now 142 and a half. Gotta be 142 and a half. 140 here. Gotta be 142 and a half. All in and all done. 142 and a half. 140 here. Gonna be 142 and a half. All in and all 142 and a half. Now 145. 145. I mean 145. Gonna be 145 over here. Now 145. Sold it. 142 and a half. 203 by what? 3? Yes, Denise. I'll wait one. 180 here, gonna be 180. Get a black steer there, gonna be 180. 182 and a half now. 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here, 182 and a half, gonna be 185 over here. 185, gonna be 187 and a half, gonna be 190 over here. 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half. 192 and a half, 195, gonna be 197 and a half. 197 and a half, gonna $2 here, gonna be 202 and a half, gonna be 202 and a half. 205 here, now 205, gonna be 207 and a half. Now 210, gonna be 210 over here. 212 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half. 212 and a half, gonna be 215 up here. 217 and a half, gonna be 217 and a half. Now 220, gonna be 222 and a half, gonna be 222 and a half. 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half. All in and all done. 220 right there on the fives. 68 to go. 68 to go. 240, you're gonna be 240. How about 250 on your nice little steer there? 250, gonna be 250. No, let in 250, gonna be 250. No, let in 250, 250. 250 where now? 240, gonna be 240. No, let in 240, 240, 240. 220, gonna be 220. No, let in 220, 220, gonna be 220. 220, $2 even. Now 2, no, let in 2, no, let in 2, 2, 2, 2. $2 even. Now 2, no, let in 2, 2, 2. 180 here, gonna be 180. No, let in 180 over here. 180. 150, gonna be 150. No, 152 and a half. 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half. Gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half. 152 and a half where? 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half. 155 over here to 155. 155, 152 and a half, gonna be 155. 152 and a half, gonna be 155. 155, 152 and a half, gonna be 155. All in and all done. Sold it. 152 and a half there, Travis. Put him on the threes. 2033. Nice heifer too. Open okay. 180. 180. No, 180 over here. Gonna be 180. 180. 180. 182 and a half. Where? 82. 182 and a half. 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. Gonna be 182 and a half. 180 here. Gonna be 182 and a half. 185. 185 over here. 185. 187 and a half. 187 and a half. Gonna be 190 over here. 190. Gonna be 192 and a half. Gonna be 192 and 185 over here. 187 and a half. 197 and a half. Gonna be $2. Now 202 and a half. I got to sneeze. 202 and a half. Right here. 202 and a half. Gonna be 205 over here. Now 205. 207 and a half. 207 and a half your way. Now 210. 210. Gonna be 210 over here. 210. Gonna be 207 and a half. Now 210. 207 and a half here. Now 210. Sold it. 207 and a half right there. 194 by 2. How about $2 on this one? Same thing. $2 here. Minimum $2. Better not $2. 180 here. Gonna be 180. 180. 180. 180. 180. 175. 175. 160. Gonna be 160. 150 over here. 150. 150 right there. 152 and a half. 152 and a half. 150 here. Gonna be 152 and a half. 155 over here. 155. Gonna be 155. 157 and a half. Now 160. 160 over here. Gonna be 160. 132 and a half. Gonna be 132 and a half. 160 here. Gonna be 132 and a half. All in and all done. 160 on the 33s. Little steer there, black steer. What do you want to be on here? What do you want to be 240? Gotta be 240. $2 even now. $2 and 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Gotta be 2 and a half over here. 2 and a half. Gotta be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gotta be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gotta be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gotta be 2 and a half. Sold it. $2 your way. Put him on the fives. 180 here, gonna be 180, a little 180 over here, nice little 180 and 182 and a half. I got 180, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, a little 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, 185, 185, gonna be 185, back to you, 185, 187 and a half, 187 and a half here, gonna be 190, 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 197 and a half, gonna be $2 here, and do a 2 and a half, do a 2 and a half, $2 here, gonna be two and a half, gonna be two and a half, $2 here, gonna be 2 and a half, sold it to you, $2 up there, 364, 364. $175. That's a steer. $175. Gonna be $175. $175. 55. $150. $150. Gonna be $150 right there. $152 and a half. $150 here. Gonna be $152 and a half. $150 here now. $152 and a half. Gonna be $2 and a half. Gonna be $2 and a half. $150 here. Gonna be $2 and a half. $150 here. Gonna be $152 and a half. Now $155. And $157 and a half. $160 over here. $170 over here. Gonna be $160. $172 and a half. Gonna be $175 over here. $175. Gonna be $177 and a half. Now $170 over here. $170. Now $172 and a half. Gonna be $175 over here. $175. $177 and a half. Gonna be $180 over here. $180. $180. $182 and a half. Gonna be $185. 185 here, and 187 and a half, gonna be 190 over here, and 192 and a half, gonna be 195 over here, and 197 and a half, gonna be $2 here, and 197 and a half, gonna be 2, 197 and a half, gonna be 2. So let's see, 197 and a half, 364. $1 here, gonna be $1. $1 minimum, $1 here, gonna be $1. $1 minimum, $1 here, gonna be $1 here, gonna be $1 minimum, $1 here, gonna be 85 cents here, 85, gonna be 85, 87 and a half, now 90 here, gonna be 92 and a half, gonna be 95, 97 and a half, gonna be 97 and a half, now $1 here, now $1 to 102 and a half, 102 and a half, gonna be 105, over here, 105, gonna be 107 and a half, gonna be 107 and a half, now 110 here, now 112 and a half, gonna be 112 and a half, 115 here, 117 and a half, now 120, gonna be 120 over here, now 120, 117 and a half, 120 where, 117 and a half, gonna be 120, 117 and a half, 120. 120 now, 122 and a half, gonna be 122 and a half, gonna be 122 and a half, 122 and a half. Sold at 120, 34. Big black steer here. What do you want to bid on this one here? What do you want to bid here? 150, gotta be 150, 150, 150, gonna be 150, 150, 150. Now 152 and a half, 152 and a half, 150 here, now 152. Now 155, 155 over here, 157 and a half, gonna be 160 down here, 132 and a half, 132 and a half, 160 here, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half, 130 here, gonna be 132 and a half, all in and all done, 130 here, 132 and a half, 162 and a half, 165, 137 and a half, and a 170 here, gonna be 170 here, and a 172 and a half, now 175, 177 and a half, gonna be 177 and a half, gonna be 180 over here, 182 and a half, now 185 here, 187 and a half, gonna be 190 here, and 192 and a half, gonna be 192 and a half, 190 here, gonna be 192 and a half, all in and all done. 190, 113, 190 on 113. $3 a pound. You're gonna be three. Three. Gonna be three. 333. 280 here. You're gonna be 280. 280 over 250. Gonna be 250. $2 even. $2 even here. Gonna be two. Gonna be two. How about buy the head here? $500. 500. Gonna be 500. 500. 500. $400 by the head. Gonna be four. $200 here. Two now three. $200 now three. Gonna be three now four. Gonna be 400. Three and a half. 3.5 your way. Now 400. Now 400. Gonna be four. 3.5. Gonna be four. You want to be four. 3.5, 4. Gotta be four right there. You want to be four now. 4.5. 4.5 here. 400 here. Gotta be 4.5. Gotta be 4.5. 425. Travis want to be 425. 400 here. Gonna be 425. Sold it to you. 400 right there. 80 by 5. 150, gotta be 150, 150 over here, 150, little heifer there, 150, 150 over here, 150, gotta be 150, 150, 150, 125, gotta be 125, 127 and a half, 125 here, gonna be 127 and a half, and 130, 130, 130, gotta be 132 and a half, gotta be 135 over here, 135, 137 and a half, and 140, 142 and a half, gotta be 145 over here, 145, 147 and a half, gotta be 150 over here, 152 and a half, gotta be 155, 155, 157 and a half, 160 over here, 132 and a half, gotta be 132, 165, 165, 137 and a half, gotta be 170 here, 172 and a half, gotta be 175 and 177 and a half, and 180, 180, 180, 180, 177 and a half, gonna be 180 over here, 177 and a half, gonna be 180. Sold it to you 177 and a half, 364. $2 here, gonna be two now, two and a half. You gotta be two and a half. $2 here, gonna be two and a half. Gonna be $2 here and two and a half. $2 here, two and a half. $2 here, gonna be two and a half. $2 here, gonna be two and a half and 205. 205, gonna be 207 and a half. Gonna be 210 over here, 210, gonna be 212 and a half. 212 and a half, 215 over here, 215 to 217 and a half. 217 and a half. Now 217 and a half, 220 over here, 220. You gotta be 220, 217 and a half and 220. 217 and a half, 220 to 222 and a half. Gonna be 222 and a half. Gonna be 225, 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Now 230 up top, 232 and a half. Gonna be 232 and a half. 232. Yes, 232 and a half, 235, 237 and a half, 237 and a half, 235, 237 and a half. Let's see a 235, 364. Yep. There's a cow. What do we got? Spin around here. 2 months bred. 80 cents here, gonna be 80, a little 80 over here now, 82 and a half, 80 here, 81, 81, gonna be 81, 80, 80, now 82, 82, gonna be 82 here, 83, gonna be 84, now 85, gonna be 86 here, 86, gonna be 87 over here, 88 over 88, now 89 here, 89, 90 here, gonna be 91 over here, 92, 93 up top, 94, gonna be 95 over here, 96 over here, 97 over here, 98 over here, 99, $1 here, now 101 over here, now 102, gonna be 103, 104, 104, 103, 104, gonna be 105, over here, 106 over here, 107 over here, 108 over here, 109 over here, 110, 111 over here, 112, gonna be 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119. Now 120, 121, 121 over here, 122, 122, now 123, gonna be 123, 123, 122 here, gonna be 123, gonna be 122, now 123, 122, 123, 124, now 124, gonna be 124, gonna be 124, now 125, 125, gonna be 126 over here, now 126 over here, now 126, now 127 here, 128 over here, now 128 over here, now 128, 129 over here, 129, 128 here, gonna be 129, 128 here, gonna be 129, 128 here, gonna be 129, sold it to you, 128. 575 by 1. Is that what you said? Five months, not vaccinated. By the pound here, what do you want to bid here? By the pound, you gotta be one by the pound, pound. What are we thinking here? 120, gotta be 120. 120 over here, 120, gotta be 120. $1 here, $1, 102 and a half. $1 here, gotta be 102 and a half, gotta be 102 and a half. Now 105 over here, 105, gotta be 107 and a half, gotta be 110 over here, 110, 112 and a half, gotta be 115 over here, 115, 117 and a half, gotta be 120. Now 120, 117 and a half, gotta be 120, 118 over here, 118, 119, gotta be 119 over here, 119, 118, 119, 118. You're out, Travis. 119 up top. Now 120, gotta be 120 over here, 120, gotta be 121, 122 here. Gonna be 122, gonna be 123, over here 124, gonna be 124, 125, over here 125, 126, over here 126, now 127 here, and 128, over here 128, over here 129, 129, gotta be 130, 130 here, and 130, gotta be 131, over here 130, gotta be 131, over here 130, now 131, bred to a black Angus bull, 130 here, gonna be 131, over here 130 here, gonna be 131, 131, all in and all done, sold at 130, 250 straight, looks like. $120 here. Let's go. That's 120. Now 121. 121. 121. Gonna be 121 over here. 120. Now 121. 121. 121. Now 122. Gonna be 123. Over here 124. Gonna be 125. 126. Over here 127. Over here 127. 126. Now 127. 126 here. Gonna be 127. 126 here. Gonna be 127. Sold at 126. 364 or 575. Sorry, by 1. We've done it before. We got lots of water tubs out there. You never know. Yeah. Right. Who knows, Terry? 6 months bred. Let's sell her by the head here. What do you want to be? 1,200. Gonna be 1,200. Minimum 12. Gonna be 12. Gonna be $1,200. 1,000. Gonna be 1,000. Now 1,050. Gonna be 1,050 right there. Now 1,100. 1,100 here. Now 1,150. Now 1,175. Over 1,175 over here. 1,175. Gonna be 1,175. Now 12. I'm gonna be 1,200. You want to be 12. 1,200 up top. 1,200. Gonna be 12 and a quarter. You're gonna be 12 and a quarter. Your way 12 and a quarter. Gotta be 12 and a half. You're in a 12.75. 12.75 here. You're gonna be 12.75. Gonna be 12.75. 12 and a half here. You're gonna be 12.75. 12 and a half up top. 12.75. Now 1,300, I'm going to be 13 and a quarter. You're going to be 13 and a quarter. You're going to be 13 and a quarter up top. 1,300 here. You're going to be 13 and a quarter. 13 and a quarter. 13 and a half. 13.75. Going to be 1,400 over here. Now 1,400. Going to be 1,400. 1,400 your way. I got you at 13.75. No, 13.75. 1,400. Now 14 and a quarter. 14 and a quarter here. Now 14 and a half. Going to be 14.75. Now 1,500. Now 15 and a quarter. 15 and a quarter. 1,500. Here now 15 and a quarter. Got to be 15 and a quarter. All done and all done. 1,500 right there. Want to put it on yourself? Put it on 575. 7 months bred, 1,000, gotta be 1,000, a little bit on 1,000, 1,000. Bred to a black Angus bull, 1,000, gonna be 1,000, a little bit 1,000, every 1,000, gonna be 1,000, a little bit 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Let's pound her out. 80 cents here, 80 cents, gonna be 80, a little bit 80, gonna be 80 here, minimum 80 here, gonna be 80 here, 80 here, and 80 now, 82 and a half. 80 here, 82 and a half, 85, gonna be 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, gonna be 90 here, 90 here, 92 and a half, gonna be 95, 95 here, 97 and a half. Now $1 here, now 102 and a half, gonna be 105 here, now 102 and a half, 103, gonna be 103, 103, 102 and a half, gonna be 103, 102 and a half, gonna be 103, 103, now 104, 104, gonna be 105 here, now 105, 105, 105, 105, 106 over here, now 106 over here, now 107, 108 over here, now 109 over here, now 109, 108, gonna be 109, 108 here, gonna be 109, 108, gonna be 109, 109, 110, 110 here, 111 over here, now 112, gonna be 113 over here, now 114, gonna be 114, 115, gonna be 116, gonna be 117 over here, now 117, 118 here, gonna be 118, 119, gonna be 120 over here, now 120, 120, 120, gotta be 119, 120, 119, 120, sold it up there, 119 on 9, buyer number 9, finally got it right. 8 months bred. 1,000, gonna be 1,000, a little bit like 1,000, every 1,000, gonna be 1,000, 1,000, gonna be 1,000, 1,000 here, gonna be 1,000, 1,000, 900, 900, gonna be 900, a little bit like 900, over 900, gonna be 900, 900, 800, minimum 800, 800. I got 8. Now 8 and a quarter, 800 here, gonna be 8 and a quarter, 8 and a half, gonna be 8 and a half. Back to you, Gary, 8 and a half, 8 and a quarter, 8 and a half, 875. Now 9, 900 here, gonna be 900, 900, 900, 875. 900 where? 875, gonna be 900, 900 and 9 and a quarter, 9 and a quarter here, 9 and a half, 975, gonna be 975. Over here, 1,000, over here, 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, now 1 and a quarter. I see him. 1,000 and a quarter, 1,000 and a quarter, 1,000 and a half. Over here, 1,000 and a half, 1,000 and a quarter, 1,000 and a half, 1,000 and a half. Gonna be 1,000 and a half, 1,000 and a quarter. Gonna be 1,000 and a half right there. Now 1,075, 1,075. Over here, 1,075. Gotta be 1,075, 1,075, 1,000 and a half, 1,075. I got 1,000 and a half up top. Who wants to be 1,075? 1,075. There you are. Now 1,100, 1,100, gonna be 1,100, 11 and a quarter, gonna be 11 and a quarter, over here 1,100, 11 and a quarter, 11 and a half here, 11 and a half, gonna be 11 and a half, 11 and a quarter, 11 and a half, sold it to you, 11 and a quarter, Jose. 652 looks like from here. $0.75 here, 75, gonna be the 95, gonna be the 95, gonna be the 95, gonna be 75, 75, 50 cents here, 50, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50, gonna be 50, 40 cents here, now 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, gonna be 50 here, 52 and a half, gonna be 55, 57 and a half, now 60 here, gonna be 52 and a half, 62 and a half, 65, gonna be 67 and a half, 67 and a half, now 70 here, 72 and a half, gonna be 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half here, now 80, minimum 80 here, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 80 now 82 and a half, 80 here, 82 and a half, 85, 85, gonna be 82 and a half here, now 85, 82 and a half, gonna be 85, 82 and a half, 83, minimum 83, gotta be 83, 82 and a half, gonna be 83, I gotcha, 83, 83, 83, sold it to you, 82 and a half, 203 by 1X, 1X. Let's see what the computer tells me. Either way, we'll call it a 6. Here we go. What do you want to be? 6 months bred here. 1100. Gotta be 1100. 1100. Gotta be 1100 over here. 1100. Gotta be 1100. 1000. Gotta be 1000. Right there. No 11,000. Now 1100. 1000 here. 1100. Gotta be 1100. 1000. How about 1000 and a quarter? Gotta be 1000 and a quarter. 1000 and a half. 1000 and a half here. 1000 and a half. 1075. Gotta be 1200 over here. 12, 12, 12. 1100. Excuse me. 1100. Gotta be 11 and a quarter. 11 and a quarter here. 11 and a half. Gotta be 11 and a half. 11 and a quarter. Gotta be 11 and a half. 1175. 1175 right there. Now 12. I'm gonna be 1200. 1200 and 12 and a quarter. Gotta be 12 and a half. 12 and a half here. Gotta be 12 and a half and 1275. 1275 and 13, 1300 and 13 and a quarter, 13 and a half, 13 and a half, 1375, gonna be 1400, minimum 14 and 14 and a quarter, 1400 here, gonna be 14 and a quarter, gonna be 14 and a quarter, 14 and a quarter, 1400 here, gonna be 14 and a quarter, 1400 here, gonna be 14 and a quarter, all in and all done, all in and all done. Sold at 1400 right there. 250 by BC, straight. Open cow here. $1, 120, gotta be 120 here, minimum 120, gotta be 120, a little 120, 120, 110, gotta be 110, a little 110, over 110, gotta be 110, 110, 110, big nice cow there. $1 here, gotta be $1, 102 and a half, 105, 107 and a half, gotta be 107 and a half, over 107 and a half, 105, 107 and a half, 105 here, gonna be 107 and a half, 107 and a half, 110, over 112 and a half, gotta be 115, over 115, 117 and a half, gotta be 120, 120, 120, 120, now 121, 121 over here, gonna be 121, over 120, 120, gotta be 121, 120 here, gonna be 121, 121, now 122, gonna be 122, gonna be 122, 122, 22, now 123, gonna be 123, over 123, 123, 122, gonna be 123, 122, gotta be 123, 123, now 124, 124, 125, gotta be 125, gotta be 125, 124, gotta be 125, all in and all done, 124, 575. $6 bred here. $800, $800, gotta be 800, 800, gotta be 800, minimum 800, gotta be 800, 800, 800, 800, $700, you're gonna be 700, 700, 700, that's 700, now 7.5. 7.5, 800, 800, 8.5, gonna be 8.5, to 900 over here, to 9.5, gonna be 9.5, now 1,000 over here, to 1,000 and a half, 1,000 and a half, 1,000 and a half, here, gonna be 1,000 and a half, 1,000 and a half, now 1,100 over here, 1,100, 1,000 and a half, 1,100, 1,000 and a half, gonna be 1,100, 1,075, 1,075, 1,000 and a half here, to 1,075, 1,075, now 1,100, gonna be 1,100, 1,100 over here, 1,075, gonna be 1,100, 11 and a quarter here, gonna be 11 and a quarter, 11 and a half, 11 and a half here, 11 and a half, gonna be 11 and a half, 1175 or 1175, 11 and a half here, gonna be 1175, Ron, 11 and a half here, gonna be 1175, 11 and a half, gonna be 1175, all in and all done. 11 and a half your way, Tom. What's that buyer number here? 670. It's on 71, just 71. What do we got here? Open what? 8 months bred. There you go, black white face, 8 months bred, bled to black Angus. 1,200, gonna be 1,200 right there, and 1,200, minimum 13, 1,200, gonna be 1,300, minimum 13, 1,200 here, and a 13, 13, 1,200, gonna be 13. Now 12 and a quarter, 1,300, right there, 1,300, gonna be 14, 1,300, gonna be 14, 14, gonna be 14, now 15, 14 here, now 15, 15, now 16, 16, now 17, 1,700, gonna be 18, over here, 18, now 19, 19 here, 18 here, how about 18 and a quarter? Carl, 18 and a quarter, now 18 and a half, 18 and a half here, and 1875, gonna be 1875, now 1900 over here, 1875, gonna be 1900 over here, 1875, gonna be 1900, 1875, 1900, 1875 here, and 1900, sold it to you, 1875, buyer 86, buyer 86. Good deal. 50 cents here, 15, line of hitting, gonna be hitting, line of 25 cents here, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 25, gotta be 27 and a half, 30, minimum 30, and 32 and a half, gotta be 35, and 37 and a half, gotta be 40 here, and 42 and a half, gotta be 45, and 47 and a half, gotta be 50, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 50 here, gonna be 52 and a half, gotta be 52 and a half, 50 here, 52 and a half, 55, 55, gonna be 57 and a half in the city, now 52 and a half, gonna be 75, 75, 77 and a half, now 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, gonna be 75 here, and 75, now 77 and a half, 75, 75 here, and 77 and a half, 75 here, gonna be 77 and a half, all in and all done. Sold it to you. 75, 203 by 1X. $45 to go. Now 112 and a half, 110, gonna be 112 and a half, 115 over here, 115, 117 and a half, gonna be 120, 120, gotta be 120, 120, 120, 120, want to be 120, 117 and a half, gonna be 120, 120 right there. Now 121, 121 over here, 121, got 121, 122, gonna be 122, 122, gonna be 122, now 123 here, 124, gonna be 124, 124, 125, gonna be 125, over here, 124, gonna be 125, 124, gonna be 125, gonna be 125, 124, gonna be 125, all in and all done, gonna be 124, 575, 124, 575. There's a nice black cow there. 8 months bred, you bet. Now 17, 16, gotta be 17, 16, gotta be 1700, gotta be 17, 16, gotta be 1700, over here to 17, gotta be 17, 16, 17, now 18, 1800, gotta be 18, 17, 17 and a quarter, 17 and a quarter, here, gonna be 17 and a quarter, 1700, gotta be 17 and a quarter. Carl, what do you think? 17 and a quarter, 1700 here, gonna be 17 and a quarter, gonna be a quarter, 17 and a quarter, 1700 and 17 and a quarter, all in and all done. You bought her 1700 right there, 643, 17, 643. $1,200, gonna be $1,200. No good, lady. $1,200. Now $1,300, $1,200, gonna be $1,300. $13, gonna be $1,213. $1,200, gonna be $13. Over $1,200, gonna be $13. $1,213. 12 and a half, gotta be 12 and a half. I want to be 12 and a quarter. I already got 12. You gotta be 12 and a quarter. 12 and a half. No, not. That's open. That's open. That stuff on the other side's not us. Open cow. 80 cents here, 80 cents, gonna be 80 cents here, 80 here, 50 cents here, 50, a 50 right there. Now 52 and a half, now 55, 57 and a half, gonna be 60, $1, no 102 and a half, gonna be 105, or 105, gonna be 105, or 105, 105 your way, 105, 107 and a half, 107 and a half here, gonna be 110, over here 110, 110, gonna be 112 and a half, gonna be 112 and a half, now 115, over here 115, 117 and a half, 120, gonna be 120, 121, 121 over here 121, 120 here, gonna be 121, over here 120, gonna be 121, all in and all done. It's yours for 120, 203 by 1X. Open. $1 here, gonna be $1 here, $1, gonna be $1 here, minimum $1 here, gonna be 90 cents. Turn around, please, he says. $1 here, gonna be $1, minimum $1 here, gonna be $1. Yes, she is. 90 cents here, gotta be 90. Don't buy her for a breeder. 90 here, 92 and a half, gonna be 92 and a half, 90 here, gonna be 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, gotta be $1 here, 102 and a half, gonna be 105, over here, 105, 102 and a half, 105, 102 and a half here. Anybody want to be 105, 102 and a half, gonna be 105, 102 and a half, gonna be 105. Sold it to you, 102 and a half right there. Put her on the 33s, you betcha. $800, gonna be $800 by the head, gotta be 800, minimum 800, gonna be 800, minimum 800, gonna be 700 here, gonna be 777, gonna be 700, minimum 700. $500 here, gonna be 5 right there, and a 5 and a half, gonna be 5 and a half. Now 600, gonna be 600, minimum 6 and a half, over here to 6 and a half. Now 700, gonna be 700, over here to 76. 675, now 7 here, gonna be 7 and 7 and a quarter. 700 and a quarter, gonna be 7 and a quarter and 7 and a half, over here to 7 and a half to 775. 775, now 800. 775 here, gonna be 800. 775, gonna be 800. 775, gonna be 800. What's that? 775. Let's put her on the scale. Oh, she ain't too scary. She's a bluffer. $800. Now 8 and a quarter. 8 and a quarter. Gonna be 8 and a quarter. 800 here. Gonna be 8 and a quarter. 8 and a quarter. Now 8 and a half. Gotta be 8 and a half here. Now 8 and a quarter. Gotta be 8 and a half. 8 and a quarter here. Gonna be 8 and a half. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 8 and a quarter on its way. Put it on Noe. I like your thinking. I like your thinking. What do we got here? 135 in the ring. 135. 6 months bred. 120, now 121. 120 here, gonna be 121. 121 over here, 120, gonna be 121. 121, gonna be 121. 120 here, gonna be 121. Over here, 120, gonna be 121. 120 here, gonna be 121. 121. Did you say it? 121. Now 122 here, gonna be 122. 121, 122. 121 here, gonna be 122. Gonna be 121 and 122. Sold it to you, 121 right there. 575. 120 here, gonna be 120, little lane 120, every 120, little lane 120, 120, 115, gonna be 115, little lane 115, every 115, little 115, every 110, 110, little now 112 and a half, 115, every 115, every 115, 117 and a half, 117 and a half. 116, 117, 117, 118, over here, 118, gonna be 119, over here, 119, 118, 119, 118, 120, gonna be 120, over here, 120, 119, gonna be 120, 119, here, gonna be 120, 120, now 121, 121, 122, gonna be 123, over here, 124, gonna be 125, 55, 124, gonna be 125, 55, sold it to you, 124, 34, 124, 34, Brahma heifer here. Nice Brahma heifer. She's a free Martin or something, I think. $1 here, gonna be $1, $1. Bad milk, I think the guy said bad milk. 120, gonna be 120, 120, 120. $1 here, gonna be $1. Minimum $1, $1, gonna be $1 here, $1. Minimum $1, $1. 85 cents here, 85, 85 right there. Now 87 and a half, 85, gonna be 87 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, now 90, 90, now 92 and a half, gonna be 95, every 95, 97 and a half, $1, every $1, and 102 and a half, 102 and a half, 102 and a half, and 105, every 107 and a half, 107 and a half, 105, and 107 and a half, 105 here, gonna be 107 and a half, 110, over here, 110, gonna be 112 and a half, 112 and a half, gonna be 115, over here, 117 and a half, 117 and a half, 120, 117, sold it to you, 117 and a half, right there, 203 by 1X. 120, gotta be 121 over here, 120, gotta be 121, 120 here, gotta be 121, 122, gotta be 122, gotta be 123, over here, 124, gotta be 125, 126, over here, 125, 126, 125, 126, 127, over here, 127, gotta be, it says open cow, 127, 128, over here, 129, gotta be 129, 130, 130, 131, over here, 132, 132, 131, gotta be 132, did you say it? 132, 133, over here, 133, 134, gotta be 135, 135, 136, over here, 135, 136, 135, gotta be 136, over here, 135, 136, sold it to you, 135. Right there on 34 straight. Yeah, them open limos bring the big money. 140 on that one we did a while back. If you can find any open limos, bring them in. Open cow, 50 cents on this thing, 50, gonna be 50, little there, now 52 and a half, gonna be 52 and a half, now 55, 55, 57 and a half, now city here, city 2 and a half, city 2 and a half, city 5, city 7 and a half, city 7 and a half, now 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, gonna be 72 and a half, 75, gonna be 77 and a half, now 80, now 82 and a half, gonna be 85, 85, 87 and a half, gonna be 90 here, 99, 92 and a half, gonna be 92 and a half, and 95, every 97 and a half, now $1, 102 and a half, 102 and a half, 105, every 107 and a half, gonna be 107 and a half, now 110, every 112 and a half, gonna be 112 and a half, 115, 112 and a half, 115, 112 and a half, gonna be 115, sold it to you, 112 and a half, 203 by 3, 1X, 203 by 1X. $0.95 here, 95, gonna be 95. How about $1? $1 here, $102 and a half, $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, 102 and a half, $1 here, gonna be 102 and a half, $1 here, now 102 and a half, gonna be 102 and a half, right there, now 105, or 105, gonna be 107 and a half, 107 and a half, gonna be 110, over here, 110, over here, 112 and a half, gonna be 112 and a half, and 115, over here, 117 and a half, gonna be 117 and a half. 116, 117, 117, 118, over here, 118, 118, gonna be 118, over here, 119, gonna be 119, 120, over here, 120. Now 121, over here, 121, gonna be 122, over here, 122, gonna be 123, gonna be 124, gonna be 124, 123 here, gonna be 124. Sold it to you, 123. 131, 131. All right, we got a good Charolais cross pair here. Bull calf, you betcha. $1,800, gonna be $1,800, little 18, gonna be $1,800, little 18, gonna be $18, $1,700, gonna be $17, little 17, gonna be $17, $1,500, gonna be $1,500, little $1,500, now $16, gonna be $16, gonna be $16, now $17, $17, $18, gonna be $19, now $20 up top, $2,000, $19, gonna be $2,000, $19 here, gonna be $2,000, minimum $2,000, $1,900 here, gonna be $2,000, $2,000, $1,900 here, gonna be $2,200, gonna be $2,100, gonna be $2,000, gonna be $2,000, $1,900 here, and $2,000, $1,900 here, gonna be $2,000, $1,900 here, gonna be $2,000, all in and all done, $1,900 your way, 203 by pairs, 203 by 7, thank you. Little Aberdeen cross here. What kind of a calf? Probably a bull. I think they were all bull baby calves. 1,200, gonna be 1,200, a little bit into 12, 12, 12, gonna be 1,200, minimum 12, 12, 12, $900 here, gonna be 900, minimum 900, gonna be 900, minimum 900, 800 here, 800, gonna be 800, minimum 800, gonna be 800, minimum 800, 800, $500 here, 500. I got 5, now 6, 500, now 600, now 7 here, gonna be 7, now 800, now 9 over here to 9, now 1,000, 900 here, how about 9 and a quarter, Al, 9 and a quarter, 900, gonna be 9 and a quarter, got 900 here, gonna be 9 and a quarter, over here 900, gonna be 9 and a quarter, 9 and a quarter, 900 here, gotta be 9 and a quarter, all in and all done. 900, buyer number 9, 900, buyer number 9, thank you. Here's another one, same deal, I'll bet you it's a bull calf. 800, gonna be 800, a little bit like 800. 700 here, gotta be 700, minimum 700, 700, gotta be 600, Al, wanna be 600, now 7, 600, gotta be 700, over here 600, now 7. 600 here, now 7, gotta be 7, over here 600, gotta be 7, over here 600, gotta be 7. 600 here, 7 wearing, gotta be 700, 600. How about 6 and a quarter, gotta be 6 and a quarter, 600, gotta be 6 and a quarter, that's 6 and a half. 6 and a half here, 6 and a quarter here, gotta be 6 and a half, 6 and a quarter here, gotta be 6 and a half. I got you 6 and a quarter, 6 and a half, 6 and a quarter here, gotta be 6 and a half, all in a 6 and a half. 675. Now 700. 700. 7 and a quarter. Gonna be 7 and a quarter. Over here 700. Now 7 and a quarter. 700 here. Now 7 and a quarter. Now 7 and a half. Gotta be 7 and a half here. 7 and a quarter. Gonna be 7 and a half here. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. Now 775. 7 and a half here. Gonna be 775. 7 and a half here. Gonna be 775. All in and all done. Sold it to you. 7 and a half. 5 on 55. Yep. These ones are normal cattle here. 1,200, gotta be 12, minimum 1,200, gotta be 1,200, minimum 12, got 12, 12, 12, gotta be 1,200, minimum 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 1,100 here, gotta be 1,100, minimum 1,100, gotta be 1,100, got 1,000. Now 1,000 here, gotta be 1,100, gotta be 1,100,000 here, gotta be 1,100, 1,100, now 12. 1,100 and 12 and 13, gotta be 13, minimum 13, 12, gotta be 13, 13, 13, 13. Now 14, 14, 14, 14, now 15, 14, now 15, gotta be 1,500, minimum 1,500 over here, now 14 and 15. 1,400 here, 15 where? 1,400, gotta be 15 and 14, gotta be 15, 1,400 here, gotta be 15, all in and all done. Sold it to you, 1,400 right there. Just put it on Todd. Put it on Todd. Torgerson. Here we go, another one of them Aberdeen deals here. 1,200, gonna be 12, minimum 12 right there. Now 13, 1,200, gonna be 1,300, minimum 13, 1,200, gonna be 13, 1,200 here, gonna be 13, minimum 13. How about 12 and a quarter? 1,200 here, 12 and a quarter, 12 and a half, gonna be 12 and a half, 1275, gonna be 1275, gonna be 1,300, minimum 13 and a quarter, 13 and a quarter, 13 and a half, gonna be 13 and a half, over here 1375, gonna be 1375, 1375 to 1,400 over here to 14 and a quarter, 14 and a quarter. We get them on the scale, 1,400, gotta be 14 and a quarter, 14 and a 100, gotta be 14 and a quarter, 1,400 in here, gotta be 14 and a quarter, 14. Been doing it all day. $14 and a quarter, and gotta be 14 and a quarter, 1,400 here, gotta be 4. Sold it to you, 1,400. 250 by. Put it on 8. Here's a Wagyu, a little 3-in-1 right here. Yep. She's 3 months bred. Heifer calf. 1,200, gonna be 1,200, minimum 12, gonna be 1,200, minimum 12, 12, 12, gonna be 1,200, minimum 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. 1,000, gonna be 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, gonna be 1,000 right there. Now 1,100, gonna be 1,100, 1,000, gonna be 1,100. Wanna be 1,100, Ron? 1,100, gonna be 1,000, 1,000 and a half. 1,100, 1,100, gonna be 1,100, now 12, gonna be 1,200, minimum 12, 12, 12, 1,100, gonna be 12, and 13, gonna be 13, minimum 13, 1,213. 1,200 here, gonna be 1,300, minimum 13, 13, 1,200, and 12 and a half, 12 and a half, now 13, gonna be 1,300, back to you, gonna be 13, 13, 12 and a half, and 13. 12 and a half here, gonna be 13, now 13 and a half, gotta be 13 and a half, you're waiting at 13 and a half. Now 1,400, gonna be 14, gonna be 14, 13 and a half here. 14 where? 13 and a half, gonna be 14, 14, 14, all in and all done. 13 and a half. Same way. Put on the 8s. Another Aberdeen deal. 1,000, gonna be 1,000, a little under 1,000, 1,000, gonna be 1,000, a little under 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, 800, gonna be 800, minimum 800, gonna be 888, minimum 800, 800 over here, no 800 here, 500, gonna be 500, a little under 5 here, now 5.5, 500 here, gonna be 5.5, 5.5, 500 here, gonna be 5.5, 5.5, now 6, 6.5, 6.5 here, now 7, gonna be 700, minimum 7, 6.5 here, 700 now, 7.5 here, gonna be 7.5 now 8, 800 here, minimum 8, 7, 7, 675. 675. Now 700. 700 here. 7.25. 7.25 here. 7.5. Gonna be 7.5 here and 7.5. Now 775. Now 800. 800 here. Gonna be 800. Gonna be 800 your way. 775. 800. 800 now 8.25. 8.25 here. Gonna be 8.25 now 8.5. Gonna be 8.5. 8.25. Gotta be 8.5 over here. No 8.5. Gonna be 8.5. 8.25 here. Gonna be 8.5. Gonna be 8.5. 8.25 here. Gonna be 8.5. All in and all done. 8.25. 250 by. Oh, 131. Put it on 131. Jerry Blanker's cattle here. Jerry Blanker's ranch. What's there any numbers on the red cow? 136. Here we go. What do you want to bid in these ones? How about 1,500? Nice pair. Now 16. 1,500. Gonna be 16. 15. Gonna be 16. 1,500 here. Gonna be 1,600. Probably a limousine, right? 1,500 here. Gonna be 1,600. 15 here. Gonna be 16. Now 17. 17 now 18. 18. 18. Gonna be 19 over here. 19. Gonna be 19. 18 and a half. 18 and a half. Now 19. Gonna be 19 and a half. 19 and a half here. Gonna be 19 and 19.25, 19 and a half, 1975, gonna be 1975, 1975. Now 2,000, 2,000 now 2.25, gonna be 2.25, now 2.5, 2,000 and a half, 2,075, 2,075, now 2,100 over here, 21.25, gonna be 21 and a half over here, 21 and a half to 21.75 over here, 21.75, 21.75. I need 21.75 now 22, 2,200 to 22.25, gonna be 22.25, gonna be 22 and a half. Now 22.75, 22.75, 22 and a half, now 22.75. 2275, gonna be 2275. Now 23, 2300, 2275 here, gonna be 2300, 2275, gonna be 2300, 2275 and 2300, 2300, all in and all done. Sold it right there, 2275. On the 8s, 250 by 8s. Hmm. 138 in the ring. 138 in the ring here. It is another JB deal. JB, old red limousine cow. 1,000, gonna be 1,000, 1,000, gonna be 1,000, gonna be 1,000, 1,000, gonna be 1,000, 1,100, gonna be 1,100, 900, gonna be 900, gonna be 900 now 11, now 1, 900 now 1, 900 here, gonna be 1,000, 1,000, did you say 1,000 now 1,100 over here, 1,000, 1,100 to 12, gonna be 1,200 to 13 over here, 14 over here, 14, 14 now 15, 1,400 and a quarter, gotta be 14 and a quarter over here, 14, gonna be 14 and a quarter, 1,400 here, 14 and a quarter, 1,400 here, 14 and a quarter, 14 and a quarter, 14 and a half, 14 and a half here, 14 and a half, 1475, 1475, now 1,500, 1,500 over here, you gotta be 15 over here, 1,500 and 15, 1475 and 1,500. Sold it to you, 1475 are on 250 by 8. $1,100, gonna be 1,100 here, gonna be 1,100, 1,100, gonna be 1,100, 1,100, 1,000, gonna be 1,000, 1,800, gotta be 800, moving at 800 right there. Now 8.25, 800, 800, gotta be 8.25. How about 9? 800 here, now 9, gonna be 900, 800, gotta be 900, 800, gotta be 9, 800 here, gonna be 900, 800, gotta be 9, 800, gotta be 9. 8.25, 8.5, 8.5 here, now 875, now 900 here, 9.25, 9.5, 9.5, 975, gonna be 1,000, I mean 1,000.25, gotta be 1,000.25, 1,000.5, 1,000.5, 1,075, I mean 1,075, 1,000.5, 1,075, 1,075, now 1,075, now 1,100, 1,100.25, 11.25 and 11.5, 11.5 here, 11.75, 11.5 here, and sold it to you, 11.5, Ron's way. Put it on 131. All right, here's that Ovenel bull right here. Registered to the hills. Black Angus here. Semen tested, DNA tested, has some great numbers to back up his outcorrect build. He's bred by SK Ranches and sired by Gardner Ranch hometown. The Angus breeds top bull for registrations. I have highlighted his breed rankings for his calving ease. High milk, energy, marbling Angus. He's got it all. 2,000, gotta be 2,000. A little bit of 2, gotta be 2,000. 1,500. Now 16, 1,500, gotta be 16. Now 1,700, 1,700, gotta be 18. Now 19, now 2,000, gotta be 2,100. Now 22, 22, gotta be 22, 22, 2,100, gotta be 22. Ron, what's that? 3,300. Now 34, 3,300, gotta be 34, gotta be 34, 3,300, gotta be 34. 3,300 here, gotta be 3,400, gotta be 34, 3,300, gotta be 34, 3,300 here, gotta be 34, gotta be 34. All in and all done. You bought him, 3,300. Yep. Buyer number? 604. Thank you. Okay, here's a registered Charlet bull here. I think he's 3. 3-year-old right here. 3-year-old registered Charlet. Calving ease. Bred 100% of the cows and heifers. Ready to go. Easy on fences. Easy keeper. $130 here now. 131. Gonna be 131. Over here 130. Now 131. Over here 130. Now 131. 131. Over here 131. 132. Gonna be 132. Now 133. Gonna be 134. Now 135. 136 here. 137. 137 to 138. Over here 139. Over here 139. 139. 139. 138 and 139. 139. 140. 141. 142. 143. Gonna be 144. Gonna be 144 here. Now 144. Back to you, Todd. 144. Now 145. 146 here. 147. Gonna be 148. Over here 149. Over here 150. Over here 151. 151. 152. 152. Gonna be 153. Over here 153. 153. 152. 153. Gotta be 153. Gotta be 153. Now 154 here. 155. Gotta be 155. 154 here. Now 155. 154 here. Gonna be 155. 154 here. Gonna be 155. Sold him to you. 154. 623. He's going back to the country. This is a great looking Hereford bull here. You bet. Now 121, gotta be 121, 122, gotta be 122, no 123, gotta be 124, no 125, gotta be 126, if you're no 127, no 128, if you're no 129, gotta be 130, no 131, 132, gotta be 133, no 134, gotta be 134, 133 here, no 134, 135, 136 here, no 137, gotta be 138, if you're no 139, gotta be 139, 139, 139, 140, gotta be 141, over here no 141, 141 right there, no 142, 142, 143, over here no 143, gotta be 144, no 145, gotta be 145, 146 here, 147, and 148, over here no 148, 148 here, gotta be 148, over here no 148, 148 your way, gotta be 148, 149, over here 149, gotta be 150, 150, 149, are you sure? Are you sure? 150, 150, 149, 150, right here, 149, 34 by 2, 149, 34 by 2. There's that Tarentaise, registered Tarentaise bull here. His name's Hugo. Put him on the scale. I got 140. Registered purebred polled Tarentaise. 4 years old. Thank you, James. 140, no, look at it, 141, over here, 140, gonna be 141, now 142, gonna be 143, then 144, gonna be 145, and 146, over here, 147, over here, 148, over here, 148, 147 here, 148, gonna be 148, and 149, gonna be 149, over here, 150, 151, gonna be 151, over here, 152, 152, 151, gotta be 152, 152, 153, here we go, 154, gonna be 155, over here, 156, 156, over here, 157, over here, 158, over here, 158, and 159, over here, 159, and 160, over here, 160, 161, gotta be 131, over here, 132, 132, 132, 131, gotta be 132, now 133, 133 here, now 134, 134, 133, gotta be 134, 133, gotta be 134, 44, 133, 164, all in and all done, 133 right there. 7 by bulls. Probably what, 7 by bulls? Yeah. 140, gotta be 140, 140, 140, gotta be 140, 120, 120, 140. Now 141. 140 here, gonna be 141 over here, 140, now 141, 141 over here, 140, now 141, 140 here, gonna be 141, little line 141, 142 here, gonna be 142, little line 143, 144, gonna be 145, and 146 over here, 147 over here, 148, and 148, now 149, gotta be 149, every 149, 148 and 149, you're out, Todd, 149, 150, 151, gotta be 151, 151, gotta be 151, 152, back around, 152, gotta be 152, 152, 152, gotta be 153, 153, 152, here, and 153, 152, 153, 152, Jose, you wanna be 153, 152, gotta be, we sold it to you, 152, 7 by bulls. Look at this Red Angus bull here. 150, gonna be 150, 150 over here, 150, 150, 150, gonna be 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 145, 145, 145, and 146 over here, 145, gonna be 146 and 147 over here, 148 over here, 148 over here, 149, 149, 150, now 151 over here, 151 over here, 150, now 151, gotta be 151 and 151, 151, 151, 152, 153 over here, 153, gonna be 154, 155 over here, 156, 157 over here, 157, 156 here, and 157, 156 over here, 187, 156 over here, 157. Sold it to you, 156, 575 bulls, 575 bulls. Still 9 more bulls to go. You wouldn't either if you were that big. Speaking of the devil. $150, you know, 150, gotta be 150, 150, 150, 150. Are you sure you want to know what he weighs? Let's have it a surprise. Let's put him on the scale. An expensive surprise. What do you think he weighs, John? 22? 26? 24? You might know. Backs. Hold on to it. Hold on with both hands. Yeah, right? He's an elephant. Denise says 23.25. 21.10. Wow. It's in the office. I put it on the desk in the office. Yeah. On the where the brand inspector sits. It's on that desk. 140. How about 140 on the big bowl? 140. 140. Gonna be 140. 140. 140. 120 here. 120. 120. Gonna be 120. Now 121. 120 here. 121. Gonna be 122. 122. 123. 124. Gonna be 125. 126. If you're 126. 125. 126. 126, 127, 127, 128, every 129, gonna be 129, 130, 131, over 132, 133, gonna be 134, 135, gonna be 136, 137, over 138, over 138, every 138, 137, 138, 137 here, gonna be 138, all in and all done, 137, 138. You bought him, 137, 575 bulls. Oh, here's that paper. Can you call the office until I got the paper? The Charlotte Bull paper, please. 140, gotta be 140. 140. It should have been 150. 140, now 141. 141. 141. 140, now 141. 140, now 141. 140 here, gotta be 141. 142. 143, gotta be 143. 144. 145. 146. 147. 147. Now 148. 149. 149. 150. 151. 151. 152. 153. 153. Now 154 here. 155. 156. 157. 158. 159. 159. 158. 159. Sold it to you. 158. 575. I don't even know why we keep these registration papers up here in the first place, to be honest with you. I don't know. Take all those back to the office if you would. They don't need to be up here. Here's that 3-year-old Highlander bull. He's proven to be a breeder. Be nice to him, Gary. Come on now. $1 here, gonna be $1, minimum $1 here, gonna be $1, $1, minimum $1 here, gonna be $1, 85 cents here, 85, gonna be 85 right there. Now 86, if you're 85, gonna be 86, if you're 85, 86, 86, 87. Now 88 here, 88, now 89, gonna be 90 here, 99, 99, 91, over your 91, gonna be 92, over your 92, now 93, over your 94, gonna be 94, now 95, over your 96, over your 96, 97, over your 98, over your 98, now 99, over your $1, $1, $1, now 101, over your 101, $1 here, gonna be 101, over your $1, now 101, over your $1, now 101, $1 here, gonna be 101, $1, now 101, all in and all done. Sold it to you, $1. Put it on Noe. There we go. We're gonna have another calf here on another 9 months. He's going to have a Highlander herd. Denise hasn't been filled in yet. What's his number? 361. Who belongs to who here? Big Red Angus bull here. What do you want to be? This one here. 140. You got to be 140. 140. 140. Got to be 140. 140. 140. 140. 140. 120. 120. 120. 120. Got to be 120. 120. Every going to be 120. 120. 120. 120. 120. 115. Got to be 115. Right there. Now 116. 115. Got to be 116. 116. 117. Over 117. 118. Now 119. Got to be 120 here. Now 120. Now 121. Got to be 122. Over 123. 124. 125. Over 125. 55. 126 here. 127. Over 127. Over 128. Over 129. Got to be 130. 130, now 130, 130, 130, 129 here, 130 where? 129, gonna be 130, 130, 130, now 131 over here, 131, 131 over here, 131, got 130 here, 131, 132, gonna be 133 over here, 133, gonna be 133, 132, 133, and 134. 134 here, gotta be 134, now 135, gotta be 135, 134, gotta be 135, sold it to you, 134, 7 bulls, 7 by bulls. 41, lot 41. Sim Angus bull. That's a 2-year-old bull, I think it is. 2-year-old bull. Nice breeding bull there. 150, no, 150, gonna be 180, 150, 151, gonna be 151, 151 over here, 150, now 151. No? 120, gotta be 120, another 120 right there. Now 121, 120, gotta be 121, now 122, gotta be 123, every 124, gotta be 125, gotta be 126, every 127, 128, every 129, 129, gotta be 129, now 130, 130, 130, 130, now 131, over here 131, gotta be 132, 133, every 133, 134 here, now 135, 135, 135, 5, and then 136 your way, 136 and 137, 137 here, 137 and 138, over here 138, over 139, gonna be 139 and 139, 139, 140, gonna be 140, over here 141, gonna be 141, over here 141, 142 here, 143, gonna be 143, 142, 143, gonna be 144, gonna be 144, gonna be 145, gonna be 145, 145, 145, gonna be 144 here, now 145 where? 145, 146 over here, 146, over here 146, 147 here, gonna be 147, 146 over here, 147, all in and all done. 146, 34 by 2, 146, 34 by 2. 130, no, 130, gonna be 130, 130, 130, 130, gonna be 130, 130, 130, gonna be 130, 130, Dillinger Bull here, 130, gonna be 130, 130, 130, 120, 120 where, gonna be 120, 120, 120, gonna be 120, 115, over here, 115, 116, 117, gonna be 118, over here, 118, 119, now 120 here, gonna be 120, now 121, gonna be 122, over here, 122, 123, over here, 123, gonna be 124, 125, 126, over here, 127, now 128 here, 129, gonna be 130, now 131, gonna be 132, 133, 134, now 135, 134, now 135, 136 here, 136, gonna be 137, 137, now 138, over here 139, gonna be 140, 140, now 141, over here 142, 141, 142, 142, 143, gonna be 143, over here 143, 143, 142, gonna be 143 up top. You gotta be 143 up top. 142, gonna be 143. Sold it to you 142. 7 bulls. 120, gotta be 120, 120, 120, gotta be 120, 110, 110, 110, gotta be 110, 110, 110, 110. $1 here, gonna be $1, $1 right there, and 102 and a half, 105, over here, 105, 107 and a half, gonna be 110, over here, 112 and a half, gonna be 117 and a half, and 120, 121, 122, gonna be 123, gonna be 124, gonna be 125, and 126, over here, 127, over here, 127. Now 127 over here, 127, gonna be 127, 128 over here, 128, over here, 129, gonna be 129, 130. Now 131, gonna be 132 over here, 132, 133, gonna be 133, 132, 133. Now 134 over here, 135, gonna be 135, 136 over here, 137 over here, 137 over here, 136, 137, 138, 138, 139, gonna be 139 over here, 139 over here, 138, 139, 140 over here, 140, 139, 140. Marv. 139, 140, 139, 140. Sold it to you 139, 575 by bulls. Thank you. Red Bull. 140, gotta be 140, 140 over here, 140, 140, 140, 140, gotta be 140, 120 here, 120, 120, 120, gotta be 120, 120, 120, 110, 110, 110, gotta be 110, 112 and a half, 115, 117 and a half, gonna be 120, 121 over here, 121, 122, 122, gotta be 123, 124 over here, 125, 125, 126 over here, 127 over here, 128, at 129, 130, gonna be 130, 129, gonna be 130, 131 over here, 132, gonna be 132, 133, gonna be 134, gonna be 135 over here, 136, now 137 here, 138 over here, 139, gonna be 140 here, 141, gonna be 141, 140 here, 141, 140 here, gonna be 141 over here, 140, now 141, Marv, you want to be 141, 141, sold it to you, 140, 575 bulls, 140, 575 bulls. That'll do her, guys, thank you. Catch you in May.